Chapter 181. Shepard and Harry quickly arrived at Joker's location, the helm of the Normandy. Joker heard them arrive and wasted no time speaking with his friends and letting them know of his opinion that was some crazy shit on Vermeer guys. Things got a bit dicey too, but at least everyone came out of that mission okay. I would have hated for something bad to have happened. Shepard nodded. Yeah, but at least we also got the information we needed as well. Despite the craziness that happened on Vermeer, we came out winning out of there. Joker nodded and grinned. The fact that Harry beat Saren's behind with ease was just the cherry on top, though I can't help but cringe every time I hear what Harry did to Saren. Don't get me wrong, Saren deserved every bit of what he got, but damn Harry, that was brutal. Harry just shrugged and smirked at Joker. That's nothing, I was going to pop his eyes out and pour sand in his eye sockets, but Sovereign came to save Saren's ass. Both Shepard and Joker cringed at what Harry was planning to do to Saren. The mental image wasn't pretty at all and left them feeling a sense of dread. Joker sighed and shook his head. Ouch. Shepard chuckled and shook his head as well. Well, Saren was able to get away, but we'll catch him again, and when we do, he'll continue to suffer. Harry nodded, and Joker just laughed a bit. Damn, starting to feel a little bad for the bastard, but in any case, we're all safe and sound and ready to get going. Shepard nodded. That's right, Joker. Let's go get this mission over with. Joker grinned and nodded to Shepard. He then loudly said yes sir. With that said, Shepard and Harry walked out of the cockpit of the Normandy and headed to the galaxy map. As both Commander and Dragon God walked there, Shepard started a conversation with Harry. It's time to go after Saren, we have to beat him to the conduit and put a stop to him and Sovereign. Harry nodded. We're all ready, Shepard, let's go get those two wonkers. Shepard smirked at Harry and gave him a determined-filled nod. Soon after, they both arrive in front of the galaxy map. Shepard immediately walked up to it, but Joker suddenly called out to him via comms. I forwarded the mission update to the Citadel, Commander, we've got confirmation on those reinforcements. Ambassador Udina wants us to report back to the Citadel. The Council is massing a joint species fleet to deal with Saren and his geth. Shepard raised an eyebrow. That sounds suspicious. The Commander exchanged looks with Harry, who nodded to him and gave him a thumbs up. Shepard, now knowing that Harry can handle things if they go sideways, decided to go back to the Citadel. All right. Back to the Citadel, Joker, I want the Normandy at the head of that fleet. Joker immediately responded, yes sir. Shepard nodded and turned away from the galaxy map and walked away. Harry joined him, and both went to their respective rooms to get ready for what was to come. It didn't take long for the Normandy to arrive at the Citadel. Shepard and the squad then immediately headed to meet with the Council. Once they got to the meeting, they met with Udina, who was already in front of Spiritus, Tavos, and Valerne. When Udina heard Shepard and his squad step forward, he quickly turned his head towards Shepard and said, good job, Shepard, thanks to you, the Council is finally taking real action against Saren. Tavos nodded and began to explain. The ambassador is correct, if Saren is foolish enough to attack the Citadel, as you believe, we will be ready for him. Spiritus nodded and then began to explain a bit more about what the Council will be doing. Patrols are stationed at every mass relay linking Citadel space to the terminus systems. Shepard and the squad frowned. What Spiritus just explained wasn't enough, not for stopping Saren, the geth, and Sovereign. Shepard narrowed his eyes at the Turian counselor and then gave him his opinion. You think a blockade is going to stop him? He's on Ilos looking for the conduit right now. What are you doing about that? Valerne quickly began to explain, hoping to calm Shepard down. He discreetly looked over to Harry, to see how he was reacting, but didn't see him do or react in any way. Ilos is only accessible through the Mu relay, deep inside the terminus systems. Commander, if we sent a fleet in there, the only possible outcome is full-scale war. Shepard huffed in annoyance. He understood the situation, he really did, but things were more severe than the Council believes. They were taking this entire ordeal too lightly, and not doing something about it was going to bite everyone on their ass soon enough. Udina noticed the discontent on Shepard's face, so he quickly turned to face him. Now is the time for discretion, Commander. Saren's greatest weapon was secrecy, exposed. He is no longer a threat, this is over. Shepard glared at Udina. Harry scoffed at the ambassador and shook his head in disappointment. Why, I am not surprised that you are ready to push this aside like this, Udina. What a spineless and useless being you are. Shepard nodded in agreement to Harry's opinion, while Udina scowled at Harry but said nothing. He knew full well what would happen if he did, so he bided his time. Shepard turned his head away from Udina and addressed the Council once again. One ship going into the terminus systems won't start a war, I can be discreet. Spiritus scoffed. Do I have to remind you about Pharaohs? Vermeer? The sheer chaos and destruction brought to those planets was immense. I wouldn't call that discreet. Harry glared at Spiritus and then spoke up in defense of Shepard. Those were me, I did that. Are you telling me that I'm too noisy? Spiritus flinched and frowned, but said nothing else in fear of what Harry would do and say. Tavos raised a hand and then calmly began to speak. Your style served you well in the Traverse, Commander, we recognize that, but Ilos requires a deft touch. We have the situation under control. Shepard frowned as he stared at Tavos. The Asari looked nervous and Shepard knew why. She was worried about Harry's reaction to whatever this was, but he wasn't about to relent on this. Not after everything they went through to get here and everything they learned. What about the conduit? That's Saren's greatest weapon, we can't let him get to it. Valerne sighed and then piped in. Saren is a master manipulator, the conduit is just a distraction from his real plan to attack the Citadel. Shepard couldn't believe what he was hearing. In fact, he was shocked at the sheer denial and stubbornness of these people. Harry, though, was more annoyed than anything. This is getting ridiculous. Are you three stupid on purpose or are you trying to piss me off? 'Cause it's working. I've met ignorant, useless, and foolish leaders before, but you three take the cake. I'm starting to get tired of this nonsense. Tavos, Valerne, and Spiritus began to nervously sweat. It was evident that they were now getting really nervous about Harry's growing annoyance. Tavos shook her head and tried to calmly explain to Harry the situation in hopes that it would calm him down. Lord Potter, you have to understand, we can't just move on hearsay and speculation. We already explained that we just don't have any evidence that proves that Saren is going after this conduit. Please understand that we really are doing what we think is best at the moment. We all want to stop Saren after all. Harry frowned and stared at Tavos. The poor Asari counselor began to pale, thinking that she had earned Harry's ire, but the dragon god just scoffed at her. Shepard then asked another question. What about Sovereign? He's the real threat here. In the end, Saren is just a slave to the Reapers. Tavos tiredly sighed. Only you and your squad have seen Reapers, we just don't have enough evidence to invade the Terminus systems. Shepard grunted and shook his head in disappointment. He then turned his head towards Udina. If Saren finds the conduit, we're all screwed. We have to go to Ilos. Spiritus frowned and shook his head in annoyance. His pride and arrogance finally got the best of him and he made a very bad mistake. Ambassador Udina, I get the sense that Commander Shepard isn't willing to let this go. Udina nodded. This was a great opportunity. He could use this opportunity to make things better for himself and humanity. So Udina decided to forego common sense and immediately began to speak. There are serious political implications here, Shepard. Humanity's made great gains thanks to you, but now, you're becoming more trouble than you're worth. Everyone gasped in surprise and shock except Harry, who was now quietly glaring at Udina. Ashley growled in anger and then loudly exclaimed, "You bastard! You're selling us out!" Udina shrugged and walked up to the council. "It's just politics, Commander, you've done your job, now let me do mine. We've locked out all of the Normandy's primary systems until further notice. You're grounded." Shepard scowled at Udina and then pointed at him. "Nobody stabs me in the back, Udina, nobody." Udina sighed and then responded with, "I think it's time for you and your team to leave, Commander. This no longer concerns you, the Council can handle this, with my help, of course." Shepard tightened his fist and glared at Udina, who looked mighty smug right now until a godly pressure fell upon him and the Council. Tavos, Salern, Spiritus, and Udina immediately dropped to their knees with a gasp of pain and shock. All four knew who was the one doing this to them, so they all turned to look at Harry, only to gape and tremble in fear when they saw him standing there, engulfed in some sort of energy while glaring at them with his green glowing eyes. Harry silently stood there and glared at the council, until he suddenly raised a hand and pointed it at Udina. The ambassador choked and gasped as he was lifted off the ground by the neck by Harry's telekinesis. The annoyed dragon god watched as Udina squirmed and struggled to breathe while being held up into the air. Harry coldly began to speak. "I've had enough of these political games you four are playing. Things are more serious than you believe. This entire galaxy is at risk of being destroyed and all of you are just playing around with this situation and I for one, have had enough. If you want to sit on your ass and do nothing, that's fine, you're useless to us anyways, but I will not let any of you get in our way. Now, you will unground the Normandy, Udina, and soon. Otherwise, I'll show you just how much I can make you suffer before I rip your soul out and then torture it further." Harry waved his arm to the side and harshly threw Udina towards Spiritus. The human crashed into the Turian and both were sent flying back for a bit before crashing onto the ground. Harry then glared at Tavos and Valerne. "Get the things I asked done in an hour, or war with the Terminus systems will be the least of your worries." With that done, Harry turned around and left the council room. Shepard and the squad immediately turned around and followed him out, leaving the Solarian and Asari councillors scared and nervous, and Spiritus and Udina unconscious and very hurt. The squad quickly arrived back at the Normandy, but everyone wasn't in the mood for anything and instead, they all went to distract themselves for a while. Harry went to go take a nap and the girls went to join him as well since they knew a bit of cuddling would cheer him up a bit. Shepard sighed and headed to his locker to do some cleaning up to distract himself. Some time after, Shepard sat down on the floor and leaned back against his locker to think. Until both Lyra and Ashley suddenly joined him on the floor by sitting at his side. Lyra sadly frowned at Shepard and shook her head. I can't believe they tried to do this to you, Shepard. Ashley scratched her head in frustration. Bastards, after everything we've done, they go and try to pull this crap on us. Shepard sighed and tiredly rubbed his eyes. I can't believe it either. I always knew that Udina was an asshole, but for the greedy bastard to try to do this to me. Lyra nodded. Greed is a powerful motivator, but to think he would be foolish enough to try this in Harry's presence, did he truly believe he would get away with it? Ashley scoffed and rolled her eyes. He's an idiot, he knows what Harry is and what he's capable of, he knew what would happen and he still tried. I bet he thought Harry would see things his way or something ridiculous like that. Shepard shrugged. I really don't care about all of that, Udina can go to hell for all I care. What worries me is the fact that they won't go after Saren if we don't stop him from getting the conduit. We're all dead. I shudder to think what would have happened if Harry wasn't with us. The council are just too stupid and passive to see reason after everything we told them. Lyra looked down and then leaned her head on Shepard's shoulder and sighed. We owe a lot to Harry, I don't think we can ever repay him. Ashley grabbed Shepard's hand and tightly intertwined her fingers with his. Yeah, but I bet he doesn't even want our thanks. Harry is just that nice. Shepard chuckled. Yeah, but it's thanks to him that Udina didn't get what he wanted. I bet the bastard saw this as an opportunity to further increase his political power. Lyra nodded. Yes, I believe Udina saw this as an opportunity that he couldn't ignore, foolish as it was to do so. Ashley suddenly giggled, which made Shepard and Lyra turn their head towards her and stared at Ashley in confusion. Ashley just shook her head while still laughing. Sorry. It's just, did you guys see Udina and Spiritus's faces when they crashed against each other? It was hilarious. Lyra and Shepard soon joined Ashley in her laughter. A few moments later, Shepard stood up and gave both Lyra and Ashley a kiss, which caught the girls by surprise but soon accepted. Shepard then nodded to his girlfriends and said, let's get ready, we'll soon depart after Saren and I want to end this as soon as possible. Both Lyra and Ashley nodded. The trio then walked together to the elevator to get their stuff ready for their next mission. The hour Harry gave to Udina and the council to stop their nonsense was almost done, so Harry and Shepard got together by the galaxy map and waited. However, Joker suddenly called out to Shepard via comms. Commander, got a message from Captain Anderson. Shepard and Harry looked at each other as the commander asked the question to Joker. What did he want? Joker immediately responded, he said to meet him at that club in the wards, the Flux I think. Shepard raised an eyebrow and then gave Harry a look, but the dragon god just shrugged and shook his head, letting Shepard know that whatever he wanted to do he would support him. Shepard closed his eyes and thought about this for a few seconds. He doubted Anderson would help Udina in any way. The captain is a trustworthy ally after all, so wanting to know what he wanted, Shepard decided to go meet with him. Though before he and Harry left to meet with Anderson, they told Joker to keep them informed of the Normandy's locked status and to let them know when it gets unlocked so they can leave. Shepard chose to take Taylai and Lyra with him this time, while Harry and Valerie went with them. Soon enough, the squad quickly arrived at the Flux, but before they could go inside to look for Anderson, an unknown man stopped them. Soldier, I've got a major situation and I need help from somebody with humanity's interest at heart. Shepard sighed, already knowing that whatever this was going to be annoying, and then spoke to the unknown man. It's Commander, actually, what do you want? The unknown man nodded to Shepard and then began to explain his situation. Of course, right to business then, that's why Earth has the best damn fleet in the galaxy. My name is Elias Keeler, I'm an alliance negotiator, we've got a big session coming up with the Solarians, you wouldn't believe what's riding on this, I'm fighting for humanity on this one, just like you are. Harry scoffed and then whispered to Valerie, I didn't see him fighting armies of Geths, Krogans, and whatever else Saren has thrown at us. Valerie nodded. He's full of hot air, Harry, just ignore him. Taylai heard the couple and giggled in amusement, while Lyra just smiled. Harry was being a little mean, but she did agree with his sentiment about Elias. Shepard just rubbed his eyes, he was definitely not in the mood for this sort of thing right now. Don't try to sell me on this, just tell me what you want. Elias looked around and then whispered to Shepard, I need you to buy me a mental stimulant for me, it's legal but restricted, I've purchased the monthly limit, and I need more from the med bay. Harry raised an eyebrow at the new word he just learned. Mental stimulant? What the hell is that? A good question, one that Shepard was wondering himself. Elias looked a bit surprised at the sudden question but answered it right away. I don't know the medical terms, but it increases mental capacity, short-term recall, that sort of thing. It helps me stay focused, and it keeps me sharp, nothing gets by me when I'm on it. Harry frowned and inspected Elias closely. Though you seem quite twitchy already. Valerie nodded. Yet, if you know the monthly limits, why did you go over them? Isn't that stupid and dangerous? Elias looked a bit nervous but explained nonetheless. The negotiations were supposed to be last week, but the Solarians stalled it, probably deliberately. If I don't get the stimulant, I'll be a wreck, my assistant will take over, and that would be a disaster. Shepard shook his head. What Elias was saying wasn't making any sense. You should put some trust in your assistants, didn't you train him? Elias looked a bit surprised at Shepard's question. More than likely he didn't expect the commander to ask him about that. My assistant wants to bend over back for the Citadel races, he wants to show them we're reasonable. No race will respect us until we show them who's in charge. That's what it took with the Turians, forget my assistant. Shepard didn't look convinced. Valerie, however, was curious about the whole situation. What is this deal of yours that's so important? Elias quickly began to explain. The Solarians want to set up long-term agreements, there are billions of credits at stake. If I don't get the drug, my assistant will take over and mess up the whole deal, it would be a disaster. Shepard just shook his head and sternly told Elias, Keeler, you've got a problem, you need to get treatment. Elias shook his head in denial and then tried to convince Shepard otherwise. It might look that way from the outside, but this is just a one-time slip-up. All the top negotiators are on stimulants close to the legal limit, it's the way the game is played. Shepard crossed his arms and scowled at Elias. I don't see all the top negotiators soliciting help to go over the legal limit, Keeler. Keeler stared at Shepard for a few moments later, but eventually sighed and nodded. Maybe you're right, I've been trying to keep humanity strong, and maybe I've pushed myself too hard. I'll tell you what, this is the last time I use the stimulant, after this deal is finished, I'll get treatment. Shepard shook his head. No trade negotiation is worth ruining your life for, let it go and get help. Elias began to get desperate and upset. You don't understand. Humanity needs me, and I need that stimulant. Without it, I don't know anymore, I get so tired when I run out of the stimulant, I just need one more boost. Shepard sighed and then calmly began to speak with Elias. There's no shame in having a problem, but you have to get treatment. Elias looked down and looked very tired and defeated, but in the end, he nodded. You're right, I'll go tell my assistant, I shouldn't be working like this. I'll get help, I'm just sorry it came to this. Shepard nodded and clapped Elias on the shoulder. Elias smiled and nodded to Shepard before leaving the club and hopefully get the help he needs. With the whole situation with Elias resolved, Shepard and the squad headed into the flux and began to look for Anderson. However, Rita noticed Shepard and immediately walked up to him. Hey, Jenna came back looking for work, thanks for getting her out of Kara's den. Shepard smiled and gave Rita a nod. He felt glad that Jenna was no longer placing herself in danger. I was glad to help out. Rita smiled and then said, yeah, everyone seems really happy to have her back. Lyra noticed something and pointed it out right away. I sense that you are less than pleased with her return. Rita sighed and nodded. I'm glad she's out of the den, I'd just forgotten what it was like to have her around. I haven't had a decent tip since she got back. The squad shared a laugh, while Rita deadpanned at them. Seems like her worry for her sister backfired on her. After the small conversation the squad had with Rita, they quickly found Anderson nearby, so the group quickly walked over to him. The captain smiled at everyone and signaled them to take a sit at his table. Everyone did so and Anderson wasted no time in explaining why he summoned Shepard. I'm glad you came, Shepard, I heard what happened. Shepard rubbed his forehead in annoyance, not at Anderson, but at what Udina tried to do. They tried to pull me off the mission, just like when they forced you to give up the Normandy. If it wasn't because of Harry, things would have gotten very difficult for me. Anderson nodded. I know, I'm sorry that happened to you, Shepard, you didn't deserve it after everything to have done and accomplished. I know you're pissed off, but you still have things to do. The Council and Udina fully believe that everything is done, we all know it's not. You have to go to Ilos, and you have to stop Saren from getting the conduit. Shepard nodded. As soon as the Normandy gets released, we're heading straight to Ilos. The hour Harry gave to the Council is almost up as well, it's only a matter of time before we go after Saren. Anderson gave Shepard a nod and then leaned back on his chair. Udina was screaming and yelling for the past hour, he's angry and scared, plus he's in a lot of pain as well. He foolishly believed that Harry would see reason and side with him, he thought he knew him better, and that he wouldn't want to risk war and innocent lives, all because he got greedy, the idiot chose to believe his own nonsense and ignore everything else. He has been trying to find a way to stop you and Spiritus has been helping him, however, Tavos and Valern are scared out of their minds, especially after I reminded them of what happened to the Batarians and they quickly changed their tune. So, they'll be unlocking the Normandy's system soon. Both do not want to further anger Harry, though Udina and Spiritus aren't happy about it, but Udina can't do anything and Spiritus is also scared. They both might kick and scream as much as they want, but they won't be getting their way anymore. Shepard grinned at Anderson. The captain then stood up and saluted to Shepard and crew. I just wanted to see you off before you left the Citadel. Everyone, give Saren hell. Shepard and the squad yelled the same thing at the same time. Yes sir. Anderson nodded. Joker suddenly sent a notice to Shepard, letting him know that the Normandy's system were unlocked. With that news, Shepard and the squad said their goodbyes to Anderson and then went back to the Normandy via Harry's dark corridor, leaving a bunch of shocked spectators and an amused Anderson, who laughed when a Turian looked down at his drink and then threw it to the side thinking it have been the cause of what he had seen Harry do. Once in the Normandy, Joker immediately took the ship out of the Citadel and headed to open space. Meanwhile, Shepard and squad got ready to go to Ilos. The commander soon headed to the galaxy map and ordered Joker to take them to Ilos. Joker immediately took the Normandy to the Pangaea Expanse and into the refuge system. It didn't take long for Joker to then take the Normandy to Ilos. While Joker took the Normandy to Ilos, Shepard went to his room to mentally get ready for this mission, while Harry and everyone else did last-minute preparation as well as rest a bit, well except 2 members of the squad. These 2 had other plans after all. Shepard was in front of his computer looking through some information on Ilos, when he heard the door to his room open and both Ashley and Lyra walked in. Shepard turned his head towards his girlfriends and raised an eyebrow at them. He was a bit surprised both decided to visit him at the same time, but didn't really mind. Ashley grinned at Shepard and then said, "Do you have some time, Shepard? Lyra and I want to speak with you a bit." Shepard nodded. "Of course, I'm always glad to talk to the both of you." Ashley smiled at Shepard while Lyra looked very happy and said, "We both have been thinking about you and what we're about to face. I know we don't have to worry about anything thanks to Harry and the girls, but who knows what will happen. Saren will be stopped and I hope that will be the end of it, so we both wanted to tell you something." Shepard smiled and stood up from his desk. He quickly walked over to Ashley and Lyra. Once he was in front of them, he grabbed their hands and held them tight. "Okay, what do you want to tell me, girls?" Ashley blushed a bit but soon got her confidence and grinned at Shepard. "Well Skipper, you're about to get really lucky. I hope you're ready, cause Lyra and I will be showing you how much we care about you." Shepard widened his eyes and looked at each of his girlfriends. He began to sweat a bit. He was really happy and excited about this, but having 2 girlfriends means double the work. He had wondered how Harry can handle himself with multiple partners, but it looks like he was about to find out himself, though, when both Lyra and Ashley walked up to him and began to undress, Shepard couldn't help but send a little prayer to his dragon god friend asking him for strength. Harry was making some extra healing gels with the girls when he suddenly heard Shepard's prayer to him and began to laugh so hard that he almost fell off his chair. Valerie, Kunu, and Ellie Faye looked at him strangely. But Harry was too distracted by the fact that someone had actually prayed to him for something like what Shepard is going through, though, Harry being a true bro, decided to answer Shepard's request and give him the strength and stamina he need to come out victorious in this most important mission. Sometime later, Joker announced to everyone that they were coming out from the Mu relay and into Ilos airspace, so everyone got ready and met at the galaxy map. Shepard looked a bit haggard but walked with a proud step in his walk. Lyra and Ashley looked tired but happy and for some reason, Garrus, Rex, and Kaiden felt proud of Shepard. They had an idea what the lucky bastard just accomplished but decided not to make a fuss. Though Harry did give Shepard a thumbs up, which the commander returned, Kunu, Valerie, and Ellie Faye immediately noticed and knew what happened and gave a very mischievous grin to Ashley and Lyra promising a very embarrassing interrogation later. But right now the mission was more important and everyone needed to get their head in the game, so everyone joined Joker in the cockpit of the Normandy. But as soon as the squad got there, Joker had bad news for the squad. "Commander, we've got company." Lyra immediately got a serious look on her face and then asked Joker a question, "Had their sensors picked us yet?" Joker shook his head. "No, and with Harry's enchantments, they won't even get a visual, they don't know we're here." Talai, who was working on a terminal to the side of Joker's seat, suddenly said, "I'm picking up some strange readings from the planet's surface, guys." Shepard nodded and then issued orders to Joker, "Take us down, Joker, lock in on the coordinates." Talai shook her head and called out to Shepard, "Negative on that, Commander, the nearest landing zone is a few miles away." Ashley frowned. We'll never make it in time on foot, can't we get closer? Taylai once again shook her head. No, I've looked, but there's nothing closer, Ilos is filled with trees and buildings, there's just no space to land nearby. Harry grinned and then walked forward. I'll give you guys a ride on my dragon form, we'll get there in no time. Taylai cheerfully smiled and then excitedly said that's perfect. We don't have to worry about landing with Harry since he can fly in his dragon form. Ashley grinned. Oh. I like that idea very much. The entire squad grinned in anticipation. Riding a massive dragon into battle was something straight out of myths and books, something everyone wanted to do very much. Shepard nodded and then yelled out his next orders. All right, head down and get ready for a drop. Right on top of that bastard. Everyone roared and quickly ran towards the elevator. The squad was more than excited and ready to get to Saren, and the fact that they were doing it on top of Harry's dragon god form was the cherry on top. Shepard just chuckled and shook his head in amusement as he watched everyone run towards the elevator to head down. He then decided to join his friends and took off running to the elevator as well. Joker grinned as everyone left and then loudly told his opinion. Lucky bastards, that actually sound like a lot of fun. Chapter 182. Joker activated the cloak enchantments Harry placed on the Normandy and quickly drove the ship into Ilos. When the Normandy got close enough to the plane, it dropped the squad onto the planet itself. Thanks to the squad's Harry-made armor they are wearing, they were able to survive being so high where there was less oxygen, but they didn't have to worry much either way. Harry quickly transformed into his dragon god form and the girls floated everyone onto the top of his head. With a roar, Harry flew down towards where he knew Saren is. Down below in Ilos, Saren was on top of a flying platform heading into a building with a group of Geth following alongside him. However, a very loud roar made him jump in surprise and look up. Only to gape when he saw a massive reptile dropping from the sky and heading towards him. He recognized that reptile. How could he not, when he had seen Harry Potter transform into that same creature in front of the council? Harry Potter was coming after him and Saren knew that Shepard was close behind him as well, so he growled in anger and began to address the Geth with him. You two, keep moving, inside, now. Saren quickly followed his Geth as he made his flying platform head inside the massive building they had been going into at high speed. Meanwhile, a Geth quickly began to close the gates hoping to stop the creature heading their way as Saren and the other Geth headed deeper inside the building as fast as they could. Harry saw all of this happen but didn't really mind much, and as soon as he landed he immediately clawed the gate open, destroying it and the Geth who had tried to close it. As Harry destroyed the gate he called out to his friends, hang on guys. This is going to be a bumpy ride. Geth began to pop out from the abandoned city behind Harry. Shepard noticed them and quickly issued orders. Everyone, shoot those Geth down. Do not let them get in Harry's way. Everyone immediately took out their Harry-made weapons, began to aim, and then shot at the massive Geth army crawling out of the abandoned city as Harry burst into the bunker with a roar. As Harry moved forward, the squad kept the Geth army away by shooting them all down. Rex began to cackle in glee. Ha! This is great! Garrus sniped a big group of Geth with his Harry-made sniper rifle's charged shot and grinned. You know what? I agree with Rex, this is pretty fun. Kaiden charged a massive biotic singularity and then condensed it before throwing it at the massive Geth army. The singularity flew through the air and then suddenly exploded, creating a massive black hole that began to draw in many of the Geth. Well, it says a lot about us that we're having fun with something like this. Ashley, blow that singularity for me please. Ashley immediately charged a plasma grenade with her Harry-made assault rifle and then shot it at the singularity. The plasma grenade exploded on contact and created a chain of effect that created a massive explosion of dark matter that destroyed a big number of enemies. Ashley grinned as she saw the destruction she just brought to the enemy and said, well, I don't think there's nothing wrong with having fun. With what we do, we're pretty good at it too, so that's a plus, right? Lyra giggled and shook her head in amusement as she charged her Harry-made pistol with flame ammo activated and then shot a massive orb of red-hot flames that flew through the air and melted many of the Geth before it even crashed and engulfed a big chunk of the Geth army in superheated flames. I think our sense of what's normal is forever destroyed though. Taylai rained down energy buckshot with her shotgun's charged shot, sending a great number of energy pellets raining down on the Geth and shredding them to pieces. It's fine, no? What's good about being normal anyways? Shepard had been hearing the casual conversation the squad was having while riding on a dragon god and shooting Geth down by the thousands. He couldn't help to laugh at the absurdity of this entire thing. As Harry made his way towards where Saren was running to, he was suddenly stopped when an energy barrier materialized in front of him. He quickly shattered it with a swipe of his claws. But another one soon appeared a few inches behind the first barrier and Harry shattered it as well, but then more and more barriers began to materialize in front of him, all of them a few inches behind each other. Harry narrowed his eyes and was getting ready to blast all of those barriers with a big blast of his fire breath when he suddenly felt a pulse of digital energy. Shepard. Shepard, who had been watching Harry destroy the barriers and then preparing himself to destroy the rest in a single attack, heard Harry call out to him, so he quickly responded, "Yet? What's wrong?" Harry immediately began to inform Shepard of what he just sensed. "There is a digital energy signature nearby. It's not Geth or Reaper, it's something completely different and it's calling out to us." Shepard frowned as he understood what Harry just told him. A digital energy signature? Could it be Protein? This is an old Protein city after all. Harry shrugged, not sure, but it could be, and since it seems to be calling out to us, this might be important. What do you want to do? Shepard thought about what he should do about all of this. Behind him he could still hear his squad destroying Geth, and Saren was still ahead of them, but whatever Protein knowledge they might find, might tell them something else about the Reapers as a whole. This was an opportunity that Shepard couldn't ignore, so he grunted in annoyance and then asked Harry a question. "Can you take us to this digital energy?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, I can even teleport us there directly, but this might give Saren time he could use to get the conduit." Shepard sighed and then gave Harry a nod. "I know, but the Proteins know about the Reapers. We might actually find some more information about them, information that might be useful." Harry hummed for a few seconds and then nodded. "You're right, so, do you want to go?" Shepard gave Harry a nod and a response. "Yes, let's go. We can catch up to Saren with your help soon enough, but we need whatever information we might find in these Protein ruins." Harry nodded and then made the squad float off his head and took on his human form. With a snap of his finger he teleported everyone towards the digital presence he sensed in a flash of blue light, the color of the Infinity Stone of space. The group appeared in a flash of blue light on a platform inside a chamber, somewhere deep in the Protein ruins of Ilos. The squad quickly scanned the area for enemies, but seeing none, they all relaxed. Harry stared at a weird terminal-looking machine at the end of the platform. Le Fay walked up to him and pointed at the terminal-looking machine. "Is that where you sense that digital presence?" Harry nodded yes, but... Kunu knew what Harry was going to say, so she beat him to it, but it's hard to believe it's still working after being here for so long. Valerie looked around and piped in, "I bet millennia passed by in this room, so how is that terminal still working?" Harry shook his head. "Who knows, but it was calling out to us." Shepard walked forward to the terminal while giving Harry a nod. "Then let's find out what it wants." Everyone watched as Shepard approached the terminal, only to stop when an orange distorted hologram appeared from the terminal and spoke. "You are not Protein, but you're not a machine either." This eventually was one of many that was anticipated. "This is why we sent our warning through the beacons." The squad was surprised at what they had found, but it was Rex who voiced that surprise. "Looks like some kind of Six program, it's pretty damaged though." The Six continued speaking. "I do not sense the taint of indoctrination upon any of you, unlike the other that passed recently. Perhaps there is still hope." Lyra was awed at what she was seeing and seemed extremely excited. "This is incredible, an actual Protein 6, and I can understand it." The Protein 6 suddenly began to explain as if Lyra had asked a question. "I have been monitoring your communications since you arrived in this facility. I have translated my output into a format you will comprehend. My name is Vigil. You're safe here, for the moment, but that is likely to change. Soon nowhere will be safe." Shepard looked intrigued and turned to look at Harry. The dragon god nodded to Shepard and then asked a question to the Six. "Are you an artificial intelligence?" Vigil quickly began to explain. "I am an advanced non-organic analysis system with the personality imprints from Case Addition, chief overseer of the Ilos research facility." Harry nodded. Vigil wasn't an AI, but a digital imprint of someone else, in other words, an echo. That's why Vigil has a digital presence. He's not an AI but something similar. It's a shame though, I would have liked for it to be awakened. Shepard smiled at his friend's care for digital beings, but not having a lot of time, he decided to ask Vigil a question. "Harry said you were calling out to us, why?" Vigil wasted no time in explaining to Shepard why he had called everyone here to speak with it. "You must break a cycle that has continued for millions of years, but to stop it, you must understand or you will make the same mistakes we did. The Citadel is the heart of your civilization and the seat of government, as it was with us, and as it has been with every civilization that came before us. But the Citadel is a trap. The station is actually an enormous mass relay, one that links to dark space, the empty void beyond the galaxy's horizon. When the Citadel relay is activated, the Reapers will pour through, and all you know will be destroyed." Everyone native to this universe gasped in shock. The revelation that the Citadel is a massive mass relay hit them hard and left almost everyone speechless. Harry, however, had questions and he didn't hesitate to voice them. "How come nobody ever noticed the Citadel was an inactivate mass relay?" Vigil quickly explained the Reapers are careful to keep the greatest secrets of the Citadel hidden, that is why they created a species of seemingly benign organic caretakers. The Keepers maintain the station's most basic functions, they enable any species that discover the Citadel to use it without fully understanding the technology. Reliance on the Keepers ensures no other species will ever discover the Citadel's true nature, not until the relay is activated and the Reapers invade. Harry sighed and then groaned, well shit. Got to admit, the Reapers pulled a fast one on an entire galaxy, even I didn't even realize it and I was searching for Keepers for a while. Le Fay nodded, well, the Reapers might be arrogant but they are highly intelligent machines, it's not that surprising that they pulled this off. Valerie crossed her arms and shook her head. Besides, how were you supposed to know this, Harry? We're not from this galaxy, and at the time, we didn't know anything about Citadel. There's no way you could have realized all of this about the Citadel, well not unless you use the Akashic record. Kunu shook her head, but we know you don't like abusing your power over the Akashic record, not when you saw what the prior administrator did in that world you told us about. Harry nodded yes. Polaris, but never mind that this is pretty serious for everyone in this galaxy and the Council. Shepard frowned and nodded, he then asked something he was wondering about, when Vigil mentioned it, how do the Reapers survive out in dark space? Everyone in the squad who had been stunned by the information they received, snapped out of it when they heard Shepard's question. It was a very good question after all. Vigil once again immediately answered the question he was given. We have only theories. The researchers here came to believe the Reapers enter prolonged states of inactivity, to conserve energy. This allows them to survive the thousands and thousands of years it takes for organic civilization to rebuild itself, but in this state, they're vulnerable. By retreating beyond the edges of the galaxy, they ensure no one will accidentally discover them, they keep their existence hidden until the Citadel relay is activated. Shepard sighed and then scratched his head in frustration. The Reapers can wipe out the Council and the entire Citadel fleet in a single surprise attack. Vigil quickly informed Shepard of some more information. That was our fate, our leaders were dead before we even realized we were under attack, the Reapers seized control of the Citadel and through it, the mass relays. Communication and transportation across our empire were crippled, each star system was isolated, cut off from the others, an easy prey for the Reaper fleets. Over the next decades, the Reapers systematically obliterated our people, world by world, system by system, they methodically wiped us out. Harry frowned and shook his head. Some of you must have managed to survive, there's no way the Reapers really wiped everyone out. Vigil explained what had happened to everyone through the Citadel. The Reapers had access to all our records, maps, census data, information is power, and they knew everything about us. Their fleets advanced across every settled region of the galaxy, some worlds were utterly destroyed, others were conquered, and their population enslaved. These indoctrinated servants became sleeper agents under Reaper control, taken in as refugees by other Proteans, they betrayed them to the machines. Within a few centuries, the Reapers had killed or enslaved every Protean in the galaxy. They were relentless, brutal, and absolutely thorough. Harry tiredly rubbed his brow and shook his head. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Reapers are officially worse than Frisia, and this is me saying it. That bastard is a heartless monster, but at least you can somewhat reason with him. The squad didn't know who Frisia was, but given Harry's opinion of him, he must really be a horrible monster. It seems that the Reapers were worse than this Frisia, and that was bad news for everyone. Shepard then asked Vigil a question. I don't understand, where did the Reapers go after they conquered your people? Vigil once again immediately answered Shepard's question. Our worlds were stripped bare, harvested by indoctrinated slaves, everything of value, all resources, all technology was taken. Certain that all advanced organic life had been extinguished, the Reapers retreated back through the Citadel relay, into dark space, sealing it behind them. All evidence of the Reaper invasion had been wiped out, only their indoctrinated slaves were left behind, abandoned. Mindless husks no longer capable of independent thought, the indoctrinated soon starved or died of exposure, and the genocide of the Proteans was complete. Harry huffed. I really hate the Reapers now, just what do the Reapers get out of this anyway? Why do they keep doing this over and over again? That's the only thing I don't understand about them, why do all this? Vigil answered Harry's question as best he could, or at least, the theories the Proteans had the Reapers are alien, unknowable, perhaps they need slaves or resources, more likely, they are driven by motives and goals organic beings cannot hope to comprehend. In the end, what does it matter? Your survival depends on stopping them, not in understanding them. Harry agreed with Vigil and nodded. Though he was still curious about why the Reapers were doing this, he decided to push it aside. Shepard crossed his arms and wondered about everything he just heard. All this information was good. It answered a lot of questions he and the squad had about the Reapers, but that just left one thing. You said you brought us here for a reason, tell me what I need to do. Vigil responded to Shepard right away. The conduit is the key. Before the Reapers attacked, we Proteans were on the cusp of unlocking the mysteries behind mass relay technology. ILO's was a top research facility. Here, the researchers worked to create a small-scale version of a mass relay, one that linked directly to the Citadel, the hub of the relay network. Lyra gasped and suddenly explained what she just realized. The conduit is not a weapon, it is a backdoor into the Citadel. Harry scoffed and shook his head. And the Council is so sure that they're safe there and that they can stop Saren. I can't wait to see their faces when they realized how wrong they are. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Council certainly didn't gain any friends among them, so everyone would have loved to see their expression when shit hits the fan. Shepard then asked Vigil something he was wondering about. How did you manage to stay hidden? Vigil quickly explained all official records of our project were destroyed in the initial attack on the Citadel, while the Protean Empire came crashing down, ILO's was spared. We severed all communication with the outside and our facility went dark. The personnel retreated underground into these archives. To conserve resources, everyone was put into cryogenic stasis. I was programmed to monitor the facility and wake the staff when the danger had passed. But the genocide of an entire species is a long, slow process. Years passed, decades, centuries, the Reapers persisted and my energy reserves were dwindling. Shepard and the squad shook their head. Everything Vigil just told them was a hard pill to swallow. Shepard sighed and then asked, how did you survive? Vigil responded to Shepard's question and explained, I began to disable the life support of non-essential personnel, first support staff, then security. One by one their pods were shut down to conserve energy. Eventually, only stasis pods of the top scientists remained active. Even these were in danger of failing when the Reapers finally retreated back through the Citadel relay. Li Fei frowned and looked around. There must be hundreds of pods in here alone, but you shut them all down, you killed them all, but I guess you really didn't have a choice either. Everyone was upset about what Vigil had to do. He is a 6, and logically, he did the right thing. However, anyone else would feel angry and sad about his choice. Harry scratched his head and looked down. You couldn't let everyone die, so you chose to sacrifice some so others could live. What a horrible choice for someone to make. Vigil paused for about a second, but then explained, this outcome was not completely unforeseen. My actions were a result of contingency programming entered upon my creation. Rex grunted and shook his head. I bet they didn't tell the non-essential staff about this contingency. Ashley frowned. Yet, but how do you explain something like that to people? Taylai looked down and sadly sighed. More than likely, they knew it would come to that, so they decided to keep quiet to spare everyone from the bad news. Vigil suddenly began to speak. I saved key personnel when the Reapers retreated, and the top researchers were still alive. My actions are the only reason hope remains. When the researchers woke, they realized the Protean species was doomed. There were only a dozen individuals left, far too few to sustain a viable population. Yet they vowed to find some way to stop the Reapers from returning, a way to break the cycle forever, and they knew the Keepers were the key. Shepard nodded. All right, now explain, why is Saren trying to find the conduit? Vigil answered the question right away. The conduit gives him access to the Citadel and the Keepers. The Keepers are controlled by the Citadel. Before each invasion, a signal is sent through the station, compelling the Keepers to activate the Citadel relay. After decades of feverish study, the scientists discovered a way to alter their signal. Using the conduit, they gained access to the Citadel and made the modifications. This time, when Sovereign sent the signal to the Citadel, the Keepers ignored it, and the Reapers are trapped in dark space. Harry clicked his tongue in annoyance. Son of a bitch, that's why the Reapers needed Saren and the Geth. Without the conduit, they can't activate the Citadel relay. Shepard nodded. Saren can use the conduit to bypass all of the Citadel's external defenses. Correct, and once inside, he can transfer control to the station to Sovereign. Sovereign will override the Citadel's systems and manually open the relay, and the cycle of extinction will begin again. Shepard narrowed his eyes and then said, we'll stop Saren, just tell us what to do. Vigil immediately explained to Shepard what to do. There's a data file in my console, take a copy when you go. When you reach the Citadel's master control unit, upload it to the station. It will corrupt the Citadel's security protocols and give you temporary control over the station. It might give you a chance against Sovereign. Kaiden frowned and then piped in. The Citadel has a master control unit? Where? I've never heard of anything like that. Vigil wasted no time in explaining the plan. Through the conduit, follow Saren, he will lead you to your destination. Kunu hummed and then spoke her opinion. Well, we have a plan now. I bet Saren won't expect us to hitch a ride with him. Valerie giggled. I can't wait to see his face, it's going to be great. Li Fei smiled at her harem sisters and then decided to ask a few questions she herself had. After hearing Vigil explain about the Reapers, you said the Reapers are trapped in dark space, where did Sovereign come from then? It's logical to assume the Reapers would leave one of their own behind after each extinction, a sentinel to pave the way for their inevitable return. Like those in dark space, Sovereign probably spent most of the last 50,000 years in a state of hibernation. Periodically, it would wake to analyze the situation. Keeping its existence hidden, it would evaluate the state of galactic civilization, and, when the time was right, it would signal the Citadel and usher in the Reaper invasion. But this time the signal failed, the Keepers did not respond, Sovereign's allies were trapped in the void, alone, it was forced to try and discover what had gone wrong. Valerie then raised a question: why not just attack? Sovereign is a very large ship and has quite powerful weapons too, so why all this secrecy and whatnot? Sovereign is not invincible, revealing its true nature would have united the forces of every organic species against it, even a Reaper couldn't survive such odds. But the Reapers are patient, they will not rush into the unknown. Sovereign could have been planning this for centuries, moving deliberately, gathering allies. Slowly, it has assembled the pieces of the puzzle, working through his agents to keep itself hidden. Saren is the most visible pawn of the Reapers, but I doubt he was the first one. Now Sovereign has grown bold, whether from confidence or desperation, I cannot say, but it is determined to reopen the portal to dark space. Li Fei nodded. I see, it all makes sense now. When we met Sovereign in Vermeer, he seemed so arrogant and so sure of itself, it made me wonder why a being like it would work with Saren and the Geth. After all, according to Saren himself, Sovereign really does not have a high opinion of organic life, but now it makes sense. Sovereign is desperate now, who knows how long he has been searching for a way to activate the Citadel relay and to contact the rest of the Reapers as well. Everyone nodded, and a few of the squad wondered the same thing as Li Fei, so they were glad she had asked about it. Lyra then raised another question: what about the beacon on Eden Prime? And the one Vermeer? What were they for? At our apex, the beacons spanned the breadth of our empire. We used them as a single galaxy-wide network, to transmit data and communications rapidly from world to world. Virtually all the beacons were destroyed during the invasion, but once the Reapers were gone, the survivors here on Ilos decided to risk sending out a message. We knew it was unlikely there were other survivors, but if there were, we wanted them to know about Ilos, we wanted to give them hope, so a message was sent across the network. Lyra nodded, she had always wondered about the beacons, she had spent a lot of time researching them after all, and to finally know what they are and what their function is, was something that Lyra never hoped to find out. Talai however frowned. That's quite the risk, you could have exposed yourselves to the Reapers. In truth, we didn't expect any of the beacons would still function, but we had to try. If there were survivors, we had to reach them. The message was meant for our people, it was coded so only organic beings could interpret it. We still didn't understand the power of Reaper indoctrination. We never realized it could lead an agent of the machines, like Saren, to this world, but it had also led you here, so perhaps we did not fail after all. Talai softly smiled, sure it was risky, but she now understood why the Proteins decided to take the risk, to begin with, plus, because they did that, it gave them a chance to fight back. It was thanks to that decision that they were here right now. Kunu suddenly piped in. Wait. I have a question, so when the Reapers created the Citadel, they actually created the Keepers as well? Cause the Keepers look organic, sure there are some machine parts, perhaps they're indoctrinated. A more likely scenario is that the Keepers were one of the early harvested civilizations, perhaps the very first. Perhaps they responded well to indoctrination, or the Reaper simply bred them to be obedient. In any case, they were left behind to operate and maintain the Citadel. But the Keepers are no longer directly controlled by Sovereign or its ilk, they evolved so that they only respond to the signals emitted by the Citadel itself. When the Proteins altered the Citadel's signals, they broke Sovereign's hold over the Keepers, now they are completely harmless. Valerie clapped and then spoke up. Oh. So that's where the Geth comes in. Sovereign must have realized organic races were difficult to control. With the Geth, he could control them with ease, plus they're loyal. He plans to replace the Keepers with the Geth. A likely hypothesis, if the Keepers evolved in an unanticipated direction, non-organic servants like the Geth would be more predictable. Talai looked down, with everything she had learned and understood now, she couldn't help but feel bad and disappointed by what was becoming of the Geth. The fact that it was her species who pushed them towards Sovereign still hit her hard. Harry noticed Talai's mood, so he gently taps her arm and then gave her a smile. Taylai cheered up a bit and smiled back at Harry. Seeing that Taylai was okay now, Harry decided to ask a question to Vigil: what happened to the surviving proteins from the conduit project? It was a good question, one that everyone was hoping to find the answer to, though they were also aware that they shouldn't get their hopes up. Vigil immediately answered the question. They used the conduit to gain access to the Citadel, but the conduit is only a prototype, the portal only links in one direction, so they were trapped on the station. I do not know what became of them. It's unlikely they found any food or water on the station. I fear they suffered a slow, grim death. I only know they succeed in their mission to seal the relay. Your presence here proves their sacrifice was not in vain. Harry sighed and nodded. I see. I only hope that their souls found peace and that they're having a good next life or afterlife. Everyone nodded. It was only because these proteins sacrificed themselves that they now had a chance to stick it to Saren, and they were really thankful for it. Shepard nodded and then said, Saren's got enough of a head start now, let's grab that data and go after him. Lyra suddenly spoke up. Shepard, are you sure? Who knows how much longer Vigil will be here? Even now the projection is weak. This might be our only chance to speak with it, our only link to the knowledge of the proteins. It is the opportunity of a lifetime. Shepard softly smiled at Lyra. I'm sorry Lyra, but we don't have enough time. I know it's important to you, but we have to move. Lyra sighed and nodded in understanding. Ashley grabbed her hand and gave her a smile. Lyra happily stared at Ashley and then at Shepard. You're right, I'm sorry about my outburst, I was just too excited about this. Shepard nodded and then downloaded the data he needed. I have the data, let go guys. Vigil suddenly and quickly spoke up. The one you call Saren has not reached the conduit, not yet. There's still hope if you hurry. Shepard nodded and then the squad left, except Harry, who stayed behind and stared at Vigil. I could take you with me, give you a new purpose. Vigil stayed silent for a few seconds and then said, no, I would like to finally rest. My purpose has been fulfilled and my creators are all gone, it is my time now. Harry sadly frowned but nodded. Goodbye Vigil of the proteins, I wish you a good sleep. With that said, Harry turned around and took off running to catch up with his friends. Vigil's hologram flickered and made some odd buzzing sounds. Good luck, BZZZT. With those last words said by the ancient Protein 6, the hologram flickered one more time and then disappeared. Harry quickly caught up with the squad and immediately snapped his fingers while using his control over the concept of space. In a flash of blue light, everyone teleported back to where they were before coming to speak with Vigil. Back in the hallway leading to Saren's location, Harry took on his dragon god form again and the girls floated everyone back on his head. With a roar, Harry then took off running at high speed on all fours. The hallway seemed to have been filled by Geth. More than likely, they took advantage of their sudden disappearance and filled the place with an army in hopes of slowing Harry down. But Harry didn't even slow down and just kept running while all the Geth kept shooting at him until Harry arrived in an open channel of sorts, one with running water on it. That's when the squad finally saw the conduit, a massive tower-like construct glowing blue. Lyra pointed at it there. The conduit. It's incredible. Everyone inwardly agreed with Lyra. They didn't know what to expect from the conduit, but now, being able to see it, made them appreciate everything the proteins did and worked on for their benefit. Ashley suddenly piped in. Lyra, we don't have time to admire the view, we have to get through that relay and fast. Harry grinned and then said, no problem, hang on tight. I'm taking off. Everyone crouched down and got ready. Harry took off running, jumped high into the air, and spread his wings wide open. One mighty flap later, Harry was moving at high speed towards the conduit. It was time to stop Sovereign and Saren, it was time for them to pay for what they had done and the people they made suffer. Chapter 183. Saren, Sovereign, and fleets of Geth made it into the conduit. A massive roar was heard behind them, but they all ignored it and immediately arrived right in front of the Citadel. The Geth fleet immediately went on the attack, catching the Citadel fleet off guard. No one expected someone to actually attack them like this. Geth cannon fire echoed through open space and death rained down on the Citadel fleet. Explosions soon boomed as ship after ship exploded with the force of a nuclear blast. Their Mass Effect engines caused such explosions and chaos as the Citadel physically shook from the fire of the explosions. Among the explosion, Sovereign made his way towards the Citadel at high speed. It knew that Harry Potter was on his way, so the Reaper wasted no time in making his way towards the Citadel as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Citadel fleet began to communicate to everyone available. Via comms, activate the defenses. Seal the station. The Destiny Ascension navigator shook her head and frowned as she couldn't make the Citadel seal itself. The arms aren't moving. Systems are not responding. An explosion soon shook the area, causing everyone to grab on for dear life. The Destiny Ascension commander yelled out an order to everyone: abandon the citadel. Evacuate the council. The Destiny Ascension navigator immediately communicated the order to everyone available listening via comms: Citadel Control. Citadel Control. Do you copy? But Saren and the Geth had already taken control of the citadel and were on their way to get to the citadel's master control. Though he was definitely in a hurry, he knew Harry and Shepard weren't that far behind. He was lucky that he had brought his flying platform, otherwise, he might have not made it, but even though he had a slight head start, he knew it was a matter of time before both Shepard and Harry arrived. Meanwhile, on Ilos, Harry arrived quickly at the conduit, just in time to see Sovereign, Saren and a massive fleet of Geth go through the conduit. Harry roared and then immediately tried to jump into the conduit. But it didn't work right away. Instead, a voice suddenly called out from a terminal nearby and announced a 1-minute cooldown before the conduit could be used again. Harry cursed, but before he could do anything, a bunch of Geth suddenly emerged from every part of the area and attacked with everything they had. Harry just spread his wings and flared his energy, sending a massive shockwave that destroyed every Geth in the area. The Dragon God waited a minute while the squad all got ready for a big fight. Everyone had seen the size of the fleet of Geth heading into the conduit and knew that the fight was going to be fierce. The minute was soon over and Harry immediately jumped into the conduit. Flash of blue light after, both the Dragon God and squad were immediately shot at FTL speed towards the citadel. Back in the citadel, right in front of the mini-mass relay sculpture on the citadel, Harry and the squad suddenly appeared in a flash of blue and landed right on the citadel ground. Harry had to immediately turn into his human form because his size was too big for the place where they had arrived, but he also carefully floated the squad down into the ground with telekinesis as he landed on top of a tree. While the squad landed, Harry took a look around and noticed that the citadel was practically in flames and ruins. Seeing this made Harry frown. He really liked the citadel. To him it was both a beautiful and futuristic city. It was a shame that it had been damaged this much, but oh well, it was the council's fault anyways. After that quick look around, Harry jumped off the tree and landed beside Shepard. Looks like Saren started the party without us. Shepard nodded and shot at a husk right in its head. The husk's head popped like a grape while Shepard piped in, "Yet, but we'll get him soon enough." Shepard looked around and then noticed Avina, the Citadel's 6 nearby. The commander, hoping to get some information, approached the 6. Avina quickly began to speak as Shepard got close. "The Presidium is experiencing severe system malfunctions across the entire level. All non-emergency personnel must evacuate immediately." Shepard frowned and then asked a question. "Give me a rundown of the damage." Avina wasted no time in answering the question. "We have lost all primary power to the level, environmental controls are not responding, Class 3 fires are burning in sectors 2, 3, 6, and 7, civilian casualties are high. I'm also detecting numerous unauthorized synthetic life forms throughout the station, they are believed to be hostile, please approach with caution." Harry frowned. "Son of a bitch." The Dragon God turned his head towards Valerie, Kunu, and Le Fay. "Girls, go around the citadel, recover everybody, and put them in stasis seals. We'll bring them back to life later, then take care of the Geth inside the citadel." The girls nodded, quickly gave Harry a kiss, and then blurred out of sight to fulfill Harry's request. Shepard nodded in thanks to Harry and then asked another question to Avina. "What happened to the council?" Avina glitched a bit. Seems like she received some damage, but she still answered the question in accordance with standard emergency procedures. "The council has been evacuated to the Destiny Ascension." Rex grunted and shook his head. "Figure they would make sure to keep themselves safe." Ashley shrugged. "Well, I bet they're regretting not listening to Shepard right about now." Shepard grinned at Ashley and then he asked Avina another question. "What about Captain Anderson and Ambassador Udina? What happened to them?" Avina once again answered Shepard's question right away. "I have no information on the status of specific individuals. Once the current crisis has been resolved, a complete accounting of casualties and survivors will begin." Talai suddenly piped in. "Is it too much to hope for Udina to get shot?" "Not killed, of course." Gurus chuckled and shook his head in amusement. "You've been hanging out with Harry's girlfriends too much, Talai." Talai just grinned and shrugged. Shepard chuckled and then asked Avina one last question. "Where's Saren?" Avina glitched some more and took a bit of time to answer Shepard's question. "Former Spectre agent Arterius is nearing the vicinity of the council chamber. A warrant has been issued for his arrest, though Citadel security is unable to respond at this time." Shepard smiled. "We got you now, you son of a bitch. Come on, we need to stop Saren before it's too late." Everyone nodded and as soon as Shepard took off running towards the elevator, the squad quickly followed behind him. Meanwhile, Saren had made it to the council room and headed towards where the council usually stands when having a meeting. A screen and a terminal suddenly popped up and Saren began to mess with it. The citadel suddenly began to close itself, confusing everyone outside the citadel. However, Sovereign was quickly making its way towards the citadel. The entire citadel fleet immediately focused their fire at Sovereign, but Sovereign just flew into them without even being slowed down. The Reaper mowed down any ship in its way, causing massive explosions everywhere. Until Sovereign made it inside the citadel. As it closed down, the Reaper quickly headed to the center of the space station and settled itself on top of a spike in the middle of the citadel. Meanwhile, the elevator Shepard and the squad were riding on, suddenly stopped. Shepard clicked his tongue in annoyance and then yelled out new orders to everyone. Saren's locked the elevator. Suit up. We're going outside. The squad quickly activated their Harry-made armor masks and jumped out of the elevator. With no gravity and with the armor's enchantments, the squad was able to walk on the sideways part of the elevator and head down. As everyone took off running down the wall, Geth began to emerge from everywhere and attack the squad, but they were no match for Shepard and the squad's weapons. Flame, ice, wind, thunder, water, earth, dark, and light bullets lit up the area as they rained down on the Geth. Plasma grenades blew up turrets, shotgun-charged shots tear down Geth armatures and juggernauts. Sniper rifle charge shots tool out countless groups of Geth shock troopers. Biotics from Shepard, Kaiden, and Lyra tore apart Geth after Geth. Anything that got in Shepard's way was immediately destroyed with complete prejudice. It was a massacre, which only got worse when Harry would flash around the area and cut down Geth after Geth with Oblivion and Oathkeeper. Only flashes of black and white could be seen as the dragon god moved around the battlefield. No Geth escaped him and he showed no mercy, nor did he hesitate, not when he and his friends were on a timer. Eventually, Shepard and the squad made it to the Citadel Tower. Once there, Harry swung Oblivion at a wall and created an opening that everyone used to jump inside the Citadel Tower. Once everyone made it inside, the squad immediately ran towards the council meeting platform. Geth tried to stop them, but they were once again destroyed right away. Until they reached Saren, the Mad Turian was busy doing something on a terminal, but he quickly turned around when heard Shepard and the squad arrive, though he quickly finished what he was doing first. Shepard and the squad soon arrived as Saren jumped into his flying platform and threw a grenade at them, but Harry quickly batted it away with Oathkeeper and glared at Saren, as the grenade exploded away from everyone. Saren frowned and shook his head. I was afraid you wouldn't make it in time, Shepard, Potter. Shepard scoffed. In time for what? Saren grinned, a mad and insane-looking grin, as his body suddenly began to glow with red-violet lines. The final confrontation, I think us three expected it would end like this. You've lost. You know that, don't you? In a few minutes, Sovereign will have full control of all the Citadel systems, the relay will open, and the Reapers will return. Shepard grinned. We still got tricks up our sleeves. Besides, as far as I remember, you were the one running with your tail between your legs last time we met. Saren growled at the reminder of his failure. That won't happen again. Sovereign has heavily upgraded me. You and Potter won't win this time. Harry narrowed his eyes at Saren and then pointed Oblivion towards him. That won't help you, fool. You let Sovereign mess with your body for nothing. Saren growled, I didn't have a choice. You both humiliated me and Sovereign. He did not enjoy the humor and it took it upon itself to make sure I won't lose again. Shepard shook his head. You're pathetic. You're more synthetic than organic now. You willingly became a true slave now. Saren scoffed. The relationship is symbiotic, organic and machine intertwined, a union of flesh and steel, the strength of both, the weaknesses of neither. I am a vision of the future, Shepard, the evolution of all organic life. This is our destiny. Join Sovereign and experience a true rebirth. Shepard scoffed. As if I were crazy to actually believe your nonsense. I will stop the Reapers. Get out of the way, Saren. Saren cackled and shook his head. You can't stop it. Not forever. You saw the vision, you saw what happened to the Proteans, the Reapers are too powerful. Shepard glared at Saren and then calmly said, and we have Harry. No matter what the Reapers believe themselves to be, he's a true deity. You and Sovereign don't know what he's capable of. Saren grunted in annoyance. You would put the fate of our entire galaxy on an unknown deity? A foreign god? One who thinks he can do whatever he wants in our world? How is he better than the Reapers? Shepard shared a look with his squad and then everyone at the same time and with smiles on their faces, yelled at the thing to Saren. Harry has a heart. Saren growled in anger and then roared in rage. He immediately began to fly around, while shooting massive energy shots at the squad, but Harry easily slapped them away with his keyblades. Meanwhile, Shepard and the squad rained down hell on Saren, The Mad Turian's movements were fast thanks to his flying platform, but everyone was still able to graze him. Eventually, Gurus took aim and then shot Saren with his Harry-made sniper rifle. The shot flew fast and hit the Mad Turian on the shoulder. His biotic armor shattered and the force of Gurus' sniper shot sent him spinning off his flying platform. Saren crashed against the ground soon after but quickly stood up. However, he immediately got a faceful of Krogan, when Rex tackled him down and began to hammer his face in with both of his fists. His armor's shield soon shattered, unable to take the punishment, and Rex caved his face in. The Krogan grinned and then got off Saren. He quickly grabbed him and threw him against a wall behind him. Saren grunted in pain as his body crashed against the wall, but his nanomachines restored his body right away and began to charge his armor's shields, only for them to shatter right away as Talai shot him with her Harry-made shotgun. But the Dragonic Quarian didn't stop there. No, she pumped her shotgun and fired at Saren again and again and again and again. The council tower was filled with the very loud booms of Talai's shotgun and of Saren's howls of pain as his body kept being shredded to pieces and restored over and over again. Talai suddenly put her shotgun away, allowing Saren to drop off the wall onto the ground and on his knee. The Dragonic Quarian raised a finger up and it suddenly exploded with blue lightning. Talai smiled and then pointed her lightning-engulfed finger toward Saren, and a massive thunderbolt shot out of her finger and crashed into Saren with a loud crackle and boom. Saren screamed in pain and horror while being electrocuted alive by Talai's new spell. The Quarian held the spell on for a good few minutes before letting off to catch her breath from using so much mana. Saren's black and charred body twitched and quickly began to stand up while the nanomachines began to restore his body at a high speed, but Ashley suddenly rushed him, while shooting a plasma grenade at him. The plasma grenade crashed against him and exploded before Saren's body could finish healing, but Ashley ran into the explosion unaffected by it, and as soon as she reached Saren, she whipped Saren's head with the butt of her Harry-made assault rifle. The Turian's jaw was instantly crushed, but Ashley wasn't done. She quickly put away her weapon and began to pummel Saren with her fists and elbows as fast as she could. Saren grunted in pain. Everything Ashley's strikes connected until said strikes began to snap bones and destroyed his organs. Ashley's Harry-made armor was aiding her by increasing the force of her physical attacks, causing even more damage to the Mad Turian. Until Ashley suddenly grabbed Saren's arm and quickly shoulder threw him onto the ground. The Mad Turian slammed against the ground with a grunt. He quickly growled and glared at Ashley, only for his eyes to widen in shock as Ashley suddenly pointed at his face with her Harry-made pistol with a malicious smile on her face. Saren didn't even have the time to make a sound when Ashley repeatedly pulled on the trigger of her pistol, shooting Saren in his face point blank. She did this until Saren's face and head had become mush. After having done this, Ashley jumped back and blasted Saren's body with a quick charge shot. Saren's regenerating body was interrupted as it was engulfed by a monocharged shot that exploded on contact. But the explosion didn't even get to spread. Instead, it was engulfed by a purple glow of a biotic singularity. Kaiden held the explosion inside the biotic attack and began to compress it with Saren inside. Lyra stepped forward and charged a flame ammunition charge shot as Kaiden closed his fist and tightened it. The biotic singularity compressed itself into the size of a soccer ball and imploded. But Lyra wasted no time and fired the massive flame charge shot. A massive red-hot orb of flames shot forward towards the imploding singularity and exploded into a massive blast of bright flames. Saren's crushed, burnt, and regenerating body flew out of the explosions and was sent flying towards the council platform, where he landed back first onto the ground. Saren was left temporarily catatonic and didn't even react right away as his body quickly regenerated. He has just gone through a very serious and painful experience, a physical punishment like no other, and he was still not fully recovered. The nanomachines in his body can restore and heal his body almost instantly, but the pain and horror he just went through would leave his mind almost completely broke. And it all had happened in just a couple of minutes. His new upgrades were utterly useless. He had lost, and as Saren suddenly heard someone walk up to him, he snapped out of his catatonic state and turned his head to see who was coming to end him. Only to see Harry Potter stopped right by his side and stared down at him. Saren stared back at Harry. He no longer had the will to fight. Instead he questioned the being before him. I never stood a chance, did I? Harry shook his head. No, I spent quite a bit of time making the armor and weapons Shepard and the squad used against you. No matter what you and Sovereign tried to do, you wouldn't have been able to even touch them, much less harm them. You and the Reapers lost this battle the moment I arrived in this world. Saren closed his eyes and sighed. I see. Harry suddenly pointed an open hand over Saren, and the Mad Turian began to let out a horrible howl of pain, as Harry pulled every single nanomachine out of Saren's body. The Dragon God soon gathered all the nanomachine and then put them inside a heavily enchanted glass bottle. He quickly closed the lid and put the nanomachine-filled glass bottle in his inventory. Saren stopped screaming and then began to gasp for air. As Shepard walked over to him and Harry, the commander stopped beside Harry and asked him, I take it, that he won't be able to regenerate without those, right? Harry nodded, yup, he's no longer unkillable. Shepard nodded and then took out his Harry-made pistol. He then aimed it at Saren's head, and the mad Turian just looked towards Shepard. Do me a favor, and tear Sovereign to pieces. Shepard frowned but nodded. He then pulled the trigger and shot Saren in the head, blasting it apart and splattering blood everywhere on the ground. Harry then bent down and ripped one of Saren's arms off and put it in his inventory. With that done, the squad immediately ran towards the terminal Saren had been using. Shepard immediately uploaded Vigil's data file into the terminal. He then turned to face everyone. Vigil's data file worked. I've got control of all systems. Rex quickly said, quick, open the station's arms, maybe the fleet can take Sovereign down before he regains control of the station. I know Harry said he can handle him, but we might as well try. Lyra nodded and then offered her own idea. See if you can open a communications channel. Shepard nodded and then opened a communications channel. An Asari navigator's voice was immediately heard via comms. The Destiny Ascension, main drive offline, kinetic barriers down 40%, the Council is on boards. I repeat, the Council is on board. Everyone frowned at the news. Suddenly, Joker's voice called out via comms, Normandy to the Citadel, Normandy to the Citadel, please tell me that's you, Commander. Shepard wasted no time in answering Joker's call. I'm here, Joker. Joker sighed and then explained, we caught that distress call, Commander, I'm sitting here in the Andura sector with the entire Arcturus fleet. We can save the Ascension, just unlock the relays around the Citadel and we'll send the cavalry in. Rex grunted and then gave his opinion. Would you sacrifice human lives to save the Council, after what they tried to do to you, with how they treated you? Ashley sighed. Well, I agree with Rex here, the Council has been nothing but a pain in our butts, though, it doesn't sit right with me, just abandoning them like this. Lyra nodded. This is bigger than all of us, Sovereign is a threat to every organic species in the galaxy. Kaiden nodded and offered his opinion. I wouldn't blame you if you chose to ignore the Council, they have been nothing but useless during this whole thing. But if we abandoned them, we would just be proving them right, about what they think of humans. Talai just shrugged. All Quarians have been ignored and mistreated by the Council, you will hear no complaints from me if you chose to abandon them. Whatever you choose to do, I'll support you. Garrus nodded. I'm no fan of the Council, but abandoning them would leave a bad taste in my mouth, but, I'll have your back with whatever you choose to do, Shepard. Shepard sighed as Joker called out to him via comms. What's the order, Commander? Come in now to save the Ascension or hold back. Harry suddenly clapped Shepard's shoulder and grinned at him. Have the fleet save the Council, let humanity look like heroes, and gain some points with those three idiots, it will come in handy in the future. I'll take care of Sovereign, leave him to me, Shepard, I'll make sure the bastard suffers. Shepard smiled, he then looked at his squad and all of them nodded to him with a smile on their faces. With their support and Harry's choice to deal with Sovereign, Shepard made his decision. Opening relays now, Joker, we need to save the Ascension, no matter the cost. Leave Sovereign to Harry. Shepard opened the relays and the entire Arcturus fleet immediately arrived at the Citadel. Admiral Hackett issued orders to the fleet via comms the moment they arrived. Alliance ships, move in. Save the Destiny Ascension. Inside the Destiny Ascension, the Asari navigator smiled in relief and then yelled out, Commander, we're picking up reinforcements. The commander of the Destiny Ascension smiled and sighed in relief. It's the Alliance. Thank the goddess. The Alliance fleet rained hell on the Geth fleet. Explosions and blasts lit up the area as the attack from behind destroyed the Geth ships in a matter of seconds. Joker, who had been on the front of the assault, smiled and then sent a communication to the Destiny Ascension. Destiny Ascension, you're now clear, I repeat, you're clear. Everyone in the Destiny Ascension cheered or sighed in relief as they watched the Geth fleet being destroyed. Meanwhile, Harry appeared in front of Sovereign. The Reaper didn't show any physical sign of surprise, but Harry sensed his digital energy shake, letting him know that the Reaper had been taken off guard by his sudden appearance. But Harry ignored that, he instead snapped his finger surrounding himself and Sovereign with a massive barrier that expanded space inside of it to give them plenty of room. Sovereign didn't react, but Harry suddenly waved his hand toward the Reaper and blasted Sovereign away from the Citadel. Sovereign let out a screech of surprise at being pushed aside with ease like this, but Harry just waved his hand again and surrounded the entire Citadel with an extra barrier so Sovereign wouldn't be able to even touch the space station. The Reaper was now livid, an emotion he had not felt before, and in that anger he suddenly yelled out, I am Sovereign. And this station is mine. Sovereign pointed his tentacles at Harry and shot him with a red energy beam barrage. however, the dragon god just raised his hand and caught the beams with ease. The Reaper screeched in disbelief and anger. His most powerful attack wasn't doing anything to the weak simple organic in front of him, it just didn't make sense to him. Harry just chuckled. He had sensed each and every emotion Sovereign had been feeling from the moment he appeared, and he had been amused by its range of emotions for the so-called pinnacle of evolution. You sure act like a child. Sovereign just screeched and launched itself towards the puny organic creature in front of him, hoping to crush him, but Harry just teleported above Sovereign and smiled. Well, I have way better things to do than to waste time with you. But at the very least, you can serve as a proper test subject to something I and some others have been working on. Enjoy, Sovereign, for you will see something not of this world. Harry closed his eyes as a white and blue aura began to glow out of his body. He then placed a hand over his heart and then said, awaken and take flight, bring my enemies to their end and engulf them in your holy light. Snow White Prelude. Harry's body was suddenly engulfed in a blue and white light that spread throughout the entire area. Everyone present in the citadel, both in it and in space, was blinded by the light. The light soon dissipated, revealing to this galaxy an enormous glowing white, humanoid-shaped machine. On its back, multiple wing-like attachments could be seen, giving it an angelic look. The humans of the Alliance fleet were reminded of depictions of seraphs and couldn't help but awe at what they were watching right now. Meanwhile, Harry was inside an orb of energy. Inside the orb, he could see and feel everything outside of Snow White Prelude, a mecha that was built by him and the boys. A mecha made out to be a new and unique sacred gear to Harry. Many forget, but Harry has the title of Seraph, a title given to him by defeating an angel-like enemy, someone who had become a friend and then betrayed him and the friends he made in the world they had met. All for the reason of bringing his dead sister back to life. This event had shown Harry that obsessing over those who had died and are gone wasn't healthy. He had witnessed the horrible things Mythos had done and vowed to never obsess over the dead as he did. It was at that time that Harry let go of his parents. He accepted their death and moved on. When the boys and him were choosing which mecha to build from the many that were suggested by the mecha nerds of the world, XXXG00YSW Wing Gundam Snow White Prelude called out to him the most. He didn't know if it was because of his title of Seraph, or because of his white holy light. Perhaps it had been his connection to Oathkeeper. Maybe it was all of these things or none at all, but Snow White Prelude itself, because the very first mecha sacred gear created, one made for him, his very own sacred gear, was the white angelic mecha he was on board of right now. So with a mental command, Harry spread Snow White's Seraphim binders, a revised wing unit consisting of 3 pairs of wing appendages known as Seraphim units. The Seraphim binders are his mecha's distinctive features, and launched Snow White toward Sovereign. The Reaper, though surprised, immediately attacked with his beams, but Snow White's shield completely negated Sovereign's attack as Harry took out the beam sabers of his mecha to attack. When they read the available information on this mecha, Harry and the boys had been excited about creating such weapons as the beam sabers. It just was the sort of thing the scientists and geek types like themselves would get excited about. It took a bit of planning and a lot of tries, but eventually, they created the beam sabers with a combination of Tony's arc reactor technology, runes, charm work, enchanting, and even a spiritual core thanks to Urahara to stabilize the beam's blades. The fact that one beam saber was white in color and the other black, showed Harry's keyblade's influence on the beam sabers, the perfect weapons on a mecha of a swordsman of Harry's caliber. Sovereign didn't even have time to react and ended up with all his tentacles cut off from his body in a flash of white light. Harry's beam sabers cut through the Reaper's shields and physical armor with ease, causing Sovereign to screech in pain for the first time in its existence. But Harry didn't let up. Instead, he quickly turned off the beam sabers and put them away, only to suddenly take out 2 massive twin-buster rifles. Snow White's primary weapons. These weapons are massive and powerful enough to destroy moons, even more so in the hands of Harry. Created the same way as the beam sabers, they're able to shoot multiple times thanks to the arc reactor in each rifle, without ever needing to cool down or recharge. And Sovereign had these rifles pointed right at his face as Harry closed the distance in a blink of an eye. The dragon god stared at Sovereign and then coldly said, "You and your kind are an insult to digital beings, Sovereign. I'll make sure to deal with the rest of your kind the same way I'll deal with you. Enjoy whatever hell you kind goes to when they die." Sovereign screeched one last time in both rage and horror as Harry pulled the trigger of his twin-buster rifles before the Reaper knew no more. Meanwhile, the Alliance fleet, Destiny Ascension, Shepard, the Squad, and the Normandy's crew had been watching how Harry easily pushed Sovereign away from the Citadel. Sealed him away so it wouldn't touch the space station again, and then proceeded to show the Reaper how insignificant it was compared to him, by summoning a mechanical robot from who knows where. To those who didn't personally know Harry, this was a wake-up call. a sort of warning of who they were dealing with. The council, Tavos, Valerne, and Spiritus were reminded of who Harry is and what sort of being he really is. As Harry stopped a beam attack that would have easily gone through a dreadnought-class ship with his bare hand, the council began to dread what the dragon god had to say to them after everything was said and done. After all, they tried to stop him and Shepard from stopping this from happening. They had ignored their warnings, and they had pushed aside their concerns in favor of playing it safe. And when Harry cut off the Reaper's tentacles with his blades made out of energy and then blast him to pieces, the entire council resigned themselves to having to face the consequences of their actions and words. As everyone celebrated the victory against their attackers, Tavos, Valerne, and Spiritus began to get ready to think about what to say and speak about with Commander Shepard and Harry Potter. After all, there was a lot to do now, things to prepare and get ready for. This was a full-on invasion of the Citadel, and as counselors, they had to resolve everything. For they doubted Shepard or Harry would help them in any way. They certainly didn't earn any favors from them either. They can only hope that the Commander and Dragon God will not abandon the galaxy. Joker cheered as he saw Sovereign get a hole drilled inside its head by a massive energy beam from Harry's big-ass rifle, son of a bitch. Harry had a goddamn mecha and he never told me? I'm actually hurt. And super excited. I can't wait to see that badass mecha up close and check it out. Shepard and the squad stared as Harry blasted a hole into Sovereign's head and killed the bastard, though everyone shared a small laugh at the fact that Harry keeps surprising everyone again and again. At this point, they should expect it really, but it seems that Harry will just continue to give them all sorts of surprises. Soon enough, they were joined by Kunu, Valerie, and Elifei, who smiled the moment they saw the mecha Harry and the boys had been working so hard on for a long time. As the XXXG-00YSW Wing Gundam Snow White Prelude stood proud as Sovereign's body was falling apart before it, the girls couldn't help but admire the beauty that is Harry's very own sacred gear. Chapter 184. Harry made sure to destroy all of Sovereign. Each and every part of the Reaper was disintegrated by the Dragon God, all to make sure no one could use the Reaper in any way or form. With that done, Harry teleported back to Shepard and the squad. Everyone greeted Harry and congratulated him on his victory over Sovereign. Kunu, Valerie and Elifei walked up to their boyfriend and gave him a kiss for his victory as well. Shepard then got a communication from Anderson and spent some time speaking to him, while everyone waited for someone to come and meet with them. Time passed by, and everyone in the Destiny Ascension began to arrive at the Citadel, to assess the damage and look for casualties. Though they weren't going to find any, the girls made sure to heal and resurrect anyone who died in the Citadel. Though nothing could be done for some of the ones who died, by being inside the ships that were destroyed by the Geth fleet, their bodies were destroyed completely and some moved on fast upon dying as soldiers, but at the very least, anyone in the Citadel, which were civilians, were okay and some military members were able to be brought back as well. Eventually, Anderson came to meet with Shepard. Harry took advantage of the captain being here and handed Saren's arm to Anderson as promised, which made the captain laugh at the absurdity of the entire thing. Anderson took Shepard and the squad back to a safe place to rest and debrief them. Meanwhile, the Geth fleet had been destroyed and routed, the Citadel began repairs and everyone began to work hard to bring order to everyone and everything. It took a few weeks for the destruction in the Council Tower to get cleared, and during that time, Harry had gotten busy. First, he had a meeting with everyone he left in charge of the companies he had bought. To make sure they had all the funds needed, that all projects were good and legal, background check all new employees and leave some orders and instructions of how he wanted his corporations to be run. Meanwhile, the girls set out all over the place to gather data, resources, and technology from all over the galaxy. Thanks to all the missions they were on all kinds of planets, the girls were able to find all sorts of free resources. It was fun for Valerie, Kunu, and Elifei to go around every planet they visited. Of course, they didn't go alone, the squad went with them and helped them secure what they needed. Harry also made sure Talitha, Benazia, and Kahaku were 100% okay, mentally, physically, and spiritually. All three were now up and about, helping the Normandy crew or the squad. Benazia went back to Thessia Incognito for a while as well and gathered more Asari willing to go to another world and start over again. Many chose to follow her, but not many knew what had happened to her, so she was still very much respected. Rex went to Touch Anka and picked up the male and female Krogan that chose to go with Harry back to his world. Rex brought them to the Normandy and then punted them into Harry's pocket dimension. Bugsy had to hide in Harry's workshop because the Krogan were all trigger happy and wouldn't hesitate to shot her if they catch sight of her before Harry explains why she's there. To begin with, Kaiden and Dr. Shakwas went around offering surgery and biotic amp sacred gears to those afflicted by the side effects of L2 implants. Little by little they began to help and improve the lives of these people. Harry also worked with Friday to speed up Myra's new upgrades and improve her into a true AI just like Jarvis and Friday. He wanted her to be ready by the time they went back home, and thus he worked at it diligently and fast. But it wasn't all busy work and projects though. These weeks, while the Citadel was being repaired and things were going back to normal, Harry and the girls also spent time with their friends. They went to go meet Ashley's mom and sisters, which ended up with all the girls going shopping and murdering Harry's wallet in cold blood. It was a total slaughter, and Harry's poor wallet died cursing him again. Besides that tragedy, Harry, Valerie, Kunu, and Ellie Faye enjoyed getting to know the Williams family. Ashley, Abby, Lynn, and Sarah were fun and tough girls to hang out with. It was a fun day and one Ashley wasn't ever going to forget. After that, they went around the galaxy with Taylai to help her get more stuff for her pilgrimage. Harry even gave her access to his companies for funds and resources for the Quarians. Something Taylai was very grateful for. As thanks, Taylai taught Harry and the girls about technology and programming, well, the things they didn't know from this galaxy. With Rex and Garrus, they all did some bounty hunting jobs, not only for extra cash but because it was fun to battle it out and take out criminals. Both Garrus and Rex had a lot of fun traveling around the galaxy with Harry and the girls while hunting down criminals. Lyra helped her mother prepare the Asari for their upcoming migration to another world. Valerie, Kunu, and Ellie Faye had given them all sorts of information packets to learn from after all, and someone needed to help the Asari get ready for all the chaos they were about to witness. So the Asari needed someone to help them assimilate all of it. This served as a bonding experience between Lyra and Benazia. It helped them reconnect and once more act like mother and daughter. It made Harry smile at the scene. Now, his pocket dimension was filled with Asari and Krogan, an odd combo, but surprisingly, they all got along. These two races bonded with the fact that they would be all going to another world and starting over again. It was a big step for them, but one they were happy to take, and having those who were going through the same thing as them around, helped them a lot. It really was a very busy few weeks for Harry and the girls, but one that was entirely productive. But eventually, Shepard and Harry were called to speak with the council. So Joker took the Normandy to the Citadel, and once there both Harry and Shepard quickly made their way towards the council meeting platform as soon as they stepped out of the Normandy. There was a lot to speak about and things that needed to be said after all, and both Commander and Dragon God were more than ready to do so. When Harry and Shepard arrived in front of the council, they found both Udina and Anderson waiting for them. Both Dragon God and Commander greeted the captain, while ignoring Udina. The ambassador noticed this but didn't dare say anything. Instead, he just opted to stand there quietly with a frown on his face. Soon enough, both Harry and Shepard stood in front of the council, and Tavos smiled as she began to speak. Ambassador, Captain, Commander Shepard, Lord Potter. We have gathered here to recognize the enormous contribution of the Alliance forces in the war against Sovereign and the Geth. Valerne nodded and continued on. Many humans lost their lives in the battle to save the Citadel, brave and courageous soldiers who willingly gave their lives so that we the Council might live. Sparatus frowned and then sighed as he shook his head. There is no greater sacrifice, and we share your grief over the tragic loss of many noble men and women. Tavos sighed and seemed a bit sad. The Council also owes you a great personal debt, Commander, Lord Potter, one we can never repay. You both saved, not just our lives, but the lives of billions from Sovereign and the Reapers. Valerne once again went on after Tavos said her piece. Commander Shepard, Lord Potter, your heroic and selfless actions serve as a symbol of everything humanity and the Alliance stand for. Sparatus then took his turn, and though we cannot bring back those valiant soldiers who gave their lives to save ours, we can honor their memories through our actions. Tavos nodded in agreement and then began to speak again. Humanity has shown it is ready to stand as a defender and protector of the galaxy. You have proved you are worthy to join our ranks and serve beside us on the Citadel Council. Udina smiled and was about to speak, but Harry punched him in the ribs, which caused Udina to grunt in pain and drop to his knees while struggling to breathe. Everyone's sweat dropped at this, except Shepard, who maliciously grinned at Udina. Anderson awkwardly chuckled and began to speak. Counselor Tavos, on behalf of humanity and the Alliance, we thank you for this prestigious honor and humbly accept. Valerne coughed and cleared his throat while ignoring Udina, who was still on the ground in pain, and began to speak. Why yes, we will need a list of potential candidates to fill humanity's seat on the council. Tavos stared at Udina for a little bit, but then decided to also ignore him. Given all that has happened, I am sure your recommendation will carry a great deal of weight. Commander, Lord Potter, do you support any particular candidate? Harry nodded. Yeah, fuck Udina, give the job to Anderson. He's proven to be a trustworthy and loyal ally and friend, he's diligent and he will do the job well. Shepard nodded. We need someone with the courage to stand up for what he believes in. Captain Anderson is perfect for the job. Yudina just groaned from the ground in pain, but everyone ignored him. Tavos smiled and then said, I think it's an inspired choice. The council would welcome him with open arms, should he accept. Anderson smiled and then began to speak. I'm honored counselor, as humanity's representative, I'll do everything in my power to help the council rebuild. Sparatus nodded. Sovereign's defeat marks the beginning of a new era for both humanity and the council. Shepard nodded, he then closed his eyes and then sighed before explaining what was to come. Sovereign was only the vanguard, the Reaper fleet is still coming, hundreds of ships, maybe thousands, and I'm going to find some way to stop them. Harry smiled at the council. I hope that this time you will actually help and listen. Next time, Shepard and I might not arrive in time to save you. With that said, Shepard turned around and left. Harry nodded to Anderson and then turned around as well and followed behind Shepard. Anderson smiled and then walked where both Shepard and Harry stood a second ago. He then nodded to the council and began to speak. Shepard's right, humanity is ready to do its part. United with the rest of the council, we have the strength to overcome any challenge. When the Reapers come, we must stand side by side. We must fight against them as one, and together we will drive them back into dark space. Harry smiled, having heard Captain Anderson's speech with his enhanced hearing, he couldn't help but agree with him. When the Reapers show up, he'll be there to fight with all his friends. He will help them survive and defeat them, but first, he needed to get home, prepare a few things and get ready, for Neo Kyoto will be going to war against the Reapers in the future. 2 weeks later, a meeting was taking place in the comms room of the Normandy. The squad, Harry, the girls, and a few others had gathered together to plan and speak about what to do now. With Saren dead, Sovereign gone, and the threat of the Reapers not being a high priority right now, there were a few things everyone had to talk about. Shepard and Harry stood right in the middle of everyone. Shepard was the one to speak first. Though all right, we all saved the galaxy and fought the good fight against Saren, Sovereign, and the Geth. But now we have to think about what we're going to do next. We all know that the Reapers are still in dark space, they will return and we need to get ready. Garrus nodded hopefully. Now that the council has clear evidence, they'll be more supportive, though I won't hold my breath. Rex grunted. I'm so glad I don't have to worry about stupid politicians anymore, but I and the rest of the Neo Kyoto Krogan will always be ready to help Shepard. Just call us and we'll go to war for you and Harry. We Krogan owe you both a lot, and we'll always have your back. Shepard nodded. Thank you Rex. What about the rest? Benazia suddenly spoke up from behind Lyra. The Neo Kyoto Asari will also join whenever you call Shepard. As your future mother-in-law, I have to make sure you live long enough to give me grandchildren. Lyra blushed at her mother's words and groaned. Mother. Shepard chuckled and nodded to Benazia who was grinning at Lyra. Talitha raised her hand and Shepard nodded at her. I don't know what use I can be, but I also want to help in some way. All of you did a lot for me and I can't ever repay you for the care I was given, so I'll learn new things in Neo Kyoto and use them here when it's time to help. Shepard and the squad smiled at Talitha. She seemed so alive and cheerful now. It was a whole different image of her, a good one, but they were also thankful for her wanting to help, even after everything she went through. Juliana, Sheila, Lisbeth, and Fandai stepped forward. Fandai smiled and said, both Binary Helix and Exogeny are at your disposal Shepard, whatever you might need just contact us and we'll make sure you get it. Lyra sighed and nodded. I have a list of things Harry wanted investigated and researched on this end. I'll be in constant contact between both companies and Harry. Whatever Shepard might need I'll let you guys know. The CEOs of Binary Helix and Exogeny nodded, happy to be able to help the people who had changed things for the better for them and so many other people. Ashley smiled and then spoke up. Kaiden and I will be in contact with the Alliance fleet. Information, weapons, and technology will be available to us at any time. Kaiden nodded. The cured L2 implant biotics are willing to help and join in the war at any time. They all want to do their part to fight for the galaxy. Shepard nodded and smiled. That is all great. I'm starting to feel like we'll be able to deal with the Reapers with all of us working together. Talai then piped in. I'll be going to the Quarian fleet, see who I can get to help. We'll need engineers, programmers, and data specialists, but we'll handle that. I also want to see if I can get in contact with the Quarians who support equal rights for the Geth. Perhaps, if we show them that not all of us hate them and that we're willing to coexist, we can avoid them joining with another Reaper. Shepard smiled at Talai. That will be great Talai, thank you, Quarian help will be greatly appreciated here. Shepard then turned his head towards Harry. By doing so, everyone else also turned to look at him. Harry smiled and then began to explain what he and the girls will be doing next. The girls and I are going back to our world soon. Everyone looked down and seemed sad, well, except those that are going with him back to his world, but the faces his friends were giving him, made Harry chuckle a bit. Come on guys, this isn't goodbye forever, I will return soon. After all, we still need to take care of the Reapers and I plan to be there to help you guys, so cheer up okay. Everyone sighed and nodded. Ashley scratched her head. Well, you can't blame us for feeling sad, it's going to be very quiet without you guys. Kaiden nodded and then smiled more like normal. I don't think I can go back to a normal lifestyle after what I've seen Harry do. Gurus chuckled. True, you're going to be missed Harry, and so will the girls too. Taylai sadly nodded. Yeah, it's just not going to be the same without all of you around. Harry and the girls smiled at their friends while feeling fuzzy inside. Kunu walked up to Taylai and hugged her. We'll see you soon Tail, and besides, once the Reapers are gone, Harry will be able to connect our worlds. That way we can visit whenever. Taylai hugged Kunu back and smiled. That sounds nice. Li Fei smiled and then began to explain a few things. We also have to go back, we do have responsibilities, but we will help as much as we can guys. You won't face the Reapers on your own and I'm sure everyone in Neo Kyoto will help as well. Valerie nodded. Yup, we're all family now. A very wild and trigger-happy family, but one nonetheless. Everyone shared a laugh at what Valerie said. Harry smiled and watched as everyone cheered up and laughed together. He waited a few moments but then began to speak once again. We'll be going back, but we will come to help you guys soon enough. We do have to take care of the Krogan, Kahaku, Asari, Talitha, and Bugsy. There's a lot to do and prepare. For one, we have to create documents for them as well. Plus, I will also be preparing new weapons and armor for you guys along with a few other things. The Reaper's weaponry is a bit too much for your current gear. So if we want to face them head on, we need upgrades. Plus, I have a couple of friends I'm sure will be more than happy to help as well. I promise you guys, we will be fully ready to face the Reapers when I return. Everyone smiled at Harry and took him very seriously. They all know that Harry can be trusted and that when he comes back, he will do so bearing presents. Shepard nodded and smiled at his friend. Thank you, Harry, not just for your willingness to help us, but for being a good and loyal friend. I honestly think that this mission would have been far more difficult without you. Everyone nodded. After that, the entire group spent a few hours planning and speaking of things everyone wanted to do and accomplish. Needless to say, the heroes of the Citadel and the whole galaxy will be busy. 1 week later. A week passed by, and Harry and the girls spent it helping his friends get started with their goals, but eventually, the time to return home came. Shepard had Joker land the Normandy on one of the beaches on Vermeer. One of everyone's favorite planets. There, all the Krogan, Asari, Bugsy, Benezia, Talitha, Kahaku, and Rex gathered to be transported back to Harry's world. Harry cleaned out his pocket dimension as well. Shepard agreed that it would be best to take it down, without Harry here to keep an eye on it. He didn't trust anyone else to try to get to it and its secrets, so Harry took it down while also putting everything in his inventory. Soon enough the girls and Harry joined everyone else who gathered to go with them. Harry grinned at Rex and the old Krogan gave him a thumbs up and a happy grin. Harry then turned his head towards Benezia, who was hugging Lyra goodbye. The Asari matriarch noticed Harry's stare, so she gave him a smile and a nod, something Harry returned as well. The dragon god then walked up to Bugsy. She was visibly tense and nervous. But it was normal to feel like that. After all, she was surrounded by strangers and about to leave for a whole new world, but Harry soon put his hand on her head and sent positive thoughts and emotions to her. This helped Bugsy relax and calm down. Harry smiled at her and then turned his body to face the members of the squad who were staying. Taylai didn't wait and launched herself at Harry and hugged him tightly. Harry smiled and hugged his friend. Taylai began to cry and it made Harry feel a little bad, but the dragon Aquarian soon calmed down and let go of Harry, only to next hug Kunu, Li Fei and Valerie very tightly as well. The girls returned the hug and smiled as Taylai began to cry again. Gurus shook his head and walked up to Harry. He then shook his forearm and gave him a grin. Bring me souvenirs from your world when you come back, Harry. Harry chuckled and nodded. Sure, I'll bring you something cool. Gurus smiled and then Kaiden stepped forward. He also shook Harry's hand and then said, I won't ever forget what you did for me Harry, and how many people your actions helped. Come back soon. Harry nodded and then clapped Kaiden's shoulder. Ashley walked up to Harry next. She quickly punched him on the chest, and said, you better come back soon. Or I'll find a way to get to your world and drag you back here. Harry chuckled and nodded. Don't worry Ash, I'll come back soon, maybe, next time I'll introduce you to my little girls, I'm sure they will like you. Ashley nodded and smiled, but teared up a bit. Lyra walked up to Harry and gave him a hug. Thank you for everything you've done Harry, you certainly changed the lives of many and mine as well. Harry hugged Lyra and nodded. "You're welcome, Lyra, and don't worry, we'll be back soon." Shepard walked up to Harry next and clasped Harry's hand and held it tight. "You better be back soon, or I'll start the party without you, Harry." Harry held his friend's hand in a manly handshake and nodded. "I'll be here to bring hell to the Reapers and their allies, don't you worry, Shepard. We'll kick their asses just as we did with Saren and Sovereign." Meanwhile, everyone were also saying goodbye to Kunu, Valerie, and Elifei. Harry let go of Shepard's hand and then walked over to his big group of people who were going to be leaving this world. The girls finished saying their goodbyes as well. Joker came running out of the Normandy and waved at Harry and the girls. "Have a good trip home, guys. See you soon." Everyone smiled at the pilot of the Normandy and nodded to him. Without further ado, Harry opened up his system's menu and clicked on the Return Home tab. As space and time cracked around the big group, everyone waved goodbye, and when reality shattered like glass, everyone just stared on. Soon, reality fixed itself, but this time Harry and everyone else were nowhere to be seen. Everyone sighed and then stared at the spot where one of the most amazing and loyal friends they ever met once stood. Shepard smiled and then looked up towards the sky, and he then listened to the waves of the beach on Vermeer. While doing so, he wondered how soon he will be able to see his friend again. Potter household basement. In the enormous pocket dimension below the Potter household, reality cracked like glass and then shattered, but reality soon repaired itself, revealing Harry, the girls, and everyone else who came to live in this world. Harry smiled and walked ahead of everyone. Everyone watched as he began to slowly count to 3, until suddenly, a bunch of girls and people teleported in front of him and tackled him down to the ground. Rex barked out a laugh when he saw Harry groan as he was buried underneath a pile of bodies, though everyone else looked confused at what had happened. Kunu smiled and then decided to explain. "Don't worry everyone, this is normal for us, it's how we say hi to Harry." Harry groaned from underneath everyone in the Potter household. "I really wish everyone had a better way to say hi to me though." Everyone laughed at Harry's predicament, but a few minutes later he was allowed to escape the dog pile and he began to greet his family, who welcomed him back home with smiles, hugs, and in the case of his other girlfriends, kisses. After that, Harry began to introduce everyone to his family and tell them about their circumstances. Sirius, Remus, Tony, and Urahara immediately accepted and got along with Rex. He was the right kind of crazy to join the boys and he accepted right away. Jean, Yasaka, Gabriel, Rei, Hermione, and Pepper got along great with Benazia, who also liked speaking and getting to know them and everyone else. Luna, Susan, Milim, and Jessica got along great with Talitha, and after explaining to them her ordeal, everyone in the Potter household vowed to help her build a good and peaceful life in Neo Kyoto, something that made Talitha tear up in happiness. Fu, Sirafal, Ereshkigal, and Offeyes were very curious about Bugsy, and once the Arachne Queen was comfortable, she began to speak in her own way and get to know them better. She seemed at peace and happy. Eri, Lily, and Sherry were running around the Krogan and Asari asking questions and inspecting them. The aliens didn't seem to mind the little girls and were even smiling in their antics in amusement. The little girls were having the time of their lives going around and getting to know actually aliens. Kahaku introduced himself to the faction leaders of the Potter household. Sirafal, Offeyes, Yasaka, and Gabriel smiled and greeted the very professional military man, who would be living and giving his services to Neo Kyoto in the near future. After introductions, the Potter family threw a welcome party right there in the pocket dimension that is the basement of the Potter household. Once beer and drinks were served, things got a bit wild. There were fights, shootouts, dismemberment, and some people died during the party, though, thankfully for everyone involved in the insanity that is a party with Krogan in it, everyone in the Potter household can bring people back to life. It was still pretty hilarious to Harry. He had never expected to see Eri headbutt a Krogan and kill the dude while Rex cackled in amusement. Eri brought the Krogan back to life right away and he then laughed it off, but it sure was a sight to see. The Asari were also happy drunks, though once some of them started dancing, things got a bit wilder. Sirius and Tony had to be knocked out before they would do something crazy with what they were watching. Benazia just sighed and shook her head while muttering something about young people acting like idiots. Talitha didn't drink but enjoyed the food both Himiko and Hella cooked. She seemed to really enjoy it too. Overall, it was a great party and everyone had a lot of fun at it. Harry would be busy tomorrow with everyone else, but, for now, a little bit of fun couldn't hurt. The next day, Harry brought everyone to Neo Kyoto, well after handing out hangover potions to everyone that is, but he made sure everyone had temporary housing to stay in while he created their new home pocket dimensions connected to Neo Kyoto. Bugsy will be staying in his basement though, but once Harry made sure everyone had a place to stay, he made sure they also had money, so he prepared bank accounts for everyone, with money in it. Meanwhile, Yasaka and Sirafal worked with the Japanese government to get everyone documentation and everything they would need to live and work in Japan. Of course, they kept the fact that the new citizen were aliens a secret for now. They just told the Japanese government that the Asari, Krogan, and Bugsy were a new yokai race. It took all day, but Harry made sure everyone was comfy and had everything they need. He was done by the time night began to fall and went home to finally rest and speak with his family. The entire Potter family gathered in the living room before dinner to speak of the things that will be happening soon. Morgan and Hope had even temporarily come back to their world to see Harry and be there to listen to what he had to say, though Harry did ask them what they were up to. The girls told them about the new world they were visiting, how they were helping a boy named Link save his world and all the cool stuff they had seen, and the beings and people they met. It made Harry smiled at how excited and happy the girls seemed. They even told him how they now understood their nature as dragon gods better and their duties. Harry turned his head towards Off-Eyes and she gave him a proud smile and a nod. Harry chuckled and then gave his daughter and niece a proud smile and a head pat, something the girls really enjoyed. After that, Harry then leaned back on his couch and explained everything that happened while in the new world he, Kunu, Valerie, and Le Fay had arrived in, especially about the Reapers. At the mention of the Reapers and what they had done, the entire Potter household frowned and seemed pretty worried about their new friends. Shepherd and the others might not know it yet. But, they're already considered family by the Potter household and that meant, that everyone was willing to help. Tony, however, was the first one to speak. So you have a plan to help them, right? Harry grinned at Tony and nodded. Multiple actually, if the Reapers think themselves gods and untouchable, well, I'm going to show them how wrong they are. Tony grinned and then gave Harry a nod. Well, then count me in and I'm sure everyone will be happy to help as well. Everyone in the Potter household nodded. Harry nodded back at his family and then began to explain what he wants everyone to do. Granny Tsunade, Asia, Le Fay will give you some data. I want you guys to check it out. I want to give the members of the squad in the Normandy my blessing. But I want to make sure that it won't react badly to elements already in their bodies, nor that it will violently mutate. The data will have all information of human biological data as well as data of alien biological information. Asia and Tsunade nodded. He then turned his head towards Yasaka, Gabriel, and Sirafal. I want you guys to get together with the Japanese government. Neo Kyoto will be starting its own space program. So we need permits and whatnot, to be able to operate here. Space exploration will be our focus, but that's just a front. We will be building our own military space fleet. Kahaku will help you organize everyone and everything. The three leaders of Neo Kyoto nodded. Harry then turned towards the rest of the girls. I need you guys to organize the guilds, the R&D, the craftsmanship guilds, and the library. We're going to need materials, a lot. Tell everyone. It's open season on the natural dungeon. We'll need every type of material, ingredient, or even object that we can get our hands on. The girls smiled and nodded. Morgan then smiled and piped in. We can bring things from other worlds as well. And we can ask others for aid as well. Hope nodded. Yes, I'm sure Peach, Zelda, and Link will help us if we ask. Even Godzilla might know of a place where we can get all sorts of useful materials. Daddy. Harry nodded. Ari then piped in. I can ask Mirko to get in contact with everyone in UA. I bet our friends there will be willing to help too. Lily nodded and then excitedly spoke up. Mom and Dad will be happy to help. Grandpa Throde can even use his alchemy pot to help us. Sherry hummed and then offered her aid. I can call Claire and Leon. I'm sure they can help us with some stuff that might be useful to us. Harry smiled at his daughters and nieces. Thank you girls. The small and young girls smiled and nodded to Harry. Harry then stood up and grinned. Me and the boys will be working on weapons, armor, and ships. We'll make sure Shepherd and everyone will be unbeatable. Everyone cheered. The Reapers wouldn't know until way later, but they had single-handedly brought themselves the attention of a bunch of chaotic and powerful beings. By the time they learned to regret ever doing so, it would be too late. But that's a tale for another time. Chapter 185. 1 week later. After Harry had his little meeting with his family and organized an entire war operation against the Reapers, he began to both work hard and relax as well. He, Tony, Urahara, Sirius, and Remus were already working on weapons, armor, and ship designs. Harry's data, the data collected and brought to them by the girls as well, had everything they needed to get started, from material lists to blueprints, and designs for weapons and armor, especially armor for every alien race in Shepherd's worlds. Tony would be working mostly on ship and armor designs, while Harry and Urahara on weapons, and Sirius and Remus would be helping along with all this with magical work, from rune work to charms and enchanting. Neo Kyoto's R&D Guild will also be helping with pure research and development of technology. Combining both magical technology and technology from Shepard's universe would be their job and goal. Asia and Tsunade tackled all medical and biology research, but in order to be able to handle all the data and information they had received, they needed some help. So a new guild was created. The Healers Guild would be in charge of all medical research from now on and will be working with both the Neo-Kyoto and Kyoa healing temples. Tsunade had been wanting to do this for a while now since Harry, Morgan, and Hope continued to bring new things that help with healing from other worlds. A place to research and to find other uses for these things was needed now. Many members of Neo-Kyoto joined the Healers Guild, especially those who wanted to specialize in healing or even become doctors. Being taught by healers like Tsunade and Asia was a big incentive as well. Yasaka, with Gabriel's and Seraphal's help, began to work with the Japanese government, to create a space program, a front needed for some of the plans Harry is working on. It wouldn't be too difficult to do, but it would take some time to fill out all the paperwork and have everything done. The fact that all of this needed to be kept a secret from mundane society and other countries will also slow down the process as well. Neo-Kyoto does not want other places to know of their plans just yet and does not want to be bothered until they're ready. Ereshkigal, Rei, and Jessica took it upon themselves to help the Krogan and Asari adapt to their new homes. The Krogan fell in love with the rowdiness of the battle-oriented guilds and the natural dungeon. The fact that there was no death in Neo-Kyoto meant that they can have all the fun they want and not worry, though some Krogan learned the hard way, how beneath the food chain they were to everyone living in Neo-Kyoto. After all, when in a place where even children can destroy planets shows you how weak you really are and well, you get humbled. But the Krogan didn't mind and actually came to respect the people of Neo-Kyoto. Now they want to catch up and join in the ranks of the most powerful of this faction. The Asari found a home within the research and crafts guilds the most. Sure, there were plenty of Asari who joined in with the Krogan in a battle-oriented guilds. But most went to guilds focused on alchemy, runes, enchanting, the library, and even the research and development guild. Their knowledge and wisdom will come in handy in these guilds, and Jessica, Ereshkigal, and Rei made sure they all found a place to belong to. Rex and Kahaku are working closely with the boys, helping with their experience and knowledge of both military and mercenary work, battle tactics, weapon usage, space travel, and military operations. These subjects are their bread and butter after all. Harry also introduced Myra, the AI he saved from Novaria, to everyone in the Potter household. Myra is a mine of knowledge and information, which was being used to further increase productivity, and the fact that Harry plans to have a moon base along a space fleet station there will allow Myra to put all of that knowledge to good use. Myra will be in charge of all data and operations for the future fleet and moon base of Neo-Kyoto. For now, she will be helping Harry, Kahaku, Rex, and the boys with their research and the creation of new gear. Benazia retired from everything. After having gone through heavy indoctrination, she just wanted to rest and just spend her time taking it easy. No one said anything against it, and the Asari matriarch more than earned her rest. So now, she works as a librarian in Neo-Kyoto's Grand Library, where she can just take it easy and read books. Expanding her knowledge seemed to be a good way to spend her time during her retirement, plus Hermione welcomed her experience with open arms as well. Talitha was introduced to Harry's dragon priestesses, women who had gone through the same abuse as she did, if not worse. Talitha was able to find people who understand her and accept her. It didn't take long for her to actually join the dragon priestesses and work in maintaining and caring for Harry's temple along with the shrines of other deities that have been added to the temple over time. And wasn't that a surprise? Harry actually allowed death gods and a goddess named Hestia to be worshipped in his temple. This showed Talitha that Harry truly was a good person, not only to mortals but even to other deities as well. Bugsy, the Arachne Queen, was actually very happy right now. She had been taken to visit Neo-Kyoto a few times already and was surprised that no one there batted an eye at her presence. No one attacked her, nor looked at her in suspicion. Instead, she was greeted and even waved at by children. She had never experienced anything like this before. Not even in the biological memories of the previous queens has she ever seen anything like it. She can even see the songs and melodies of everyone in Neo-Kyoto, a gift given to her by Harry, with the help of his mate named Jean. An ability called telepathy, an ability she can now use to talk with other races. She was having a lot of fun learning new things and meeting new people. She often wondered if the Arachne would have been able to become like this. If they weren't forced into war, would they have become as happy and understanding as the citizens of Neo-Kyoto are? She didn't know, but with this new chance at life, she was more than willing to find out. The next day. Today Harry was in the lab of the boys working on his computer. Tony was with him looking over some designs for armor for the Normandy's squad and the weapons available to Reapers, when he suddenly began to speak. I see, a magneto-hydrodynamic cannon with a yield of 132 to 450 kilotons of TNT to the face wouldn't really be stopped by the armors you made. At best, the Normandy squad would be able to survive a few seconds, though. I'm not sure they would want to survive an attack like that, to begin with. Harry stopped working on his computer and nodded. Yet, the moment I saw Sovereign pull that out of his tentacles, I knew the shields, enchantments, and wards I made for both the Normandy and the squad's armors wouldn't last long. I need to handcraft everything with monoconductive materials from now on in order to empower everything even more. Your arc reactor technology will work great at powering everything as well. Tony nodded and crossed his arms. We can even make the armors out of URU and chrome digizoid for extra protection as well. Harry nodded and stood up from his desk. Yet, I was thinking the same thing, plus we can add all sorts of programs and functions that will be useful to Shepard and the others. Tony nodded and went back to work on designing the armors, though as he worked we continued to have a conversation with Harry. I heard you used Snow White against Sovereign, how did it go? Harry hummed as he thought back on his battle with Sovereign. It was a bit stiff, I couldn't really move as I wanted to, but I think that's because I'm unused to piloting a mecha. The weapons worked well as well, the beam sabers cut through Sovereign shields and armor with ease, while the rifle cannons charged in a second and fired with no problems, there wasn't any recoil either. Tony hummed for a few seconds and then said, we'll look into the battle data, and see if we have to make some modifications or make adjustments. Morgan and Hope brought some very interesting alien technology from another world and I have some ideas for some extra equipment for Snow White. Harry smiled at the mention of Morgan and Hope. Both girls seemed to be having a lot of fun, going on all kinds of adventures in other worlds, and he couldn't help but feel proud of them. Though that did bring a question to mind. So, what's with that big chicken Morgan had over her head during the meeting? Tony stopped working and looked down. She did have a big chicken on her head, why? Both Harry and Tony spent a few minutes thinking as to why Morgan would be wearing a chicken for a hat, and just what had brought that on. 3 days later. After making some headway with the things Harry wanted to create, he then began to work on creating the home pocket dimensions for the Krogan and Rachni. He had offered the same thing to the Asari as well, but they declined the offer, preferring to live in Neo-Kyoto amongst the yokai. Asari are social beings after all and much prefer living among others. To create a home pocket dimension for the Krogan, he had asked how Tuchanka is and the sort of environments one can find on the planet. This is what Harry learned about the Krogan home planet from Rex himself. The Krogan home world boasts extreme temperatures, virulent diseases, and vicious, predatory fauna. Around 1900 BCE, the Krogan discovered atomic power and promptly instigated many interplanetary wars, sending Tuchanka into a nuclear winter. With most of their industrial base destroyed, the Krogan entered a new dark age and warring tribal bands dominated, though populations remained low for the next 2,000 years. At this information, Harry deadpanned at the Krogan, who nervously chuckled and fidgeted a bit upon being subjected to a look from a dragon god and quite literally the leader of Neo-Kyoto, no matter how much Harry denies being as such. Rex was the only one who dare actually do something akin to a response, and all he did is shrugged at Harry, making the dragon god's eyebrow twitch in annoyance at the devil-may-cry attitude he got from Rex. Before Harry could begin to beat the shit out of the Krogan, a female Krogan by the name of Bakura decided to clap Rex in the back of the head and vow to Harry that they wouldn't harm their new world. Rex just grumbled and nodded in agreement, which made Harry chuckle a bit. Seems like Rex found a mate and one that will keep him in check too. With that problem solved, Harry then proceeded to create an entire home pocket dimension for the Krogan, one that will forever expand as the Krogan grow in numbers. As for environments, Harry decided to make it the way ancient Tuchanka was, before all the nuclear wars. Think of full of life jungles, blue sea salt lakes, and plenty of clean water lakes. A perfect home for the Krogan that came to Neo-Kyoto to start a new life and create a family. The fact that Harry made the home pocket dimension grow and become hyper-fertile, meant that the Krogan could even self-sustain themselves. Not that they needed it, since all of them are pretty much going to make a living in the natural dungeon and through the guilds they joined, but perhaps, in the future, a Krogan might want to start a farm. Having the option and the availability to do so if such a Krogan is ever born, meant a lot for the Neo-Kyoto Krogan and made Harry earn their loyalty and respect. Especially, because Harry left them to rule themselves and just gave them the rule, that in Kyoto they have to act accordingly. Other than that, the Krogan are free to do as they please. For Bugsy, the Rachni Queen, Harry created a forest-filled pocket home dimension. Bugsy had grown used to the forested area around Harry's pocket dimension on the Normandy and wanted her new home to be like it. Harry also added mountains and lakes, and made it to be forever expanding as the Rachni numbers grew. Needless to say, Bugsy was really happy and content with her new home. She even immediately dug herself an underground chamber and began to finally lay her eggs. The new generation of Arachne was well on their way to emergence and Harry was more than happy about it. It will take some time. Bugsy had to lay a lot of eggs and teach her children how things work in their new home and world, but soon enough, Neo Kyoto will have a bunch of Arachne running around everywhere and helping their new faction grow. These two new pocket home dimensions were connected to Neo Kyoto, allowing the Krogan and future Arachne access to everything available in Neo Kyoto, like the dragons. The Krogans and Arachne created their own factions and allied themselves with the Yokai faction, adding even more power to the already powerhouse of a faction. Not that anyone would announce it, as far as the rest of the factions knew, nothing had changed within the Yokai faction, and they won't notice until way later. But by then, there was nothing to do about it, not that they could to begin with in the first place, but the world will be once again shocked by the actions of Neo Kyoto and Harry Potter in the future. 1 week, 5 days later. It's been about 3 weeks and some days since Harry had come back to his world. Things have been busy but were now beginning to calm down a bit, enough that Harry was now able to relax and spend some time with his girlfriends. Especially because he had missed them all, well except Kunu, Valerie, and Elifei. After all, they did go with him on what was a huge date to another world. But still, he wanted to spend some time with his ladies and did so. Now that he had free time, he spent quite a few days being lazy with Ereshkigal. Both would just eat snacks, watch movies and then nap for hours. Overall, they were being very lazy, but given how busy Harry sometimes gets, Ereshkigal felt that this was the best way for him to relax and spend some time with her. With Milim, Harry spent a whole day at an amusement park with her. It was something both enjoyed doing, even when they can fly and do other kinds of crazy stuff. Something about riding a machine was just fun. They even tried the games and ended up leaving the game managers crying when they won each and every prize. It was a good thing Harry had his inventory, otherwise, they would have had to leave some prizes behind. Jessica's date was visiting her mother in her world and then going around the world fighting monsters and visiting old friends. It was a nice day full of fun. They even went to the Dragovian sanctuary and stayed the night there. Fu just wanted to have some fun, so Harry organized a big hide-and-seek game between Fu, all his kids, and himself, and boy, was it a big game cause not only did you have to find someone when you found them, but you had to beat them down and captured them. Needless to say, both Fu and Harry won the game, but everyone had a lot of fun, though they were all scolded by REA for all the destruction they caused around Neo Kyoto. Hestia just giggled and watched in amusement, as her mother had everyone on the floor and on their knees as she scolded them. It was hilarious to see even Harry among the children being scolded. Luna wanted to be spoiled and Harry was more than happy to do so for her. He took her to lunch, to the park, and even shopping. Luna just happily stayed close to Harry and cuddled with him all the time. Hermione wanted a simple dinner date, so Harry cooked her dinner and then both of them spent an evening talking. Harry told them about all the planets, technology and alien races he had seen on his trip to another world. Susan took care of Harry and pampered him. She was just like that after all, and Harry really enjoyed Susan's cooking and taking care of him. She just has a way to make you feel loved and cared for. Jean decided on a movie night and a romantic evening. She has been a bit busy with her university lately, so she hadn't had the chance to spend time with her boyfriend and she missed him. Harry was more than happy to show her how much he missed her as well. It was a good night for Jean, that's for sure. Off-Ice didn't want to do anything nor go anywhere. She just wanted to lay down with Harry and sleep together, so both dragon gods took on their dragon form and took a nap, right on top of the Vatican. Why? Because they felt like it and thought it was funny, especially because the church had a panic attack at having two massive dragons just sleeping on top of the most important building of the church. The fact that no one could do anything about it just made things worse. Michael just sighed and let both dragons sleep and just made sure that the mundane world couldn't see them. Sierra Fall convinced Harry to appear on her show as a love interest for her character, so Harry had to bring out his best poses and dramatic moves to make the show's episodes a hit. These episodes with him in it became very popular, especially because at the last one he made an appearance on, he decided to use Snow White Prelude, making his last episode an instant success. Everyone around the supernatural world was left wondering if the mecha was real, but both Harry and the yokai faction weren't saying anything. They just ignored all questions and let everyone stew in their own curiosity. Gabriel just wanted to spend time with Harry, cuddle, kiss, and just be with him, so Harry took her on a flight around the world in his dragon form, something the Archangel really enjoyed. Yasaka went with Harry and had a walk around the new pocket dimensions created for the Krogans and Arachne. Each dimension was ever expanding and filled with life. but the thing that really made them happy was the fact that there were baby Rachni and a few baby Krogan already on the way to birth to this world. It was wonderful for both Yasaka and Harry to watch two races come out of the brink of extinction. Rei wanted family time, so Harry got the whole family together including her children, and had a big get-together. It was pure chaos, there were explosions, curses, pranks, and whatnot, but to Rei, she wouldn't change this for anything in the world. This was her family and she loved it, from the crazy boys, to very powerful children, she just wouldn't trade it for anything. That night she showed how thankful she was to Harry for giving her such a big and wonderful family to love. The next day, Harry sat on top of the tallest building in Neo-Kyoto while watching over the city. During this month, things have changed within the city quite a lot. Neo-Kyoto was already pretty futuristic, to begin with, but with the inclusion of Krogan, Asari, and Rachni, new technologies and futuristic creations made way for new and amazing things in Neo-Kyoto. In one single month, Neo-Kyoto was beginning to look like the citadel, new shops and buildings were built and new sites were added to the city. Harry, Faye, Jessica, and Hermione had to modify the wards around Neo-Kyoto. Make them ever expanding. With the way the city was growing and its populace increasing, there were going to need more space and so, the wards around Neo-Kyoto had to be changed. Now, within the ward, space will expand indefinitely giving them more space to build more stuff. Harry smiled and stared as a group of Krogan walked into the natural dungeon laughing and hyped about their upcoming battles. Things sure have changed a lot. Suddenly, Harry and Sherry flew over to him, though Harry noticed that Sherry was holding something blue in her arms, something very familiar, but he ignored that when Harry jumped to where he was sitting and gave him a big hug. Harry happily hugged his daughter back, while Sherry landed and walked over to Harry. The dragon god wasted no time in hugging her as well. Hey, how are my daughters doing? Harry smiled at her. Daddy, I'm kinda bored. I miss Hope and Morgan, but other than that, I've been studying a lot of new magic spells. Sherry smiled at her father and nodded. Yeah, I miss Morgan and Hope too. I wonder what they're up to. They left rather quickly after the family meeting we had. Harry smiled and then spoke, well, from what your sisters told me, they're helping a young hero collect 3 magical stones, to stop an evil man from taking over the young hero's world, so the usual Wednesday for us. Harry and Sherry giggled at their father calling what Hope and Morgan were doing just a typical Wednesday. Harry then stared at the blue object Sherry had in her arms. What's that, Sherry? Sherry shrugged and then explained, we don't know, we saw it slithering around the front of the house. It looks like a smile but seems different from the ones we know about. Harry nodded. Yeah. We poked it but it just wobbled in place, it's kinda cute though. Harry raised an eyebrow. Sherry then showed the unknown slime at Harry. Both the slime and dragon god stared at each other in silence for a few seconds, until Harry suddenly reached into his inventory and took out a white bottle with some white grains inside. Harry and Sherry looked on in confusion and curiosity, but the slime was beginning to nervously sweat. Harry just maliciously grinned. Girls, do you want to see me melt this slime with a bit of salt? It's funny. The slime immediately reacted and rushed 2 little appendages to stop Harry from dumping salt all over him. He was no longer weak to salt, but Harry is a world jumper who knows what kind of crazy god-killing salt he has in his inventory. Ah! Wait! Harry! Let's all calmly put the salt away. Harry and Sherry stared at the slime now, which made him feel self-conscious. I'm not a bad slime, slurp. Harry rubbed her chin as she stared at the slime. That's exactly what an evil slime would say though. Sherry nodded. Yup, definitely evil, pass me that salt, Dad. The poor slime panicked and began to wobble. Wait, wait. I'm a good slime, I promise. Just don't pour that crazy salt on me. Harry suddenly laughed, which in turn made Harry and Sherry laugh as well. The slime looked on in confusion until Harry stopped laughing and smiled. Rimuru, it's nice to see your slimy butt again. Rimuru's sweat dropped. You were pranking me, damn it, Harry. You almost gave me a heart attack. Harry just smiled and put away the salt into his inventory. It's your own fault for coming uninvited, you know. Rimuru sighed and then hopped out of Sherry's arms and took on his human form. I just wanted to surprise you, sheesh. Harry and Sherry were awed at how Rimuru took on a human form. Harry couldn't take it anymore and said, wow. A slime that can talk and take human form. What kind of slime are you, Mr. Rimuru? Rimuru turned his head towards Harry. A flash of recognition appeared in his eyes for a second, but soon smiled and answered Harry's questions. I'm a demon slime. Harry nodded and seemed excited. Rimuru turned his head towards Harry and tilted his head. Harry smiled and nodded. He then turned his head towards Sherry and Harry. Girls, can you tell your mothers that we have a family friend visiting? Eri and Sherry nodded and immediately took off flying to let their mothers and family know about Rimuru. The true demon lord smiled and then sat down beside Harry and stared into Neo Kyoto. He brightly smiled at the futuristic city before him. This is amazing, far more than what I did in Tempest. Harry smiled and nodded. Well, it helped that I have knowledge of other worlds, technology, magic, and all sorts of things combined to make this. You don't have that luxury, but even then, Tempest was already becoming an amazing city full of things other countries had never seen before. Rimuru smiled with pride on his face and gave Harry a nod. Both Dragon God and Devil Slime stared at the city and citizens of Neo Kyoto until Rimuru began to speak. So, Krogan and Asari, hey? Man, that takes me back. It's been a while since I played Mass Effect. Harry moved his gaze towards Rimuru and then sighed. Ah, that's right, you were from a Nexus world before you reincarnated into a slime. Chances are you know everything about some of the people here. Suddenly a feminine voice echoed inside Harry's mind. Notice, Rimuru did tell you about the books depicting your life in his world, Harry. Harry smiled. Hello Raphael, it's nice to hear your voice again. Harry chuckled while Rimuru's eyebrows twitched in annoyance. Hey! How come you don't send me smiley faces? You're my skill. I don't know what you're talking about, you must have imagined it. Rimuru just deadpanned. Right. Harry smiled. He already was pretty close to Raphael when she was named Great Sage. Now that she had evolved, she seems more natural and expressive when speaking. Rimuru sighed and shook his head. Anyways, I've seen some very recognizable people in your home. I know about Urahara from what you told me and about the Harry Potter characters. But DXD? Tony Stark? Eri from My Hero Academia and Sherry Birkin from Resident Evil? Harry, you've been busy, hey? Harry nodded. I sometimes forget about your knowledge of media. I just wished you wouldn't call my family Harry Potter characters, it makes them sound fictional, you know. Rimuru awkwardly chuckled and nodded. Right, sorry about that, Harry, I'm just excited. I got to see people like Sirius Black, Tony Stark, and even Eri. I think everyone in my world would have wanted to save her and protect her. Harry smiled. So Eri's world made it in yours as a story as well. Rimuru excitedly smiled. Yet. Like I said, it's called My Hero Academia. It was just starting when I died, but it was pretty good so far. It was just starting with the whole thing Eri was involved with. Harry hummed for a few seconds. I see. Well, I think I ended up changing a lot in that world. The group that had Eri is dead. I healed All Might, trained Izuku and a few of his classmates into being as powerful as they can be. I even killed that idiot with the hands on his face and all for one. Rimuru laughed and shook his head. Damn, you utterly destroyed canon in that world, Harry. Harry just shrugged and smirked. That world was a mess, to begin with. That whole hero and villain mentality is stupid and the so-called heroes acted like clowns with a high-paying jobs, honestly. I have no regrets. Rimuru nodded. Yet, I get you, so. Did you move from your world to DXD? Harry shook his head. No, the Harry Potter world I live in is mixed with DXD, and even those Percy Jackson books you've mentioned, of course, there were a lot of changes and whatnot. But when I came back, I was already too powerful for anything in this world to do anything about me. Rimuru raised an eyebrow. Hey? An alternate version of Harry Potter. Harry nodded. Yet, my daughters and niece found the prime Harry Potter world and made a mess there, a funny one at that. Rimuru laughed and shook his head. Amazing. This entire universe is your playing ground, hey? Harry scoffed. In a way, but I am careful, we both know the true nature of the universe and the system that rules it. Rimuru frowned and nodded. He then turned his gaze towards Harry and seriously asked him a question. Does the system actually affect you anymore? Harry shook his head. No, Death's system has grown far more powerful than it. It grew with me as I traveled the multiverse and have become powerful enough to push the universe's system's influence. I no longer have any restrictions, like when I couldn't bring anyone back to life, back when Falmouth attacked Tempest. Both Rimuru and Harry looked down, the event still heavily weighted on both of them. Rimuru felt guilty because it was his rules that had allowed Falmouth to successfully attack Tempest without any retaliation. Harry had been heavily limited in Rimuru's world. He got cut off from death at the time and couldn't use everything that the title the Master of Death granted him, so he couldn't resurrect his dead friends at the time, and that had hurt him deeply. Rimuru still remembers the bloody massacre Harry unleashed on Falmouth's army. He even sent each and every soul he collected to him, just so he could evolve. But even when Rimuru was able to bring everyone who died back, both Harry and himself were still very angry and filled with guilt, for a long while. Harry sighed and then clapped Rimuru on his back. Let's forget all that depressive stuff, let's go to my home so I can introduce everyone to you, your family. Rimuru So they need to meet you, plus I want to hear how everyone in Tempest is doing. Rimuru smiled and nodded. Yeah, that sounds good, I have quite a bit to talk to you about as well. Before I forget, is Milim here with you? I haven't been able to see her or sense her. Harry smiled and nodded. She is, the reason you haven't seen her, because she's always running around doing something, and because I gave her plenty of skills that give her full control of her power and skill. She can now hide her energy signature and control her strength. It's going to be harder to sense her now, even with Raphael's help. Humph. Both Rimuru and Harry laughed at the insulted sound that Raphael just let out in their minds, but Rimuru just shook his head in amusement. You went and made her stronger. You're nuts, Harry. Milim was already terrifying as it is, and now she's even more so. Harry shrugged and got up. She's my girlfriend, so of course I was going to make sure she can take on anyone in this multiverse, you know, the sort of monsters you can find out there. Rimuru nodded and then got up. Harry quickly waved his hand and created a dark corridor. Rimuru grinned seeing the dark gate. I'm still jealous that you can do that, it's edgy as hell, but cool nonetheless. Harry just chuckled and nodded. It totally is. Now let's go, the family should be waiting for us by now. Rimuru nodded and together with Harry, both jumped into the dark corridor, towards the Potter household. Chapter 186. Both Rimuru and Harry arrived right into the Potter household living room. To Rimuru's surprise, everyone in the house came to meet him, which embarrassed the demon slime quite a bit, but Harry knew that inside, Rimuru was happy to be accepted. Though he did nerd out a bit when he saw Tony and Urahara, Harry then introduced him to everyone else, and when he got to Milim, she didn't waste any time hugging her slime bestie with a very happy smile on her face. Rimuru might complain, but Harry knew that he really cared about Milim, and more than likely, he was worried about where she had disappeared to. Seeing her here with a big goofy smile on her face must have put his mind at ease, especially because he let her happily hug him, something he begrudgingly does most of the time. After introductions were made, I took Rimuru to the dinner table to have a family meeting, and once everyone was sitting, Rimuru smiled and looked around. What a big family, looks like you got your wish, Harry. Harry blushed when everyone smiled at him. Everyone in the Potter household knew that Harry's wish was to have a big family. It's what pushed him to keep going during his travels, and a promise he made to his parents when he finally got to meet them in Death's Domain. A promise made to his father and mother, who were sad after everything he had to go through as a kid, all the danger he had to go through during his adventures, and all the pain his heart had to endure. A vow, to have a big family to love and protect with everything he has, though being reminded of that wish still embarrasses him a bit. Rimuru noticed that and chuckled. He was happy that Harry, who he considers a little brother, seems to be very happy and had accomplished so much not only with his big family but with Neo Kyoto as well. Rimuru could sense how powerful everyone was in this household and in Neo Kyoto. He knew for a fact that pretty much anyone in the city could slap Feldera around with ease, and that was amazing to him. Though he was sad that the reason that Harry had chosen to help everyone he cares about get this powerful was because he was afraid of something happening like it did in Tempest. The demon slime couldn't blame him for feeling like that though. He himself still felt angry about that. Both him and Harry weren't there to protect their friends and had lost them. That left a scar in their hearts, one that won't ever heal, for it was at that moment, when they killed thousands of humans, that they knew and accepted the fact that they're monsters. But pushing that aside, Rimuru turned his head towards Milim and grinned. You know Milim, both Frey and Carrion were really worried about you when you suddenly disappeared. They came to Tempest looking for you, but when they realized you weren't there, they figured Harry must have summoned you to his world like he promised. Milim nervously laughed. Well, there was nothing I could do about that, I was suddenly summoned, you know. Plus we've been very busy on this side. Rimuru nodded. I can see that, but you're happy, right? Milim nodded her head so fast it scared everyone a bit, but Rimuru just laughed at her antics. Then make sure you tell that to Frey and Carrion when you see them again. Milim nodded and cheerfully said of course. Rimuru then turned his head towards Harry. It took me a while to actually pinpoint your world, Harry, but there was a bit of mana left from when Milim vanished. With that I was able to find this world. Harry frowned. That's actually kinda concerning. Do you think someone else could do the same? Rimuru shook his head. I doubt it. I could only do so because Raphael helped me with the calculations, otherwise it would be impossible for anyone else and take a really long time. Harry nodded and seemed relieved. That's good, I wouldn't want to have an unexpected guest here, like a certain slime. Rimuru nervously chuckled. Give me a break, okay? I was taking my time and making sure you weren't too busy, which is incredible hard to do. You're always doing something, Harry. Harry just shrugged, making Rimuru sigh. Geez, this kid needs to relax a bit more. Harry lightly chuckled. I'm older than you, Rimuru. The demon slime scoffed at Harry, then act like it. This made everyone laugh. Seeing two very powerful beings bickering like brothers was something funny to see. Rimuru then smiled and asked a question, say, what do you think about making an alliance between Tempest and Neo Kyoto? Harry smiled back at Rimuru and gave him a nod. Sounds good, Tempest is my home as well and lots of people I care about live there, I would be more than happy to help in any way I can. Rimuru looked very happy at Harry's acceptance. That's great. Now we have to think of a way to facilitate travel between our worlds and sign a full-on treaty. Harry smirked at Rimuru. I can create portals to other worlds and connect them to mine, that way we can travel between worlds. I already did it with a few worlds, in fact we have a few portals down in the basement as well. Rimuru looked excited about what Harry just told them. Really? That's actually awesome, Harry. I can't even do that yet. Sure, I can teleport to other worlds, but creating an interdimensional portal is a whole different beast. Harry smiled, feeling pride in the praise he received from Rimuru. It did take me a while to learn how to do it, but with a few abilities I picked up, it became easier and less complicated to do so. As for signing the treaty, you can talk to Yasaka, Sirafal, and Gabriel here, they're the ones officially in charge of Neo Kyoto, not me. Rimuru gasped and then pointed his finger at Harry. Wait a minute. You're not the one in charge, but why? Harry shrugged and then gave Harry a cheeky grin. Cause fuck paperwork and politics, I've seen how everyone just dumps everything on you and I know that hard. Rimuru gaped at Harry so hard and stared at him in utter betrayal, but all that did was make Harry smirk at him even more. Suddenly, Rimuru heard Raphael make a noise. Ah! And poor Rimuru had a small mental breakdown for a few seconds, until he stopped and just slumped on his chair. This isn't fair. Harry just chuckled and then shrugged. Well, it's your fault for just agreeing with everything and not even voicing your own concerns. The demon slime sighed and looked utterly defeated for a long while, though he was still able to speak and negotiate with Sirafal, Gabriel, and Yasaka. Then and there Rimuru signed a full-on peace and trading treaty between Tempest and Neo Kyoto, one that benefited both cities and their citizens. Neo Kyoto would have access to resources from Tempest, research, workforce, and even training partners. Tempest would have access to resources from modern Japan, something Rimuru was really interested in, along with access to the natural dungeon. A perfect place for the citizens of Tempest to try their luck in getting stronger and getting riches, a place where they can get motivated to grow and grow. It was something that Tempest currently lacked and a welcome addition to his people. Along that, the monsters of Tempest would also have access to the guilds of Neo Kyoto, a place where they won't be discriminated for being monsters and be allowed to learn new skills and crafts. A truly beneficial opportunity for both cities, plus the treaty also allowed each of the cities to aid each other as needed, something that both Harry and Rimuru agreed to right away. After all, they both wanted each cities to grow and treat each other as sibling cities, something born from the care they both have towards each other as brothers from another mother, or at least that's what Rimuru called it. A few days passed as Rimuru went around Neo Kyoto with Gabriel, Sirafal, and Yasaka to meet the other important members of the yokai faction, Elmenhilda representing the vampire faction, Ross Weiss representing the Asgard faction, Offis, who scared Rimuru a lot because she's way stronger than him and he had known about her from reading about how dangerous she is in the DxD manga. To his surprise, this Offis was completely different from her manga counterpart Rimuru had read about. Not only was she calm and kind, but she was also the leader of the dragon faction. He also met with Rex and Benezia, and boy did the demon slime geeked out about them for a while, totally confusing Rex and Benezia for a bit, but given that Rimuru was not only family to Harry, but also a leader to Tempest and an ally to Neo Kyoto, they gave him the benefit of a doubt. In the end, both Rex and Benezia came to like the silly slime quite a bit and got along with him pretty well. He also met up with the Rachni Queen and was surprised she was able to actually communicate with Raphael. The future leader of the Rachni faction was also quite intrigued by Rimuru himself and said that she quite liked his song, something that confused Rimuru but he accepted. He then met up with the Death Gods. They might not be faction leaders but they were recognized as member of the official deities of Neo Kyoto along the Shinto gods. To his surprise however, the Death Gods were actually pretty chill and cool people to hang around with. Not at all what he expected but a welcome discovery. He also met Hestia, who is also an official deity in Neo Kyoto, one that is very much loved and cared for. Rimuru could understand and see why that is. After all, he knew that to Harry, family and home were everything, so it was no surprise that the people of Kyoto would also follow that same mindset. It was certainly interesting to hang out with actual gods and get to know them. Meanwhile, Harry was working creating a portal connected to Tempest. It was not that hard, but he did have to deal with the world system that rules that world. He quite literally beat it to submission and took control of it to connect Rimuru's and his worlds to each other without consequence. It took him 2 days, and after Rimuru was finishing meeting with the important members of Neo Kyoto, the demon slime went to find him. Rimuru arrived right on the potter's household backyard and found a big-ass gold and silver dragon sleeping there on its back, while Eri, Milim, and Sherry were playing Uno on its belly. It was quite the sight to see for Rimuru, and he didn't quite know how to react to such an scene, so he just stared in stunned silence, well until Raphael spoke to him. Notice, Magicule's signature of that dragon matches Harry, all evidence points to this being his dragon form. Seems that he's gone through multiple evolutions and reached a higher state of being. Harry Potter has become a true dragon. Rimuru's sweat dropped. Holy shit. Harry actually did it. He was able to evolve past his limit and became a big-ass dragon, but he looks way different than his old dragon form, and he's bigger than Feldera too. Suddenly, Milim let out a scream of despair. No. Eri. How could you betray your mother like this? Eri smiled at Milim and said, sorry mommy, but Uno is war and there's no mercy for anyone in Uno. Rimuru's sweat dropped as Milim drew 4 cards while having big fat tears of betrayal running down her face. She loudly sniffed and put a card down, before Sherry did the same. Looking at her, Rimuru could see that Sherry was trying hard not to laugh at Milim. Rimuru nervously laughed and rubbed the back of his head. Right, how do I even react to this? Though despite the tears in Milim's eyes, Rimuru could see a happiness in them as well, one he hadn't seen before, one that was only showing because she was playing with her daughters. It brought a small and soft smile on Rimuru's face seeing her this happy. Thinking it was time to talk to both Milim and Harry, and seeing that they were both here, he decided to approach the sleeping gold and silver dragon. So the demon slime walked up to Harry's head, he walked around it and then placed a hand by one of his eyes. He grinned when Harry opened his eye and stared at him before huffing, sup Rimuru? Done introducing yourself around Neo Kyoto? The demon slime nodded and then sat cross-legged in front of Harry's eyes. Yup, got to say, everyone important in Neo Kyoto is cool as hell, though my favorite was Hestia, she makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside. Harry chuckled. Everyone likes Hestia, she's that awesome, though make sure you don't say that in front of Diablo Orshan, you know what, just don't say that in front of anyone in Tempest. Rimuru nervously chuckled. Everyone in Neo Kyoto would probably get either jealous or depressed if they hear him say something about a goddess from another world being his favorite. His friends were that nuts, after all. In fact, he was surprised Raphael didn't make a fuss about it yet. Ah, the silent treatment, well, looks like he's on his own for a while. Harry grinned. More than likely he figured out what's going on between him and Raphael. Rimuru just shrugged, nothing to do about it but just take the silent treatment like a champ. Either way he had things to do, so, anyways. I wanted to ask you and Milim if you wanted to visit Tempest, let everyone know that you're both okay. Harry blinked and then nodded. Sure, I finished the portal to Tempest on this side, so we need to go to Tempest anyways to open one to Neo Kyoto and my basement as well. Rimuru raised an eyebrow at the mention of Harry's basement. Your basement? Why? Harry didn't wait even a second to explain to Rimuru why he was opening a portal in his basement. Well, the one in Neo Kyoto is for civilian traffic, but the one in my basement is for friends and family use only. That way you or anyone else can just come directly to my house whenever you want. Rimuru couldn't help it, he brightly smiled, happy that Harry had been thinking of doing something like that for him and everyone else he personally knew. That means a lot, Harry, thanks. Harry just smiled at his friend and brother, then he moved his long neck and head to speak with Milim, who was still playing Uno on his belly with Eri and Sherry, though he winced when he saw that she almost had the entire deck on her hand. Whoa, your luck in Uno really sucks, Milim, yikes. Milim just gave a devastated look to Harry and nodded. Harry, this game hates me. Eri and Sherry giggled at their mother's antics. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Well, how about we go to Tempest to visit everyone? I need to create another portal there as well anyways. Milim brightly smiled and nodded. Eri jumped to her feet and yelled at her father, can we go too, Daddy? Sherry picked up the cards and put them away in their box but nodded to Eri's request. Yeah, it sounds like fun. Harry nodded and then responded to his daughters, sure, that actually sounds like fun trip, plus I'm sure everyone in Tempest will be happy to meet you. Eri cheered, while Sherry smiled. The trio then jumped off Harry's belly, while he stood up and shook his massive draconic body before taking his human form. Once he was back to being small and human, he turned to face Rimuru. Want to go your way, or do you want me to do it? Rimuru smiled and then said, let's go your way. It takes a massive amount of Magicules to world jump and I always feel super lethargic afterwards. Harry nodded and he began to open his system's menu, while Rimuru, Milim, Eri, and Sherry walked up to him. once everyone was close, he clicked on his world list tab and picked Rimuru's world. Time and space cracked like glass and then reality shattered around Harry and his group, but it soon repaired itself, but no one was standing there anymore. Outskirts of Tempest, in the Great Jura Forest. Close to the big forest surrounding Tempest, space and time cracked like glass and soon enough shattered, before fixing itself and revealing Harry, Rimuru, Milim, Airy and Sherry to this world. Milim immediately smiled when she arrived, already sensing many familiar energy signatures and the magical-filled air of this world. It made her feel nostalgic but happy. Harry smiled as well, a soft smile. Despite the bad experiences he went through in this world, it was still one of his favorites and a place that had been a home to him. Being back made him feel very happy. Airy and Sherry excitedly looked around as the group began to make their way to Tempest. It didn't take long for everyone to see the city and eventually they arrived at Tempest. Harry smiled as he saw the busy city full of monsters, goblins, lizardmen, orcs and all kinds of other monsters along with humans, were going around the city with smiles on their faces. There were more shops now too and everyone seemed to be in a great mood, which uplifted Harry's spirits, when the attack from Falmouth happened and a bit after dealing with Clayman. Harry stayed long enough to help and rebuild Tempest and then moved on to another world. This one placed some heavy restrictions to his abilities and he felt he wouldn't be able to progress fast enough to help anyone, if something were to happen again. So he sought strength in other worlds, where he wouldn't be so restricted and so, he said goodbye to everyone in Tempest and continued his journey. Now he was back and powerful enough to overpower this world's system. This time he will be able to help his friends and Tempest if anything were to, which had been a home to him since he arrived in this world and met Rimuru sometime after he became leader of the goblins. He'll protect Tempest and his friends and no idiot will ever take someone he cares about, away from him again. Though, Harry was suddenly snapped out his thoughts when he found himself hugged from behind. It made Harry smile when he felt the person hug him. Shin, it's nice to see you again. Shin just hugged him tighter and if Harry was any normal being, he would have been crushed but, instead he just chuckled as Shin brightly smiled. Welcome back Harry. The moment Shin yelled Harry's name, something awoke in everyone in Tempest. Each and every being in the city gasped and yelled at the same time Harry's back. Which surprised Harry a bit, especially when he got surrounded by almost everyone in Tempest wanting to say hello to him or greet him. It made Harry smile and laugh in good fun as the friendly monsters made a big fuss of him being back in Tempest. Rimuru just smiled and let the citizens of Tempest enjoy Harry's presence. When Harry arrived in this world he had done so as a child, so pretty much everyone treated him like a little brother. Much to Harry's chagrin though, because he was way older than what he looked like, but no one really cared about that and just treated him as another kid, a very powerful one that is. But despite his complaints and annoyance, Harry still looked very happy to spend time with everyone in Tempest. Now he was back older and more powerful than before. Something that Rimuru knew, had Harry feeling at ease. When the demon slime met Harry, he had been surprised at finding Harry Potter in his world, though given from what Harry explained, nothing like what happened in the books had happened to him yet. In fact, Harry had explained how he had obtained the power of the gamer and began his travels in the multiverse way before he even got his letter to Hogwarts, which surprised and amazed Rimuru. Though inwardly, the demon slime was happy that this version of Harry had a better life than his prime self. He no doubt knew that prime Harry's life was tough, but he didn't personally know him, so he only really cared about his brother Harry and he was happy that his little brother didn't go through anything the prime Harry went through later in his life. Harry had to greet everyone as he walked through Tempest. Though he didn't mind, he happily said hi to all his friends, Geld, Gabiru, his gang, and even his sister and her fellow ninja dragon Nuts. But eventually and after having spent some time with friends and the people of Tempest, they made it to Rimuru's home and everyone took a seat there to have a conversation with each other. Harry was not surprised to see Feldora already there laying on his back and reading manga. Harry chuckled and approached Valdora still being a big geek. Hey, Feldora. Feldora put his manga down and looked over towards who had just talked to him, only for his eyes to widen when saw Harry grinning at him. Harry? Is that you? Harry nodded and Feldora wasted no time in throwing his manga to the side and getting up to hug Harry, who just laughed and hugged his fellow dragon Harry. You're back. And whoa. You feel so different. You're suppressing you power but I can tell you stronger than me by a lot. Harry nodded and both Feldora and him pulled away. A lot happened after I left this world Feldora, but I can tell you that you and your siblings aren't the only true dragons around anymore. Feldora grinned. Ha ha ha. Yes. My little brother has reached the pinnacle of power. I know you had the potential Harry. And it was true, Feldora, from the very moment he met Harry, he stated that Harry had the potential to become a true dragon, much to everyone's amazement and Harry's confusion since he didn't know what a true dragon was back then. Now though, he understood and nodded to Feldora. Feldora, knowing what Harry meant with that nod, gave him a smile and a pat on his back. So you know now, that's good. Harry smiled and then whispered to Feldora, keep any knowledge you know about other worlds from anyone in my world, Feldora, there's no need for them to know about the Nexus worlds. Feldora, knowing what Harry was referring to, immediately nodded. Rimuru had explained how Nexus worlds, where universes where information from other worlds make it to those Nexus worlds in some way or the other. Mostly via media like anime, books, manga, and even movies, so the Storm Dragon quickly put his manga away and proceeded to greet Sherry and Eri with a toothy grin. Eri tilted her head at Feldora, the Storm Dragon tilted his head towards Eri and both stared at each other in silence for a bit, until Eri smiled and then said, you feel like a dragon and lightning. Feldora smiled and nodded, I'm Feldora, the Storm Dragon. You also feel like a dragon, but you also feel like time. And you are giving off a ton of magicules, far more than any other dragon here. Eri smiled and then tilted her witch's hat down, I'm Harry Potter, the dragon god of magic. And the witch of destruction. Feldora grinned, oh. What a cool title. Sound better than mine too. Eri brightly smiled at Feldora, the Storm Dragon then turned his head towards Sherry and smiled, and you little one? You feel like a dragon as well. Sherry smiled though she seemed a bit nervous, she still however introduced herself, I'm Sherry Potter, I'm not a dragon god yet, but I am a heavenly dragon, the heavenly dragon of white holy light. Feldora grinned, amazing, another dragon on her way to becoming a dragon god, wait, your last name is Potter? And Aries too. Both Eri and Sherry nodded. Feldora then turned his head towards Harry and then said, I'm an uncle and I'm just finding out now. Harry just chuckled and nodded, yup. You're actually an uncle to a lot of kids, Feldora, they're all adopted but one, but there are my children. Feldora awed at first and then cheered very loudly. Rimuru, who was just quietly listening to the conversation, suddenly said, that's right. All the demigods are your children, all of them are dragonoids too. Feldora seemed even more excited, seems like he really liked being an uncle, and as he cheered as he picked both Eri and Sherry and put them on his shoulders as he began to jump around and cheer. Both girls didn't mind though, they also cheered. To them, Feldora seemed like the fun kind of uncle. Suddenly someone arrived and immediately jumped and hugged Harry, which forced him to catch who just hugged him. Harry. You're back. Harry smiled as he hugged Shana. Hello Shana, I've missed you. Shana just nodded as she hugged Harry tightly, seemed like she really missed him too, cause she looked like she didn't want to let go of him anytime soon. A voice suddenly spoke up to Harry, she has been worried about you a lot, Harry. It was always, is Harry eating? Is he sleeping well? Is he healthy? Hopefully he's not sick, and more concerns, but you know how my sister is, she worries too much. Harry nodded while smiling at the person who just spoke to him. Benimaru, it's great to see you too. Benimaru smiled and nodded to Harry. It's good to see you in good health as well, Harry, looks like you've grown tall as well. Harry nodded and looked down at Shana. Shana, if you don't let go, you won't be able to meet your nieces. Shana tensed up and looked up at Harry from his chest. Nieces. Harry smiled at Shana and then gave her a nod before looking over to Feldora, who was still jumping around with Sherry and Eri on his shoulders. That's right, you have nieces now, those two girls over there are Eri and Sherry, two of my daughters in all but blood. Shana immediately looked over to where Sherry and Eri are and blinked before smiling and letting go of Harry, before walking over to where Feldora is, to get to know both Eri and Sherry. Everyone chuckled when they saw this. Hakura walked up to Harry and suddenly lashed out with his blade, but Harry saw his attacks coming and blocked them with his finger with ease. Hakura smiled as he sheathed his blade and nodded, while rubbing his beard with his hand. You've gotten stronger and faster, Harry, you couldn't even see me move before, now you can even block my attack with one of your fingers. You certainly made this old man feel rather proud and a bit sad that you have surpassed me, though I've always known that it was only a matter of time before you did, you were already an amazing swordsman to begin with. Harry just chuckled and shook his head. Gramps, only you would say hello with a full-on quick-draw sword technique. Hakura chuckled. I had a feeling you would be able to block it. Harry just sighed but continued to smile. He then turned his head to see who else came with Shana, Benimaru, and Hakura. He saw Sui, who just silently nodded to him to greet him, then Gobta, who was jumping around and waving his arms like a maniac. He seems very happy to see Harry again. Ranga was happily wagging his tail, while smiling at Harry, causing the dragon god to chuckle in amusement and then waved at the three to greet them. Even Trenny was here with Ramaris. Both were smiling at him, though Trenny had a soft and kind smile, while Ramaris had a wide and happy grin on her face. These were the friends and family he made in this world, while he had been here trying to get stronger, while also dealing with the limitation to his powers he had back then, and Harry was very happy to see all of them. Some time later, Rimuru took everyone to the meeting room in his house, a room built with a Japanese style, so everyone sat on mats and on the floor, though Eri was sitting on Shana's lap while being hugged, while Sherry was on Shin's, though Sherry seemed a bit embarrassed at being pampered like this. Still, she didn't do or say anything in protest and just sat there, while being hugged tightly by the very happy Shin. Harry sat beside Rimuru and Milim sat at his side. Around them sat everyone else, Feldora, Ramaris, Treni, Gobta, Ranga, Hakura, Benimaru, Sui, Gelt, Gabiru and even Rigurd and Rigur came by to say hello and speak with Harry, who was more than happy to see the Goblin King and Hobgoblin again. As they all sat down and told each other about what has been going on in their lives, they all ate and drank, though Eri and Sherry had juice instead of wine. Harry was happy to hear that Tempest had begun to expand and that things have been peaceful as of late. Diablo is still busy with what Rimuru asked him to do in Falmouth, which is why he wasn't present in Tempest. On the other hand, everyone had listened to what Harry did when he went back to his world, how he made a fool of Dumbledore, how he destroyed everything the old idiot created and worked hard for. How he avenged his parents and destroyed Dumbledore's heart and sent him to oblivion in darkness, how he killed Voldemort as well and made him pay for what he did to his father and mother. How he had practically destroyed the British magical community and gave a new home to the few wand magic users who were good in Neo Kyoto. Rimuru was having so much fun with how much Harry had destroyed the canon of his own story. But then, Harry began to tell them about Neo Kyoto, the yokai faction and its allies, everyone in the Potter household, and the citizens of Neo Kyoto have accomplished over the time. It left everyone from Tempest rather impressed and shocked. Neo Kyoto was also a home to monsters and otherworldly beings like Tempest, just far more modern and bigger as well. It was awe-inspiring to everyone. Harry chuckled and confessed that his time in Tempest had given him the inspiration to do the same with Kyoto and the yokai faction, but on a larger scale, and that he gave it everything he had to make it the strongest faction and most modern city in the world. It left everyone feeling proud that Harry had followed Rimuru's example and created a home to those that needed it, a place where anyone can be accepted and allowed to have a life. Benimaru hummed as he looked up Neo Kyoto. It certainly sounds like an amazing place. You can grow powerful there, learn a craft, make money through battle. It certainly has more opportunities than Tempest. Shana nodded while hugging Eri. It has more options. We have plenty of warriors and a great workforce, but we do need more craftsmen here, plus more variety as well. Rigurd nodded yes, we have learned much from Lord Rimuru and Kaijin, but we're still lacking a lot. Gelt and the orcs are excellent workers, but learning to do other things will help them as well. A place for everyone to also grow strong is needed. We never know when someone might attack us again and we have to be ready. We can't let Harry and Lord Rimuru go through that again. Rimuru widened his eyes in surprise, while Harry just softly smiled. He will always carry the scar of his failure to protect Tempest, but he also strove to get even stronger after that. Also, he would never lose someone he cares about again. A vow he made to himself when Rimuru pulled off a miracle and brought everyone back to life. As he watched Shin smiling and hugging Sherry, he once again vowed to never again let anyone take someone he cares about from him again. Chapter 187. Everyone stayed up until late at night speaking about all sorts of things, especially Harry's adventures and the things he has seen in the worlds he's been to after leaving Tempest. It certainly left everyone currently hanging out in Rimuru's house rather impressed and in awe. Though most of the battle-oriented guys were more excited than anything else, Feldora certainly wanted to fight some of the people Harry knows, especially those he has read about in his mangas. Shin wanted Rimuru to fight everyone and prove he was the strongest, but Rimuru noped that right away. Not only does he not want to fight people like Goku or Naruto, not only because he knows he was not at their level of power yet, but also because he likes them as characters. Besides, he rather meets them and becomes their friend than fight them. Benimaru wanted to test himself rather than fight to the death. Hakura as well. Sui was more interested in Konoha and their ninja training, and the others were more interested in other things, like Shana, who wanted to learn about other worlds' fashion. Or Geld, who wanted to know more about construction and other crafts that will help him and the orcs become more efficient builders. It certainly was a long but fun night, one that ended with announcements made by Rimuru. All right everyone. Tomorrow I'll be making an announcement to all of Tempest, so we're having a last-minute party. Everyone turned to look at Rimuru in confusion, except Milim and Harry, who smiled already knowing what the slime was going to announce. Rimuru grinned and then made his announcement. Tempest is in a full-on treaty with Neo Kyoto. I've already signed it with all the big leaders of Neo Kyoto and met with them. We'll be getting resources, chances to learn new crafts, access to the natural dungeon and more things as well. In exchange, Tempest will be friends and allies to Neo Kyoto and will always respond if they need help. Not that they need it, of course, ha ha ha. Everyone cheered, while Harry and Milim watched as everyone became very excited. Eventually everyone calmed down and Harry made an announcement: in the next few days, I'll be creating a portal connecting Tempest with Neo Kyoto, along with one in Rimuru's home that connects to my home. The portal in Tempest is for general use, while the one in Rimuru's home will be for family and friends. That means you guys. Everyone once again cheered and seemed rather happy about the fact that they will be able to now see Harry and his family whenever they want. The group spent a few more hours excitedly speaking about the changes that will be soon happening to both Tempest and Neo Kyoto. The next day everyone woke up late, but eventually, they all went to the center of Tempest, and once they arrived in the middle of the city, Rimuru made an announcement for everyone to gather. A few minutes later, orcs, hobgoblins, star wolves, kaijins, all sorts of monsters, and even the dryads came to hear Rimuru's announcement. The slime smiled at everyone gathered and then raised a hand for everyone to calm and quiet down. Everyone in Tempest immediately quieted down and Rimuru began his announcement. Hello everyone. Today I came to give you all some very good news. First, one of our founding members and one of our most powerful warriors has returned. Harry Potter, the now new true dragon with the title of Twilight Dread Dragon, God of Chaos and Creation, is back in Tempest. Everyone gasped in shock, but then Harry walked over to Rimuru's side and then smiled at everyone. Tempest then exploded in excitement and cheers. One of the people who made what Tempest is today is back, and that made everyone very happy. Harry, the young boy who would teach everyone magic and how to make magical medicine, the youngest member of Tempest, was back, and he has grown up. He was no longer the young boy who everyone treated like a little brother. No, he was now an adult and a true dragon, one with his very own title, and everyone was very happy to see him. Harry blushed a bit and waved at everyone in Tempest. He was a bit embarrassed at how excited everyone was to see him, but despite the small embarrassment he felt, he was also very happy to see everyone's smiles. Rimuru chuckled at Harry's embarrassment for a little bit, but then he raised his hand again and everyone quieted down right away. He then went on. Harry came here from his world where he also helped a faction in a city become the strongest in their world. He did it because of what we had accomplished here in Tempest. It inspired him to do so on his own, and now that Neo Kyoto, his city, is the strongest, he has reached a hand towards us. We of Tempest are now allied to Neo Kyoto. As friends, comrades, as family. Harry will be connecting Tempest with Neo Kyoto, and both cities will grow and advance even more from this new bond. Everyone in Tempest cheered out loud again. This time their roar of happiness could be heard from all over Jura Forest. Harry smiled at seeing everyone so happy with this news. He wasn't surprised that this was accepted right away, not when in Tempest, everyone was accepting and open-minded. Here in this city of monsters, you can find the most kind and understanding of beings. People who are playful and enjoy living life in peace. This is the sort of monster Harry wants to be, a kind and caring one to his friends and loved ones, and a terrifying and merciless one to his enemies. Milim walked up to Harry and grabbed his hand. Harry turned his head towards her and saw the big smile she was sending him. Harry liked that smile on Milim and returned the gesture with a smile of his own. Rimuru then raised his hands and loudly say so. We're celebrating this wonderful news. Everyone. We're having a party today. Go. Bring the food and drinks. Today Tempest celebrates our union with Neo Kyoto. Everyone in Tempest cheered one last time and then everyone ran to go get as much food and drinks as possible. Tempest was always known for their parties, and today, it wasn't going to be any different, not when Harry was here, and a new page in the life of everyone living in Tempest began. It didn't take long for everyone to bring food and drinks. If there was something to be known about Tempest, it was that they know how to throw a party. The streets of Tempest were now filled with people sitting on the floor eating, laughing, and drinking. Harry and Sherry hadn't seen anything quite like it. The parties at the Potter household were similar, sure, they do tend to be wild and chaotic but fun nonetheless. But the party in Tempest had this sort of happy feeling to it. It sort of felt like a big happy family having a loud dinner, and it was something both young girls really liked. When word spread out that both Harry and Sherry are Harry's daughters, everyone treated them like princesses and were very friendly to them. The fact that Harry is a very kind and friendly girl, helped everyone treat her the same way easily. Sherry is a more serious and quiet girl, but she is also kind and sweet as well. Both girls grew very popular with the citizens of Tempest, and many now really wanted to meet the rest of Harry's children. Milim was having fun talking and telling Shana, Treni, and Ramaris about her harem sisters and everyone living in the Potter household. This made the girls think about harems and Rimuru, which caused a shiver to run down Rimuru's non-existent spine. The slime looked around wildly as if expecting an ambush but found none and just looked confused after that. Harry walked around and had drinks with old friends like Kaijin and the dwarves. As a fellow craftsman, he and the dwarves got along pretty well and were able to have long and interesting conversations about blacksmithing and enchanting. Overall, it was a very wild and fun party that happened in Tempest. Everyone had a good time, ate and drank their fill, but most important of all, Harry got to spend time with the people he missed a lot. The next day everyone woke up on the streets of Tempest. This was nothing new, parties in Tempest always end up like this, and soon enough, everyone woke up and went about their days. Rimuru and Harry often joked about everybody in Tempest having some sort of anti-hangover skill or something, because everyone would always recover quickly the next morning from partying all night the day before. In any case, the citizens of Tempest went straight to work. Shops were open, the orcs left to continue building the roads to Tempest, farming, construction and other things had to get done, so everyone went to work. Harry and Rimuru did so as well. He and Harry first went to Rimuru's house to get the portal to his home built there first. Meanwhile, Rimuru is going to have a building for the portal to Neo Kyoto built at the center of Tempest. With both Demon Slime and Dragon God busy, Milim decided to take Eri and Sherry with her to go see Carrion and Frey. Milim certainly felt a little bad about disappearing on them so suddenly. So she wanted to go and explain things to both of them. It didn't take long for her and her daughters to arrive at her old palace. Milim, Eri, and Sherry landed right at the entrance and Milim wasted no time going in. Frey was already waiting for her by the entrance of the palace and she immediately smiled at Milim when she saw her. Milim, it's been a while, did you have fun being with Harry? Milim brightly smiled at Frey. She then ran forward and grabbed the Harpy Queen in a tight hug. Frey, it's so good to see you. And yes, it's been a lot of fun. I've also learned a lot too. Frey softly smiled and then gave Milim a few head pats. I see that, your demon lord aura seems stronger and is way better control. Frey then noticed Eri and Sherry looking around the palace in curiosity. Their presence made Frey a little nervous. Milim, did you kidnap two little girls? Milim looked up at Frey in confusion, until she realized what Frey meant. Oh, I didn't kidnap them, Frey. Milim let go of Frey and then beamed her a very proud smirk. These two adorable girls are Eri and Sherry. My daughters. That makes you their aunt. Both Eri and Sherry turned to look at Frey, who stared back at them. Your daughters? I'm an aunt. Poor Frey just stood there stunned. Milim stared at her in confusion, until Eri pulled her hand, causing Milim to turn her head towards her daughter. What's is it, Eri? Eri smiled at her mommy and then pointed at Frey. Is she really our auntie? She's really pretty. Milim smiled and nodded. Yup. Frey is practically an older sister to me. So she's your auntie now. Eri cheered a bit and then walked over to Frey and waved at her. Frey blinked and looked down at Eri, and seeing that she was taller than Eri, she decided to bend down. Eri smiled and immediately hugged Frey by the neck, which surprised her, but she soon smiled and stood up with Eri in her arms. Eri then decided to introduce herself. Hi. Auntie Frey. I'm Harry Potter, it's nice to meet you. Frey smiled and then lightly laughed. You're definitely Milim's daughter, the same level of energy and cheerfulness, but be a good girl, okay Eri? Don't be a troublemaker like you mommy. Milim. Hey. Milim was of course ignored, while Eri smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll be good. Frey laughed at the betrayed look on Milim's face. Meanwhile Sherry walked up to Frey and smiled up at her. Hello, I'm Sherry Potter, and it's very nice to meet you, Auntie Frey. Frey smiled. My, what a sweet and polite girl, you can't be Milim's daughter, there's no way she would have raised you to be this polite. Frey. Are you picking a fight? Once again, Milim was ignored, while Sherry blushed and said, well, I take after a few of my other moms. In a way, Sherry is a bit more like Hermione and Susan, though she does have some common attributes that make her similar to Jean and even Off-Ice, personality-wise that is. Frey smiled and gave Sherry a head pat, just like she does with Milim, and it made Sherry smile in contentment. Frey then turned her head towards Milim, who was pouting at her, and asked, other mommies? I take it that Harry was able to reunite with those two other girls he mentioned. Milim stopped pouting and nodded. Yup. Jessica and Fu are with us now, though the harem has grown quite a bit. Frey raised an eyebrow. Well, Harry is a very interesting child, I'm not surprised he was able to get more attention from girls, plus he is very cute. Milim smiled. He's not a child anymore Frey, he's grown up, not only physically but also in power. Frey looked interested now. Oh? How strong are we talking about here? Milim grinned and then said, way stronger than Guy, in fact not even if we all got together and fought him would we win, that's how powerful Harry has become, he is in fact a true dragon now. Frey's eyes widened in shock, she knew Harry was strong, she could feel it when she met him at the Walpurgis banquet, back then he was already on par with Milim in her basic form. But he was stronger now and to such extent he's even stronger than you in your true form. Harry and Sherry looked over to Milim in surprise, both didn't know that Milim had a true form, well, not a lot of people know, she just hadn't had a need to take on that form, so only a few in the Potter household know about it. Milim smiled at Frey and said he can kill me with a flick even in my true form. Frey, Harry is just on a whole different level now, even back when you met him, he was being restricted in this world. He wasn't at 100%, if he was, he could have easily beaten all of us with ease, Clayman wouldn't have been able to do everything he did if Harry wasn't restricted. Hearing all of this was a big shock to Frey, to think that Harry was being restricted when he was in this world, he was already extremely powerful as it is, but learning of this, made her understand one thing, Harry Potter is a very terrifying being. Carrion arrived some time later and was greeted by Frey and Milim, plus he got to meet Harry and Sherry as well. The Beastmaster had been busy lately with still trying to get the Beast Kingdom of Eurasania rebuilt. But he was still Milim's aide and had to help with her territory, especially because she had been gone for a while now, but other than that, Carrion was glad to hear Harry and Milim were back. Sure, Milim might be a troublemaker, but she was still a good person and has been helping Carrion rebuild Eurasania by providing her dragon faithful to help. Harry had been curious about the so-called subordinates of her mommy and so she asked her about it. Frey however was the one who explained what the dragon faithful are to the little witch of destruction. The dragon faithful reside in the city of the Forgotten Dragon and numbered less than 100,000 in total. They all work together in their daily lives, there being no central government to speak of. As a result, none were particularly gifted in battle. They relied on Milim's protection to keep the peace. That, at least, was how it appeared to outside observers, but this was only half right. In fact, all of them are Dragonutes who possess formidable combat abilities. Though strictly speaking, the members of the Dragon Faithful are not Milim's subordinates, they chose to worship and obey Milim's commands by their own will. In other words, Milim had her own religion centered around her, practically making her a goddess of sorts, not that she ever cared about any of that, to Milim this sort of thing was boring to her. She hardly ever bothered with the Dragon Faithful, that is until Harry found out about it and scolded her for not taking care of her religion. Since then Milim had been taking a more active role within the Dragon Faithful, who were also very happy that Milim was giving them more attention now. The situation sort of gives you a noticed me senpai feeling. Either way, with their help, Eurasania was well on its way to being rebuilt, while Rimuru took care of Carrion's people in the meantime. The Beastmaster was also excited about Harry having his own city and was already planning on signing a treaty with him as well, something Frey wanted to do as well for her own Harpy Kingdom. Beyond that, both Carrion and Frey enjoyed getting to know both Harry and Sherry better. Both girls were not only kind and caring but also extremely powerful, which was no surprise since they are the children of Milim and Harry. It doesn't matter if they're not blood related, just the fact that they're their children, guaranteed that they were powerful, and that made both Carrion and Frey respect the two little girls. The next day, Milim, Harry, and Sherry decided to stay over in Milim's palace for a few days, while Harry stayed at Tempest to work on the portals he was making. He started with the one in Rimuru's home, which was being built in a basement both Harry and Rimuru built together just for the portal. Rimuru was with him, speaking and joking around while Harry worked on the portal, just a calm and easy day between brothers in all but blood. However, Sui suddenly appeared in the basement. Lord Rimuru, Harry. We spotted a big unit of Pegasi coming towards Tempest, seems like the King of Dworgen is coming for a visit. Rimuru sighed. Looks like King Gazel found out you're back, Harry. Harry chuckled. I'm not even surprised, he's always been able to find out what's going in Tempest and always shows up when you at least expected it. Gazel was someone Harry respected and quite liked, he just had this aura that makes you listen to him and pay attention. He really was someone worthy of being a king, not to mention that he was extremely powerful and could fight Harry on even terms in swordsmanship back when he first arrived in this world. So both Slime and Dragon God went to meet the King of Dworgen, after putting his portal work in stasis, that is. By the time Harry and Rimuru arrived to meet King Gazel, him and his unit of Pegasus Knights had already landed at the outskirts of Tempest. Harry smiled as he saw him standing right beside his Pegasus while staring at both Harry and Rimuru. King Gazel has a very dwarf-like, tough-looking body, with the height of a human covered in an armor of muscle that hides surging energy beneath. His skin is tanned brown as characteristic of his race, and his jet black hair is slicked back all the way. King Gazel certainly cuts an impressive appearance for sure, just as Harry remembers him. Both Dragon God and Demon Slime walked over to the King of Dworgen and greeted him with a smile. King Gazel returned the gesture with a small smile on his face and a nod. Rimuru, Harry. Rimuru smiled and then said, "Good to see you, Gazel, but what brings you here?" Rimuru of course knew why Gazel was here, but he still wanted to get confirmation. The King of Dworgen didn't even hesitate to just honestly tell Rimuru what brought his visit on. "Harry is back, I came to see how he's doing. But, to think that the next time I would meet that same boy I met in the court, I would feel like death has a grip on my throat." "Harry, you've become a bigger monster than Rimuru." Harry just smiled and shrugged. "And I'm proud of it, Gazel. I became like this because I refused to lose anyone I care about ever again, and I don't regret it." The King of Dworgen chuckled and nodded at Harry. "If there were ever a good reason to become a monster, that would be it. Either way, it's good to see you again, Harry. Seems like you learned a lot after leaving this world." Harry smiled and nodded to Gazel. "You have no idea, Gazel." Rimuru smiled and then piped in, "It's best we go to my home so we can talk more comfortably there. There's a lot you have to know, Gazel, especially about Harry's journey." The King of Dworgen nodded, and together with Harry and Rimuru they walked into Tempest towards Rimuru's home. His Pegasus unit walked over to Tempest's stables where they could leave their Pegasi and walk around the city, while they waited for their king to finish his visit. Rimuru, Harry, and Gazel were now sitting in Rimuru's home, drinking some sake Harry brought from Neo Kyoto. While they enjoy their drinks, Harry told Gazel about the adventures he had after leaving this world. About what he did when he returned to his own world and then the next world jumps he did. King Dworgen stayed silent and not showing any outward reaction. Inside he was very shocked. The things Harry was talking about were not just unbelievable but hard to even envision. Technology far more advanced than anything his kingdom could produce. Magic far more advanced and powerful than any Majin could ever hope to accomplish. Martial prowess beyond what any Kaijin can possibly do. But that's not all. There's also other kinds of things, like medicine, healing, crafting, forging, and even resources. So much more than the kingdom of Dworgen could ever hope to do. It left him feeling a bit envious of what Harry had accomplished. "And you're not the leader of such a nation." Harry shook his head and grinned. "And be stuck with paperwork, and having to deal with political nonsense? No way." Rimuru glared at Harry. "Lucky bastard." Gazel nodded in agreement with Rimuru. Harry is a lucky bastard for not having to deal with the burdens of leadership, and even he himself was even feeling annoyed. However, Gazel was more interested in another thing right now. Harry, who had been laughing at Rimuru's annoyance, turned his head towards Gazel and gave him his attention. "Yes." Gazel took a sip of his sake and then spoke up. "Would Neo Kyoto be willing to become allies with Dworgen?" Harry tilted his head. "I don't think anyone would mind, but why? You know that like Tempest, Neo Kyoto is filled with non-humans and most of us are highly powerful supernatural beings. I'm not kidding when I say, that we make even the demon lords of this world seem pathetic in comparison with what we can do." Gazel nodded. He knew full well the sort of place Neo Kyoto is just by looking at Harry. He had no doubts that its people were kind and caring, just like Harry, but the opposite has to be true as well. Chaos and destruction must be found aplenty in Neo Kyoto, but the advantages of making an alliance with Harry's city outweigh the bad, not that there are any, to begin with of course. "So, King Gazel, I wouldn't be a good king if I don't try to get a good thing when I see it. Neo Kyoto sounds like the kind of nation that could be trusted, just like Tempest. Besides, I don't much care about whether the citizens of Neo Kyoto are humans or not. If you're leading them or at least willing to protect them, then that's enough for me to know that they're trustworthy." Harry nodded and then crossed his arms. "Well, when I get the portal ready here in Tempest ready, I can come get you and take you to Neo Kyoto. There you can speak with Yasaka and the other leaders of the other factions allied to us. I'm sure a treaty can be written right away and we can start negotiations." King Gazel closed his eyes and then nodded. "That sounds great, Harry. Let's toast to our future alliance." Rimuru and Harry picked up their drinks and toasted with Gazel. The trio knew that this alliance might bring the attention of greedy and battle-hungry nations. But they also believed that they can deal with anything that might come their way. After all, Dworgen, Tempest, and Neo Kyoto would always protect each other as allies from now on. King Gazel stayed the whole day and night hanging out and talking about all sorts of things. He stayed the night and returned to Dworgen the next morning to wait for Harry to finish the portals to his world. A few days later he finished the portal in Rimuru's home to his home in his world. With that done, Harry quickly began to work on the portal connecting Tempest and Neo Kyoto next. Rimuru had ordered a new building to be built for the portal right in the middle of Tempest, in the middle of the fountain there There Harry worked on the portal while being visited by all his friends often. Many would just go to say hello to him, others came to talk about his world, and a few asked about his family. It certainly was a fun time for Harry, who enjoyed talking to his friends. Harry, Sherry, and Millum came back to Tempest 2 days later and now spent their time playing around with everyone or enjoying the food available in Tempest. To them, it was like there was a festival going on every day in Tempest. Harry and Sherry also trained a bit with Benimaru, Sui, and even Hakura as well, though the 3 kaijin were shocked at how powerful the little potters are. When they sparred with them, the 3 kaijins found themselves unable to beat Harry and Sherry. They also made a few wrong assumptions about the little girls as well. Thinking that because Eri looked like a magic user, they thought she was not good at close quarters combat. They were absolutely wrong, of course, and got dragged around the ground multiple times by her. Eri is a terrifyingly powerful magic user, but she has also trained in martial arts and has learned quite a few things from people like her friend Mirko, her uncle Sasuke, and Uncle Naruto. Even Harry taught her how to fight with her fist and legs. So she ended up kicking the ever-loving crap out of Benimaru, Hakura, and Sui. The only thing that Eri really lacked is a weapon, not that she needed one though, not when she can drop massive meteors on you. Sherry was just as terrifying to face in battle. Despite being a soft-spoken and oftentimes shy girl, she also had been influenced by Hope and Morgan, a lot, and that had made her an extremely powerful fighter. Her desire to catch up to her sisters had made her push herself to grow and get stronger as quickly as possible. Her mastery over her sacred gear, the Spear of Destiny, was also at a very high level. But what really made her dangerous was her ability to use White Holy Light, an advance and the purest form of light elemental energy anyone could ever hope to wield. Even Chana, who is a master of holy magic, pales in comparison with the sheer potency that Sherry's White Holy Light has. Just a small brush from it caused a massive amount of damage to the kaijin. Being monsters and thus dark in nature, made them highly weak to holy magic. White Holy Light was even more powerful, and thus Benimaru, Sui, and Hakura found themselves being defeated with ease. Even without the White Holy Light, Sherry was an amazing spearwoman and was often complimented by Hakura for her prowess, though Sherry also trained with Gabiru as well. The Dragonute was more than happy to teach Sherry his dynamic spear style and even a few techniques as well, though Sherry did refuse to learn Gabiru's flamboyant style of dramatics. Millum also brought Carrion and Frey to meet with Harry. Both also wanted to have an alliance with Harry, something he didn't mind, since Urizania needed help rebuilding and Neo Kyoto can help with that. He didn't know much about Frey, but given how caring and patient she is with Millum, Harry decided to also accept the alliance between the Harpy Kingdom and Neo Kyoto as well, plus Millum had asked him to do it and Harry isn't one to deny one of his girlfriend's request. So both Carrion and Frey will be meeting with the leader of Neo Kyoto along with King Gazel as well. Soon enough Harry finished with the portal in Tempest, and when he finished it he smiled and nodded to himself. Done, now both this world and mine are connected. As Harry stared at his hard work with a proud smile on his face, Rimuru suddenly walked into the building and smiled. Looks like it's done. Harry turned around to face Rimuru and nodded yup. Now the citizens of Tempest can visit Neo Kyoto at any time and vice versa. Rimuru stopped right beside Harry and stared at the portal. Did you put safety measures, just in case someone crazy wants to cause trouble in your world? Harry nodded yes, there are quite a few wards here in this building and in the portal itself. If you're not keyed to any of them, you will be in a lot of pain. That's the first warning. If someone keeps trying to use the portal and is not keyed or has evil intentions, the wards will go full wartime mode and kill them where they stand. Rimuru raised an eyebrow. Really? How about someone of Feldera's power level or guys? Harry grinned. The wards have dragon slaying, god slaying, devil slaying, and even spirit slaying properties. It doesn't matter who or what they are, they try to do anything with the portals and they're dead. Plus I also added one last ward right in the portal itself. That ward is imbued with the concept of death. It will destroy the soul of anyone foolish enough to get to that point. Rimuru's sweat dropped at everything he just heard Harry list. Damn, isn't that a bit of an overkill? Harry shook his head with a frown on his face. No, we both know that this world is full of arrogant and simply stupid people. I don't doubt someone like those clowns from the so-called moderate Harlequin Alliance will try something. So I prepared the portal. I don't want people like that in my world and I will do anything to stop them. I even connected my consciousness to this portal, so I'll know who's coming and going. Rimuru frowned at the mention of those 3 guys who had been causing problems along with Clayman. He had to agree with Harry, those kinds of people had to be kept away from Neo Kyoto. Not that they would ever be a threat to anyone there, but who knows the sort of trouble they might cause in a place like Harry's world, is best to be cautious than sorry. Though that did raise a question in Rimuru's mind. Why didn't you do this in the Dragon Ball world? Wouldn't that be enough to prevent anyone from coming to your world? Harry shook his head. No, these wards might be enough to stop a god of destruction and downright kill him or her, but someone like the Grand Priest and Zeno could bypass them. Plus, you know the sort of crazy abilities some of the people of that world have, who knows what else is out there. Then there are the Dragon Balls as well, including the Super Dragon Balls. No, there are too many unknowns and possibilities in that world, I don't want to risk it. Plus, my family and I might be able to handle anything from there, but a fight of the level that happens in that world would kill all life on my planet. Rimuru nodded and agreed with Harry. It was just too dangerous, though it was a shame. He really wanted to meet Goku and Vegeta. Perhaps he can convince Harry to take him to that world someday. Chapter 188. A few days later. After Harry finished making portals connecting Tempest to Neo Kyoto, things had gotten busy for everyone. Neo Kyoto had an influx of people coming and going to the city, and the citizens of Tempest wasted no time in crossing over and taking advantage of everything Neo Kyoto had to offer. The guilds and the Kyoto Valkyries got new members, the Palace Guard received new sparring members as well, and the Neo Kyoto Anbia Force got new trainees hoping to learn and become better ninjas. Orc, hobgoblins, dragonewts, and all sorts of other monsters also got to try their luck in learning a new craft, magic, and even a whole new career path. Though the most popular part among the citizens of Tempest was the natural dungeon, everyone wanted to try going in there, get stronger and richer, and since death was not a worry, everyone got to enjoy the natural dungeon to the fullest, though Ramiris was completely enamored by the whole idea and concept of the dungeon, to the point that she begged and begged to be allowed to become an administrator to the natural dungeon. Harry didn't mind, but since the natural dungeon is a big part of Neo Kyoto's financial and economic development, he needed to ask the other leaders of Neo Kyoto. They, however, agreed to let Ramiris become the administrator of the natural dungeon. With her abilities she will be able to create new monsters, send quests to adventurers, and even pick someone she knows as a special guest boss for a floor. New things were happening in the natural dungeon and everyone in both Tempest and Neo Kyoto were very excited about it. Meanwhile in Tempest, Rimuru was busy overseeing the modernization of Tempest by Tony Stark and Harry, starting with his home and the council meeting building. It made Rimuru cry manly tears when he finally got a smartphone and a working TV at home. Harry, Hermione, Ellie Faye, and Jessica prepared wards and wartime wards around Tempest as well, the same kind as in Neo Kyoto. Rimuru was totally geeking out watching both Hermione Granger and Jessica Albert work their magic. Tempest soon opened new shops and new buildings were built, which caused the city to expand. Thankfully the wards were ever expanding, meaning that the city could continue to grow and grow within the confines of the Jura forest. Harry had made sure to put some of the most violent and dark wards he knew around Tempest, to make sure that if anyone had the funny idea to mess with his friends, they would suffer for it. King Gazel, Carrion, and Frey also met with Yasaka, Gabriel, and Sirafal to sign a full-on treaty between the Kingdom of Dworgen, the Harpy Kingdom, the nation of Eurasania, and Neo Kyoto. These kingdoms received the same benefits as Tempest, though Harry did not create portals to Neo Kyoto in those kingdoms. Instead, by having Tempest be the only means to travel to Neo Kyoto, he ensured that it became important to these kingdoms. Meaning that, they would always protect Tempest, a dirty move, one that had Carrion, Frey, and Gazel call Harry on it, but the dragon god just shrugged and reminded them of how troublesome their people are. That shut the trio of leaders right up. After all, they had no defense against that accusation since it was true that their people were very troublesome. Dwarves were noisy and party like no other. The same with the lycanthropes of Eurasania, but add to that the battle lust they were known for, and the Harpy Kingdom is full of very sexy and provocative women. No need to say more about the kind of shenanigans harpies get to. Either way, they still get the benefits, and Harry also raised wards around each kingdom as well, something Carrion was very glad for. He really didn't want to ever see his kingdom be destroyed again. Besides that, the family friends of Tempest began to make use of the portal connected to Harry's basement, to visit the Potters often, something that became a common thing as well. Shana immediately got along with Luna, Asia, and Fu, though most of the time she would spend her days in Kuaha's healing temple learning from Tsunade, who took a liking to her, and from Asia as well. Shin quite liked hanging around Sirafal, Gabriel, and Ershkigal. All four would often get together and just hang out while getting into all kinds of trouble. Once Shin and Ershkigal even tried cooking something together. The horrible abomination created that day was battled for 3 full days and took the full force of Harry, Rimuru, and everyone else to take it down. Some still died in that battle that day, and since then, the entire Potter household and Rimuru vowed to never allow Ershkigal and Shin cook together ever again. Benimaru, Gabiru, Gobta, and Sui got along with the boys and would often come over to talk or just hang out, though they did often train with them to also get stronger. The only one of the boys they were able to defeat was Rex, and that was only because his current gear wasn't able to fully block their bullshit abilities and skills. The Krogan's words still, they quite enjoy getting along and being around the boys. Trenny the Dryad got along very well with Offis, Rei, Jean, Susan, and Yasaka, the soft-spoken and gentle members of Harry's harem, who were the kind of people she quite enjoyed talking to. Rango became an all-time favorite between Harry's girlfriends and his daughters, though he quite enjoyed the friendly Le face head pat, the gentle hugs from Valerie, the playing with Kunu, and even the soft and caring quiet moments he got with Hermione. Feldora spent most of his time in Kyoto or Neo-Kyoto, hanging out with Harry's many children. His kids soon began to call Feldora uncle, and the Storm Dragon seemed rather proud of it too. He also spent a good amount of time in the Dragon Sanctuary, getting to know the dragons of Harry's world. He earned quite a bit of respect amongst the dragons, for being what amounted to a dragon god. Rimuru, the ever-friendly slime, would spend a good amount of time visiting other worlds connected to Harry's home. He went to Naruto's world and got to meet some of the coolest ninja of Konoha. He even spent some time with them after introducing himself. He got to eat ramen with Naruto, hang out with Kakashi and Guy, and he even got to fight Sasuke and used his skills to learn how to do a Chidori. Overall, it was a great day for Rimuru. Then he visited the Mushroom Kingdom and got to roam around the Mushroom Kingdom for a while. He even caught sight of Mario and Luigi, which got him geeking out again. He also went to Jessica and Lily's world, where he got to meet the iconic blue slimes from that world. He even ate one with his skill, Beelzebub, so he could transform into one of those slimes and have a little fun by being his usual friendly self. Rimuru was having a blast visiting all sorts of new worlds from franchises he knew from before he reincarnated into a slime, and was excited that Harry said that there will be other worlds to visit at some point in the future. That's how 2 months passed while a lot of changes occurred in both Tempest and Neo-Kyoto. Both cities grew a lot over these 2 whole months. One day after 2 months had passed, Harry was checking over some blueprints he and Tony came up with for a few new firearms for Shepard and his crew when Rimuru came into the lab bouncing in his slime form. He soon bounced onto Harry's desk and raised a small limb in greeting. Yo! Harry stopped working and smiled at his brother in all but bloodsup Rimuru. What brings you here today? Rimuru shrugged with his 2 blue little limbs. I was bored at home, so I came to see what you're doing, plus there's always something going on or cool to find in your home. Harry sighed and then deadpanned at Rimuru. Please don't treat my home as a funhouse, dude. Rimuru chuckled and then said, but you can even find ammo in your floors. Plus you have Godzilla in your basement and a goddamn Kuko walking around here, plus power UPS too. Harry's sweat dropped at the list of things one can commonly see in his home nowadays. That's all Morgan and Hope though. It was true, Morgan and Hope got into the habit of leaving weapons and ammo in all sorts of places at home. There are even power-up blocks all over the place as well. It was cool and funny to him how the girls did this. You need a gun? Just reach under a table. You need some ammo, look on the ground or in a corner. How about a power-up for shits and giggles? Well, just go to the bathroom, there's a power-up block in there. Apparently, Hope and Morgan didn't ever want to get caught by surprise by zombies and whatnot, so they did this as a precaution. The adults found it funny of course, and let them do it. It was still interesting to randomly find all kinds of stuff everywhere after all. Like that time Pepper found a rocket launcher in her shoe closet, or when Tony found a 1UP mushroom inside a drawer in his desk. It was even more hilarious, cause the green mushroom winked at him for some reason. So he can't really deny what Rimuru was saying. Instead he asked a question, and what the hell is a Kuko? Rimuru laughed a bit when he saw that he got Harry good, but he still explained the creature that was now roaming around his home, the chicken walking around your home. That's called a Kuko, Harry. I'm surprised you even got one in your home. They're really dangerous and immortal. If you actually attack one, they summon a countless number of Kukos who will attack you until you die. Harry's sweat dropped at the info he just got. It's Morgan's pet. Apparently, she got it from a friend she made in the world she and Hope are in right now, but with what you're telling me. The text Hope sent to everyone a while back, telling us not to hit the chicken at any cost, makes much more sense now. Rimuru smiled. So Hope and Morgan went to a Legend of Zelda world. I wonder which one they went to. Harry shook his head and shrugged. Who knows? But is that what that world is called? After the princess? She didn't even do anything but give the girls and Link an ocarina and told them to save Hyrule. Rimuru laughed. Man, that world has a lot of timelines and whatnot. there's a reason why the world is named after the princess, but either way, do keep an eye on that cuckoo, they're really dangerous. Harry sighed even more so than Godzilla. Rimuru raised a finger to say something, but then dropped it as he began to frown. Alright, you got me, Godzilla is probably a bit more dangerous. Harry chuckled and nodded. Godzilla is a really powerful manifestation of the planet, a titan, but despite that, he's a pretty mellow guy, he tends to just nap or lay down in the basement. Though he's really caring and patient with Morgan, the little Stark would always sit on his snout and tell him stories about other worlds. Godzilla would just listen to her and pay attention. It was getting to be quite common for Morgan to collect very powerful and dangerous pets. It made Harry wonder what she might bring next. Rimuru looked over one of the many blueprints on Harry's work desk and smiled when he saw what it was. Is that the Normandy? Harry turned his head over to the ship blueprints and nodded. Yes, when I bought it from the Alliance, they sent me the blueprint and all schematics of all its parts along with all information of each of its functions. It really is a very special ship, you can really see the efforts the Alliance and the Turians put into it. Rimuru nodded. Thanks to Raphael, he was able to understand everything in the blueprints, so he could see just how much effort and care the Normandy was given. Neat. But what are you doing with the blueprints now? Harry smiled and then began to explain. I'm making a new ship for Shepard and the squad. The Normandy is a wonderful ship. But it won't last long against a Reaper or multiple for that matter. I also can't upgrade the wards too much. The materials that were used in its construction will deteriorate because of the massive amount of mana being channeled through every part of the ship. So, in order to make sure Shepard and everyone in the Normandy are safe and ready, I'm going to build the Normandy 2 from scratch, with Neo-Kyoto technology and materials, while Tony will be helping with his arc reactor technology as well. Plus we'll be adding all sorts of weapons systems and other things as well. We're making this ship a Reaper Slayer. Rimuru grinned. Nice. I can't wait to see the ship once it's done. I also want to visit the moon when you get the moon base ready. Harry looked up and seemed to be pondering something. Eventually he asked a question. Can you survive in space? Rimuru hummed for a bit before responding. Well, I don't know. I know I don't need to breathe, and I have a skill that can protect me from the cold of space, but other than that, I'm not sure if I can full-on survive. Notice, you can. Your demon slime physiology and skills will allow you to survive, even on the surface of the sun. Harry raised an eyebrow. Survive on the sun? You really become something wild with your evolution into a demon lord. Rimuru, I wonder how much more crazy you'll get once you evolve again. Rimuru just nervously laughed. I don't think I want to find out. Becoming a demon lord got me a lot of attention already, and not all of it was good. Harry nodded in understanding. He was there when Rimuru evolved and had seen how many looked at him in fear and suspicion. In the end, his demeanor was the thing that proved to everyone that all he wanted was to take care of everyone he cares about. Harry and Rimuru hung out some more after that conversation, but the demon slime soon went back to Tempest and Harry got back to work. Evening soon arrived and the dragon god got out of the lab and went back upstairs. However, as soon as he got to the living room, Harry jumped at him and hugged him tightly. Harry, of course, caught his daughter and hugged her tightly. Harry giggled and then excitedly began to tell Harry about her day. But, in her excitement, she spoke a bit too fast and Harry was only able to pick some words out of the whole thing she said. It was still adorable so he couldn't help but chuckled. Harry, sweetie, slow down, you're speaking way beyond the speed of light. I barely understood some of the words you said. Harry stopped talking but smiled. Sorry daddy. But Salamon and Tsukaimon digivolved. They're Gatomon and Black Gatomon now. Harry pointed down towards a couch and Harry followed her finger. The two cat Digimon were sitting side by side on a couch and both waved at him in greeting. Harry smiled and then walked over to his daughter's Digimon. He bent down and gave them both a head pat, which got the two champion Digimon purring in delight. So they finally digivolved. How did it happen? Harry grinned and then said, Lily, Sherry, and I went to the natural dungeon with Uncle Rex. And we fought a bunch of xenomorphs. We even got to the queen. But there were a lot of enemies and Uncle Rex was getting overwhelmed by the numbers. So I summoned Salamon and Tsukaimon to help him, while I, Sherry, and Lily fought the queen. We won of course, but the battle was tough for my Digimon partners and Uncle Rex, and both Salamon and Tsukaimon digivolved to even the odds. Harry smiled and was pretty proud of his daughters. The xenomorph floor was a really tough one, not because of the xenomorphs, but because of the sheer number of enemy spawns. The number of monsters found on that floor was ridiculous, but it was a great floor to grind drops, money, and experience points, which is why it's popular within the guilds. Harry smiled and scratched Gatomon's chin, causing her to smile and purr. This reminds me of Carrie's Gatomon. I wonder how they're doing now. Eri tilted her head. Carrie? Is she one of the DG destined you helped? I think you mentioned her before. Harry nodded. Yeah, that world was one I stayed in for a very long time too. I even went to high school there with the rest of the DG destined, well except Carrie and TK, they were younger than me at the time. Carrie has a Gataman as a Digimon partner like you Eri, plus she's a brave and kind girl, though she can be scary when she wants to be. Harry sadly smiled as he reminisced about the friends he made in that world connected to the digital world. Eri noticed her daddy's sad smile and didn't like it, so she hugged his head. You miss your friends, Daddy? Harry smiled at his daughter and nodded. Yes, I had to leave without telling anyone. I knew that if they had asked me to stay I would have without even thinking about it twice. But I couldn't do that, I needed to move on, get stronger, and finish my journey through different worlds, so I left without a word. I bet they must have been very worried and scared. I wonder if they hate me for leaving like that. Eri hugged her father's head tighter. Her daddy must be feeling quite guilty for leaving like he did, which is why he feels both sad and worried about his friends. But then Eri got a great idea. Daddy, let's go and visit your friends. Harry widens his eyes at Eri in surprise, not having expected Eri to request that visit the DG destined. I do want to see how they're doing. Carrie, Sora, and Mimi are going to kick my ass, maybe Yuli too. Eri nodded. That's fine. You do kind of deserve it for leaving like that, Daddy. Got to take your lumps like a man. Harry chuckled. No mercy for Daddy, hey. Eri shook her head and then gave him a cheeky grin. Nope. It just made Harry smile and then laugh. He found it funny the way his daughter was sending him to get his butt kicked with no remorse, but she does make a good point. He has to go and see his friends, apologized, and get what's coming to him for the way he left. His friends deserved that much. Hopefully, they will understand why he couldn't stay with them and forgive him. So with that mind, Harry nodded to Eri and then cheerfully said, okay. You're right, Eri, it's time to face my destiny. But first, we should go pick up a couple of friends of ours. Eri smiled and nodded to her daddy. She was pretty excited to visit the world of the DG destined. She was sure they can teach her a lot about being a Digimon tamer, plus she also had an idea of who they were going to pick up and she was very excited about it. Alphaman was looking down as a few children were playing around her with smiles on their faces. She chuckled at how they were throwing mid-level spells at each other and playing to fight each other to the death. Soon the villains took off running to escape the heroes and fight another day, but the heroes chased them, not willing to let them get away, even though they were causing a bit of chaos and destruction around them. Not one really cared and just smiled as the children left laughing in good fun. An old lady chuckled at the kids' shenanigans and then fixed the destruction the kids made with a wave of her hand before leaving with a soft smile on her face. Alphaman had watched all of this in amusement, but then a dark corridor opened on one of her shoulders. She smiled knowing it was her partner and best friend who was coming to visit her. As predicted, Harry stepped out of the dark corridor with Eri in his arms and a Gataman and Blagataman hanging from his shoulders. Alphaman immediately knew that these two Digimon were Eri's Digimon partners and that they had finally reached their champion level form. Harry and Eri waved at Alphaman in greeting. The leader of the Royal Knights gave them an eye smile and then said, Harry, Eri, how are you guys doing? Eri smiled and then pointed at her Digimon Alpha-chan. Look! Salaman and Tsukaimon Digivolved. Alphaman lightly laughed at the nickname given to her by Harry's daughter and then nodded at Eri. I can see that, Eri. Congratulations on reaching the next step, guys. Blagataman grinned at Alphaman and said, it was nothing. Gataman's sweat dropped and shook her. I wouldn't call being surrounded by thousands of monsters, nothing, sister. But her sister's word did nothing to make Blagataman's pride falter and she just continued to smile proudly. Alphaman laughed a bit and nodded. She then turned her head towards Harry. So? What's going on? You both look ready for adventure. And it was true, Eri and Harry had this sparkle in their eyes and excitement written on their faces. Harry smiled at his first Digimon friend ever and said, we're going to go visit Tai and the others. I thought you would like to come with us. Alphaman's eyes softened and nodded. Of course I want to go with you, I miss everyone there, but, you do know that the girls might kick your butt around a bit, right? Harry sighed but then chuckled. I know, but Eri here told me to take my lumps like a man and you know I can't say no to my daughters. Alphaman giggled and nodded. True, then let me just take on my rookie form. I wouldn't want to scare the humans of that world with my mega form. Harry smiled and nodded. He soon took off, flying off Alphaman's shoulder, and then the leader of the Royal Guard's body began to glow with green data particles and shrink. Until a small lizard-like form took shape and the green data particles dissipated, revealing Alphaman's rookie form. Daruman soon floated up towards Harry and he grabbed her in his free arm with a smile on his face. It has been a while since I've seen you in this form. Darumon nodded as she flexed her limbs a bit. Feels kinda odd but I'll get used to it. You're right though, it certainly has been a very long time since I took on my rookie Ferguk. Poor Daruman didn't get to finish her sentence when Eri suddenly hugged her tightly. Alpha-chan. You're so cute. And small. You look like a baby dinosaur. Darumon giggled though it sounded a bit strained. Her power is held back a bit when she's in her rookie form, so Eri is now way more powerful than her, though Daruman herself is as powerful as a regular mega-level Digimon right now. Still, she smiled and looked at Eri. Thank you Eri. Eri smiled at Daruman, and she then turned her head towards her father. Are going to go pick up big sis Nejire now? Daruman tilted her head in curiosity. Nejire. Harry nodded. Yes, she has a Digimon partner too, so I thought she would like to meet other people with Digimon partners. Daruman nodded. Ah, I see, sounds like a good idea, so to your basement then. Harry nodded and with a wave of his hand, he opened a new dark corridor. Without much thought, the dragon god walked through it and left the area. My Hero Academia world. Nejire was in the city doing some patrolling, however, things were calm and quiet. Izuku and his friends' reputations as ruthless heroes has scared many villains out of Japan, which lead to an all-time low crime rate. It is a good thing, great even, but Nejire was super bored right now, so the young blue-haired hero sighed. Lopman, I'm bored. Lopman, a beast Digimon, is an extremely precious rookie Digimon. Lopman has 3 horns growing from its head and has a calm and gentle personality. The way Lopman grows is shrouded in mystery, and though she can be classified as a beast species Digimon from her body structure, aside from that, not a lot is known about her and her species. Neither does she seem like a combat species Digimon, but when battling, Lopman shows that she is more powerful than she appears. A fact proven by how much she helps Nejire during patrols. She is certainly strong enough to beat common villains with ease as well. However, Lopman often has to deal with her partner's shenanigans, and that's something she's not a fan of. Nejire, you're always bored. Nejire groaned and then landed on top of a building, but there's nothing interesting going on. Deku and the others scared everyone evil off Japan. Don't get me wrong, that's a great thing, but then we don't have a lot to do anymore. Lopman frowned. She had to agree with Nejire on that one. Things have been calmer lately, and patrolling the city was becoming quite the chore lately, even though she had been feeling a bit bored herself. Suddenly a dark corridor opened behind them. Nejire felt it and immediately turned her head to see it, only to brightly smile and then took off flying at high speed toward the dark corridor. Harry barely stepped out of his dark corridor when Eri, Daruman, Gataman and Blagataman jumped off him, leaving him confused only to be suddenly hugged in the face by someone. Nejire had thrown herself at Harry the moment she saw him and hugged his head into her chest in glee, causing the surprised dragon god to flail his arms around Harry. I've missed you so much. He heard Harry mumble something but she couldn't hear him. Lopman sighed. Nejire, get off him, you can't be hugging a boy like that and he can't speak with your chest in his face. Nejire smiled and nodded. She quickly let go of Harry's head and let the dragon god breathe a bit. He might not need to breathe per se, but being caught by surprise like that would make everyone forget stuff like that. Nejire, it's good to see you, but I hope you don't hug guys like that often. I don't think any man is ready for a hug like that. Nejire smiled, but it was Lopman who said something about that. She does, all the time too. Harry's sweat dropped. Nejire just smiled and shrugged. They don't seem to mind, though Deku tends to faint. It's kind of funny. Poor Izuku, may his heart stay strong. With that thought in his head, Harry smiled at Nejire. Looks like I caught you doing hero work. Sorry about that, I didn't think you were busy. Nejire just shook her head. Nah, it's been pretty boring lately. No villain wants to hang around in Japan nowadays. They're all scared of Deku and his friends. Harry nodded. That certainly made sense. No one really wants to get beaten up and crippled like Izuku and his friends were taught to do. Eri ran over to Nejire and then jumped to give her a hug, which Nejire returned right away. Eri, you've gotten taller. Eri giggled and nodded at her friend. Of course I have, big sis. I'm always growing. Nejire smiled at Eri. Meanwhile, Gataman and Blagataman walked over to Lopman to greet her. Lopman smiled and then spoke. Hey guys, looks like you reached your champion form. Gataman nodded. Yes, we had a very big battle today and ended up digivolving. I got to say, I really like this form. Blagataman grinned. What about you, Lopman? Have you reached your champion form yet? Lopman nodded. Yes, my champion form is Turyuyaman. I'm a great fighter in that form too. Plus I'm very fast, though Mirko always wants to fight me, something about seeing who's the top rabbit or something like that. Both Gataman and Blagataman's sweat dropped at that. Fighting Mirko is no joke. She doesn't pull any punches and tends not to hold back, which made both Digimon feel a little bad for their friend. Harry chuckled at the interactions between Eri, her Digimon, and Nejire and Lopman. Nejire then turned her head towards Harry and smiled at him. What brings you guys here? Are you bored too? Did you come to hang out? Maybe you want to go somewhere fun. Harry chuckled at the rapid-fire questions coming from Nejire. She never changes, but Harry quite liked the way Nejire is. We came to invite you to visit another world with us. Nejire's eyes sparkled in excitement and then nodded at high speed, which made Eri's hair blow back while she giggled. Harry lightly laughed at the scene. Ah, that's a yes if ever seen one, but I think is best you go change from your hero uniform. Where we going? There are no heroes, so you don't need it. Also, do let your family and friends know that you will be gone for a while, so they don't get worried. I called Nizu to let him know, but it's best you tell everyone yourself as well. Nejire nodded and put Eri down. She quickly took out her smartphone and began to call her family and friends that she was going on an adventure with Harry. After making her phone calls and then going to get changed into her civilian clothing, she and Eri sent their Digimon partners into their smartphone. She then turned her head towards Harry. So where are we going? Harry smiled at Nejire. Do you remember when we visited the digital world and Electman told me my friends have been looking for me? Nejire nodded. Ah. So we're going to go see them. It's about time you go to let them know you're okay, Harry. Plus I can wait to meet my fellow Digimon tamers. Harry nodded. All right, then let's go. No time to waste. Both Eri and Nejire nodded and fist-pumped as Harry opened his system's menu and clicked on the Digimon Adventures world. Space, time, and reality cracked around the trio and then shattered. It soon fixed itself, but Harry, Nejire, and Eri weren't in that world anymore. They were now on their way to go see old friends of Harry and have some fun. Daikon-ransa, Japan. Tai and Matt were staring at the giant black armored Digimon in front of them. At first they were excited to see it. After all, this Digimon was a familiar one. However, the Digimon soon attacked an unknown Digimon in the care of a girl named Mako. It was obvious that this Alphaman wasn't the one they knew. She would never cause such destruction or attack anyone. The Alphaman they knew was kind and motherly to them. Even in her rookie form of Daruman, she was always taking care of them. But this was a big problem. All the DG Destined knew how powerful Alphaman is, and if this one was even a tenth as powerful as the one they personally knew, then they were in a lot of trouble. However, that wasn't the only issue the DG Destined had. Things have been tense for them for a while now. Tai had become aware of the destruction and chaos Digimon caused when they come to the real world, and it began to fill his heart with doubt. Something that made his best friend Matt angry at him. It's not like he didn't understand where Tai was coming from. He was aware of the danger, but to him, inaction was worse than what destruction happens when fighting wild Digimon. They were the only ones who can do something about all of this, and Tai's hesitation only made him angry. To Matt it was a sign of cowardice and make things worse. No one has been able to get a hold of Joe either. He was just too busy with his studies right now, so the DG Destined weren't at full strength. Even so, they still tried to do something about the situation. Despite Tai's doubts, Matt's anger, and Joe's non-appearance, everyone else tried to do something. Izzy created a pair of goggles that can allow the user to see the flow of digital data in the real world. With the goggles, they were trying to see if there was a digital portal opening somewhere in Japan and catch the wild Digimon before it caused too much destruction. To their surprise, however, they met Mako, a DG Destined just like them, though they didn't know that yet, who was looking for her Digimon partner called Mikuman, who she called May. It came as a big surprise for everyone, but they all soon accepted to help her look for May. So together with Mako, they decided to look for Mikuman while also keeping an eye on any wild Digimon appearing, but things got ugly soon when they found Mikuman. A portal opened up close by and Alphaman emerged from it, causing panic and chaos, as the giant mega-level Digimon began to walk around without a care of its surroundings. It then attacked Mikuman, but thankfully Mako was able to get to her and save her in the nick of time, but it seems that Alphaman wasn't planning to let Mikuman escape. Tai looked at Alphaman in worry and confusion since he saw how Alphaman attacked Mako and Mikuman. Why her? That was the question. Why was Alphaman after Mikuman and Mako? Just what are they going to do now? Chapter 189. Matt quickly took off running to check on Mako and try to protect her. Tai tried to follow him but stopped and hesitated when flashes of memories from the destruction caused by the wild Digimon flashed in his mind, causing him to stop and grimace in worry. Matt noticed that Tai stopped and he turned around to see what was wrong, but when he saw that he was hesitating again, he frowned and got angry at him. This isn't the time for holding back. But Tai didn't move, so Matt growled and then took off running again towards Mako. Meanwhile, Tai growled in frustration as doubts and worry filled his mind. Matt reached Mako, who was hugging Mikumen tightly, Matt quickly grabbed both Mako and her Digimon got you, and jumped away as Alphaman was getting ready to blast her away. However, before the Mega-level Digimon could finish his attack, a massive ball of electricity and a wave of flames crashed against his back, making him lean forward a bit from the force of the blast. Kabuterimon and Birdramon then made their attacks merge together and created a tornado of flames and lighting, trapping Alphaman inside the two attacks, but Alphaman waved one of his arms to the side and dissipated the attacks with ease. The Mega-level Digimon ignored the attackers and immediately began to charge up another attack toward Mako and Mikumen, but Matt pushed both aside, making Alphaman's attack miss by an inch. Though the attack sailed away from them, it still crashed against the floor a fair distance away from Matt, Mako, and Mikumen, causing an explosion and a massive blast. Matt, seeing this, quickly covered Mei and Mikumen with his body. He grunted from the force of the explosion, while Mako screamed in fear. The explosion soon subsided and Matt quickly got off from Mako to check on her. "Are you okay?" Mako nodded but seemed shaken by what is going on. "Why, yes." Suddenly, someone called to the DG destined of friendship Matt. Matt smiled and turned his head towards where the voice that called him out came from. There, running towards him, was Gabumon, his Digimon partner. "Well, what do you know?" "It's Gabumon." Gabumon grinned and Matt, which caused him to smile and nod. He then turned his head towards Mako and said, "Everything's going to be alright." Mako nodded and then Matt got up and called out to his Digimon partner, "Let's do this, Gabumon." Gabum nodded and got ready to join the battle. Meanwhile, Birdramon and Kabuterimon attacked Alphaman together. Both rushed towards him, but the Mega-level Digimon caught Kabuterimon by the horn and then slammed him against the ground. He then caught Birdramon by the neck and quickly blasted her away from him with a blast of green digital energy. Birdramon screamed in pain as she was sent flying away. But Alphaman wasn't done. He quickly aimed an open hand toward Kabuterimon while he was still trying to get up and blasted him with the same green digital energy attack. Birdramon slammed against a building and then bounced off it, only to continue her trajectory and then crashed against a Ferris wheel. Izzy and Sora looked on in concern towards their Digimon partners and called out to them in worry. Meanwhile, Matt digivolved Gabumon into Garurumon. The wolf-like Digimon immediately pounced at Alphaman and took a bite out of one of his arms. However, Alphaman waved his arm away a few times until he sent Garurumon flying toward the ground. But the champion Digimon spun in midair and landed on his 4 feet. He then opened his jaws and sent a spiraling blast of wind towards Alphaman, but Alphaman just raised his hand and blocked the attack with his bared hand. Garurumon growled and jumped towards Alphaman while keeping his attack going, but the Mega-level Digimon blasted him away with a green digital energy blast from his free hand. Matt quickly ran towards Tai and called out to him, "Tai, we're going to need Omnimon." Tai just looked out of it, which made Matt grunt in annoyance, but then Garurumon was sent crashing to the ground behind Matt, causing him to be sent flying forwards towards Tai. Tai widens his eyes in worry when he saw them and called out to his friend Matt. Matt crashed on the ground beside Tai and skidded on it a bit before coming to a stop. Mimi saw this and immediately decided to help Palman. "Get in there." Palman jumped forward ready for action while loudly responding to Mimi, "You got it." Mimi took out her DG Vice, which began to glow as Palman digivolved into her champion form. Palman digivolved to Digimon. TK took out his DG Vice and got ready. "Our turn." Carrie, who was beside him, nodded and took out her DG Vice yet. Meanwhile, Digimon jumped into the air and then yelled at Alphaman, "How about a little bit of needle spray?" Countless needles made out of energy rained down towards Alphaman, but he looked up and just raised his power a bit, causing the needles to combust in mid-air. But then Angemon and Gatomon tried to attack Alphaman while he was looking up. However, Alphaman easily blocked the punch from Angemon and the kick from Gatomon with his bare hands and then blasted them away with a twin green digital energy blast. Both Angemon and Gatomon screamed in pain as they were sent flying back and into the wall of a building. Digimon landed on top of Alphaman and tried to punch him. But Alphaman backhanded her away and sent her crashing against the ground. Tai frowned as he watched all the Digimon being pushed aside, while Matt struggled to get up from the ground. Agumon, Tai's partner, walked up to him. Tai. Tai tightened his fist in frustration. "What I am supposed to do?" Suddenly Mako's voice echoed through the area, "I will never give you Mikumen." Tai turned his head towards Mako, who was standing in front of Alphaman and glaring at him, while she was hugging Mikumen into her chest. "Never. Forget it." Mako turned around and then took off running to get away from Alphaman as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Tai's eyes widened as more mental images of the destruction caused by the wild Digimon flashed in his mind again. Alphaman just immediately began to follow Mei as she tried to get away from him, but Alphaman's steps were destroying everything around him and causing explosions that made Mako lose her footing. She still was able to get out from where Alphaman had appeared, but when she turned back to see, she saw that he was still coming after her and Mikuman. Matt shakily got up along with Garuruman. Garuruman immediately chased after Alphaman and jumped on his back to get his attention away from Mako and Mikuman. Tai watched all of this with concern evident on his face. I got to do something. Alphaman suddenly elbowed Garuruman away from his back. The champion-level Digimon grunted in pain and was sent crashing into the ground, but he rolled with his momentum and then stood up. He quickly roared as he fired a stream of blue fire. The attack hit Alphaman on the back, making him turn around and blast Garuruman with a green digital energy blast. The attack hit him head-on, causing an explosion that sent Matt, Tai, and Agumon flying back. Tai crashed on the ground, rolled backward and then lay on his belly in pain. Agumon was sent flying further back, but he called out to his friend when he saw him on the floor in pain. Tai grunted in pain and shakily looked up. He saw Alphaman staring down at him, but soon turned around and went back to going after Mako and Mikuman. Matt growled and stood up from where he had crashed. He landed beside Tai, and then began to walk forward while angrily speaking to Tai. Are you just going to sit there? We didn't start this fight. But we're the only ones with the power to end it. Harry taught us to always protect each other and what we love. But he also taught us to fight for what we believe in. We can't just sit here and let the wild Digimon do what they want. Tai widened his eyes at the mention of Harry, the older boy who took care of them, who taught them all kinds of things, who was always there to help them, comfort them when they needed it, and protect them at all costs. Tai growled and then began to shakily stand up. Harry, you're right. Matt turned around and saw Tai try to walk towards him, but then he saw him wince in pain and lose his balance, but Matt quickly caught his friend and helped him up. Matt looked at Tai and then said, if we don't act, everything will be destroyed, not just buildings but people too. Only we can stop this. Tai widened his eyes as he stared at Matt. Meanwhile, the other Digimon lay on the ground in pain and unable to move from the damage they received. Their partners were staring at them in concern, unable to do anything at the moment. Meanwhile, Alphaman continued to follow Mako and Mikuman, until she was trapped between a few buildings. She turned around and glared at Alphaman as he continued to move towards her. Tai was still hesitant, afraid even. At times like these he wishes Harry was here. He always knew what to say or do. However, before anything else could happen, a small feminine voice began to chant, "O incandescent locus, annihilate the vulgar before me." Spiral flare. A massive spiral of wind and flames came flying from above and crashed against Alphaman. The mega-level Digimon grunted in pain and was sent skidding back. The DG Destined gaped and looked up towards where that attack had come from, only to stare in shock when they saw a little girl flying on a broom. She was wearing a big witch's hat and riding behind and in front of her, were a Gatomon and Black Gatomon. Carrie was the one who voiced everyone's thoughts, a little witch. Eri narrowed her eyes towards Alphaman, Nejire, her daddy, and she arrived just a minute ago. Her daddy immediately grew worried for his friends when he saw an Alphaman attacking the area, so she took out her broom and took off flying to face the big bully while her daddy went to look for his friends. Suddenly, 2 blasts of green digital energy came rushing towards her, but she just raised her hand and blocked them with a mana barrier. Guys, go. Teach him not to bully my daddy's friends. I'll back you up. Black Gatomon and Gatomon nodded and jumped off Eri's broom. Eri waved her hand toward her Digimon partners and began to cast every buff spell she knew. Black Gatomon grinned as she felt her stats increase. Ha ha ha, I love this. I'm going to punch that guy in the face. Gatomon nodded. She doesn't often agree with her sister, but this time, she too wanted to hit that bully. Let's teach that faker a lesson. Both Digimon landed on the ground and immediately took off running on all fours. They became 2 streaks of white and black as they rushed towards Alphaman, who looked surprised. Only to get punched hard in the face by Black Gatomon. Alphaman's head whipped to the side, but he didn't even get to do anything, because Gatomon slashed at his legs, causing him to drop to a knee. He looked up towards the 2 Digimon that attacked him and grimaced. The mega-level Digimon was confused and quite alarmed. How is it possible that 2 champion-level Digimon can hurt him this much, and that child? Just how was she able to blast him with fire like that? Alphaman didn't want to prolong this fight, especially because of these unknowns, so he quickly raised a hand and aimed at the corruption he was sent to delete. Only for a blue-haired girl to suddenly fly towards his face and blast him away with a blast of spiraling energy from her hands. The blast was powerful enough to push him off his knee and onto the ground. Nejire grinned. Go Lopman. It's our time to shine. Lopman nodded and jumped from her shoulder where she was riding on. Meanwhile, Nejire took out her smartphone, which began to glow with digital energy. Lopman felt her energy skyrocket and engulfed her. She smiled and then roared, Lopman Digivolve to Turyueman. A purple rabbit Digimon with black eyes, 3 small horns, and 2 long ears that end in white tips on its head emerged from the digital energy. Turuyeman grinned and raised her fists which were covered by gauntlets. As soon as she fell closer to Alphaman she let loose her attack gauntlet claw. Turuyeman unleashed a combo fist attack at high speed on Alphaman's chest. 4 loud clangs echoed throughout the area as Alphaman grunted in pain. Turuyeman flipped black as soon as she finished her attack and landed on her feet on the ground and away from Alphaman. Nejire landed in front of Mako and smiled at her. Don't worry. We'll protect you. Just stay behind me. Mako nodded. She was a bit taken off guard, but still listed to the blue-haired girl who just protected her and Mikuman. Besides, she has a Digimon partner so she has to be an ally as well. Meanwhile, Matt and Tai were watching in disbelief as 2 champion-level Digimon brought Alphaman to his knees and then a blue-haired girl blasted him with energy waves coming from her hands, only for her Digimon to punch and make Alphaman grunt in pain with a combo of punches. All of that happened in a couple of seconds. Suddenly, their friends came running towards them. Carrie reached her brother first. Tai. Are you okay? Tai nodded. Carrie then took Tai from Matt and helped him up. Tai smiled at his little sister trying to put her at ease. I'm okay Carrie, just in a little bit of pain. Meanwhile, Sora went to Matt. Matt, are you okay? Matt nodded. Yet, but what's going on here? Who are those girls? No one said anything, they didn't know who the little girl and the other girl were after all. Mimi suddenly smiled and said I don't know who they are, but that little witch is adorable. Carrie and Sora giggled at Mimi's words, the guys however just deadpanned at her. Suddenly a voice called out to them, a very familiar voice. I'm glad you think my daughter is adorable Mimi, I'll make sure to tell her that you think so. Everyone froze, that voice was just too familiar but they couldn't believe it was who they thought it was. Slowly, Carrie, Tai, Mimi, Sora, Matt, TK, and Izzy turned around to see the one who spoke to them. Carrie gasped as tears began to fall down her face. Mimi was trembling and crying as well, while Sora covered her mouth while sobbing, and Tai's eyes widened and tear up. Izzy looked just shocked and tearing up as well, though he was trying hard not to cry. TK just stood there in shock, while Matt stared in disbelief and then shakily said no way. Harry? Is that really you? Harry smiled at his friends with a soft and caring smile. He then nodded. Yes, it's me guys, sorry I've been away for a while. I know you have a ton of questions and probably want to kick my ass but we have Tiuv. Harry didn't get to finish, the girls immediately pounced and hugged him tightly, very tight, as if they were afraid he would disappear on them again. Harry chuckled and hugged the 3 girls back. I'm very sorry girls. The girls just sobbed and did not let go. Matt rubbed his eyes with his sleeves. You asshole. TK was smiling but he was also crying. Tai nodded and sniffed. I'm going to punch you really hard Harry. Izzy finally cried but didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded in agreement with Tai and Matt. Harry smiled at his friends and nodded. I'll take my punishment later, now we have to take care of that Alphaman. Carrie, Mimi and Sora finally let go of Harry, wiped their tears, and then nodded. Tai, Izzy, TK, and Matt did the same. Suddenly Digimon dropped from the sky and landed beside Harry. I gave all the Digimon miracle gels, Harry, they're ready for round 2. Everyone smiled at Digimon. The little purple dinosaur Digimon waved at the DG destined and gave them a soft smile. Soon after, everyone's Digimon burst into the area roaring and ready to go back to the fight. Harry grinned and nodded. All right, let's go. The DG destined grinned as well and said the same thing at the same time. Right. Alphaman got up with a grunt and then glared at the humans and Digimon that just hurt him. He was still confused as to how this was possible, but he didn't have time to deal with them, so not wanting to waste any more time. The Mega-level Digimon summoned his Aryuken from his digital hammer space. He quickly swung it towards the blue-haired girl and his target, but before his blade could even reach them, something appeared in front of them in a flash of white and black light. This was when his Aryuken was slapped away from the girls and Digimon. Alphaman tried to attack, but the Mega-level Digimon couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He quickly turned to look towards who just blocked his sword, only to narrow his eyes when he saw a young black-haired, green-eyed young man flying in front of his targets. In his hand he held 2 strange-looking weapons that looked like keys for some odd reason. He didn't know why, but Alphaman was feeling rather threatened right now. Whoever this young man is, he was far more powerful than anything Alphaman had ever seen. Suddenly a Digimon that was riding on the mysterious young man's shoulder spoke. Well, to think I'd see an Alphaman attacking humans, looks like the Digimon Holy Knights have lost their honor. Alphaman glared at the Digimon but didn't respond. Daruman smirked, not much of a talker are you? That's cool, but I won't let you get away from hurting my friends. Metal Cannon. The Diromon gathered digital energy in her belly and then fired a metal orb. Alphaman would have scoffed at the attack, but he couldn't even do that. The attack broke the speed of sound with a loud bang and hit him in the chest before he could even try to block it. To his surprise, his chest armor cracked from the force and power behind Daruman's attack, causing Alphaman to also lose his balance and drop to his knees in pain. However, he was still able to use his Aryuken to hold himself up. He was just utterly shocked now. Just what's going on here? How can these people actually hurt him this much? Alphaman looked down at his chest and frowned at the crack that formed in his armor. But he wasn't given any time to ponder further. 6 spirals of digital energy sprouted from the ground and reached the heavens as the Digidestin's Digimon digivolved into their ultimate forms. Alphaman narrowed his eyes at this. Things were getting too difficult for him now and he didn't know what else to do about this situation. Harry narrowed his eyes at Alphaman. Something about his presence here just didn't make sense to him, and why attack children like this? Just what was going on in the digital world now? Suddenly he saw Warguruman kick Alphaman on the side of his head and sent him down to the ground. Looks like that Alphaman isn't used to taking damage. Daruman, who was riding on his shoulder, nodded. Yeah, seems like he had never faced someone stronger than him. He's not used to being overwhelmed and fighting on, even when hurt. Metalgramon suddenly blasted Alphaman with his chest missiles, causing Alphaman to grunt in pain. But he didn't even get the chance to recover when Gridamon, Lilimon, and Megacabuterimon blasted him with their energy attacks. A green blast of energy, a sharp blade of flames, and a massive orb of electricity crashed against Alphaman, causing an explosion. Alphaman suddenly stood up from the explosion and waved his Aryuken, dispersing the smoke. He raised his free hand and was about to blast the Digimon with his green digital energy blasts, but Angewoman fired a holy arrow at his hand, stopping his charge up. Magna Angeman then appeared in front of Alphaman and slashed at him with his energy blade, but Alphaman blocked it with his Aryuken. There was a massive blast of air from the weapons impacting with each other, but everyone held on. Harry took off flying and roared, and he began to unleash a massive combo with Oblivion and Oathkeeper. Alphaman widened his eyes and began to try to stop Harry. But Harry's swings were powerful enough to push him back and slap Aryuken away. As Alphaman began to get smacked around by Harry, Tai couldn't help but grow worried about the destruction that was being caused to the area around. Harry suddenly charged energy into his keyblades, and Alphaman's eyes widened in panic at the amount of energy he just sensed. A green digital portal opened behind him and Alphaman quickly jumped back to get away, but Harry swung his keyblades with a roar. 2 energy slashes, one black and the other white, were sent flying from Harry's keyblades and crashed against Alphaman, causing him to roar in pain and get sent flying back into the portal. A massive explosion then shook the area. The Digidestin screamed from the air pressure and dropped to the ground to avoid getting sent flying away, but the explosion soon subsided and everyone looked up to see Harry floating in the air with his keyblades in his hand and glaring towards where Alphaman just stood a minute ago. Harry huffed in annoyance and shook his head. He got away. Daruman nodded. Yeah, but don't worry, we'll see him again. I should know, I am an Alphaman too, and we're pretty stubborn. Harry chuckled and then nodded to his Digimon partner. Suddenly Eri called out to him, Daddy. Harry smiled and turned around just in time to catch Eri in his arms. The little Potter had jumped off her broom to give her daddy a hug, and she was utterly excited as well. That battle was awesome. There were a lot of booms. And bangs. And explosions. We kicked butt. Harry chuckled at his daughter and nodded. It sure was fun, but we should meet with everyone now. Eri, are you ready to meet my friends? Eri nodded with a big smile on her face. Her broom flew towards her, while Gatamon and Black Gatamon were back on it and riding it. She quickly jumped back on her broom and flew down towards the Digidestined. Harry smiled. He then moved his gaze towards Nejire and saw her helping an unknown girl stand up, but Harry ignored that for now and quickly followed his daughter down towards his friends. Matt and Tai dropped to the ground, tired and in pain from the ordeal they just went through. Their Digimon partners had returned to their rookie forms and were picked up by their friends, who were all running towards Matt and Tai to check up on him. Sora immediately called out to them as they got close. Hey guys! Are you okay? Matt and Tai just groaned in pain, making everyone chuckle. Izzy grinned and then said, I'll take that as a yes. Suddenly the blue-haired girl came down flying while holding Mako in her arms. While she held Mako in her arms, Mako looked tired and roughed up. Even her glasses looked cracked, but she was still smiling. Mimi smiled as she stared at Mikuman. So that's who you were searching for? The blue-haired girl gently let Mako down on her feet, while Mako nodded to Mimi. Yes, I found her. Everyone gathered around Mako and took a closer look at her Digimon partners. So this is Mei? I heard you calling her that, right? Mako nodded. Yup, I call her Mei, but her name is Mikuman. Everyone smiled at the nickname Mako gave to her Digimon partner. Izzy nodded and then said Mikumin, hey? Fascinating. Mako blushed, smiled, and then took out something from her pocket. She then showed it to everyone. You see. I have a Digimon partner too. Everyone gasped in surprise when they saw Mako's Digivice. Suddenly, Harry and Eri dropped from the sky and landed beside everyone. Harry, who saw the Digivice and heard everything, said that means that you're a Digi destined as well. Everyone turned to look at Harry. His friends happily smiled at him, while Mako blushed and looked down. Well, I guess I am. Harry smiled at Mako and then chuckled. So there's still Digi destined being discovered even after all this time? Pretty wild. Mimi cheered, happy about a lot of things right now. So cool. Mako nodded but then gave everyone a little bow. I'm sorry, I should have told you. Everyone shook their heads. They all understood how hard it is to trust strangers with information about Digimon. TK just smiled and said it's fine, it just means the team just got bigger. Carrie giggled and nodded. Welcome aboard Mako, Mikumin. Mako nodded and gave everyone a very happy smile. Thank you, we're lucky we met all of you. Mako then looked down at her Digimon partner and said, what do you say to our new friends Mikumin? Mako then gave everyone a little bow. Dan Dan. Mikumin mimicked Mako and also said Dan Dan. Carrie tilted her head in confusion. Hey? Say what? Mako jumped in embarrassment. Oh, that's thank you in Mikumin speak. Everyone chuckled in amusement and gave Mako and Mikumin a smile. Eri suddenly giggled and turned her head towards Nejire. Nejire. Dan Dan. Nejire smiled at Eri and played along. Dan Dan. Mako blushed even redder in embarrassment. The DG destined turned to look at Nejire and Eri and stared in confusion until they remembered Harry said something to them when they met up again, but it was Mimi who voiced it out. Is one of you Harry's daughter? Eri immediately turned toward the DG destined and gave them a wide and happy smile. I am. I'm Harry Potter, the Witch of Destruction and Dragon God of Magic. The DG destined stared at Eri until Mimi suddenly squealed and then grabbed Eri into a hug. You're so adorable. EIR giggled and hugged Mimi back. Nejire raised her hand and then said, Harry isn't my daddy, or at last I think so. Nejire turned her head towards Harry and asked him, are you, my daddy? Harry shook his head and chuckled, no, I'm not, but now I feel bad for your father, completely forgot about him. Hey. Nejire sheepishly laughed. The DG destined then turned their attention to Harry, who jumped when he saw them glaring at him while tearing up. Carrie was the first one to speak. You have a lot of explaining to do, Harry. Sora nodded. And a lot to apologize for, jerk. Mimi, who was still hugging Harry, grinned. I'm going to hurt you. Harry gulped because he knew how dangerous a woman is when mad. He turned his head towards the guys hoping to get some support, but he instead got utterly betrayed when Matt got up and cracked his knuckles. I'll soften him up for you guys. Tai stopped up and nodded. I'll help you, we know how tough Harry is, we need to hit him hard. TK smiled. I'll hold him down. Izzy took out his laptop and began to type in. Hold on, let me search for the most painful places to hit. Harry took a step back and held his hands in surrender. Come on guys, I'm a dragon, remember? It's impossible to hurt me. Carrie frowned. Poke him in the eyes. Harry's sweat dropped at what Carrie said, which was extremely violent even for her. Mako nervously looked on as the DG destined began to stalk over to Harry. Is this okay? Nejire giggled and then nodded. I wouldn't worry, Harry had it coming and he'll heal quickly enough. Mako nodded, but then tilted her head in confusion. Wait, did Harry just call himself a dragon? But no one answered her question as Harry was then attacked by his friends. Despite not feeling pain, he still acted like he did. It's the least he could do for the pain he caused his friends. Plus he was sure they knew they weren't hurting him and were just venting. Soon enough everyone lay down on the ground tired and huffing for air. Harry was also on the ground but was also looking up at the sky. Suddenly Mimi, Carrie, and Sora dropped on top of him and glared down at him, causing him to flinch. Mimi then pulled on his cheek and yelled at him, "You're never disappearing on us like that again." Sora nodded and pulled on his other cheek, "Never ever jerk." Carrie sniffed and teared up, "We missed you so much, Harry. We were all very worried about you and we didn't know what happened or where you went. Please don't do that again." Harry sighed, feeling bad, but nodded and then said, "I'll never leave like that again, guys, I promise." Tai walked over and looked down at Harry. "We're going to hold you to that, Harry." Harry nodded and made the girls float up with a bit of telekinesis. He then stood up and let them down on their feet. He then looked around. "So, can someone explain what's going on? Why are Digimon appearing in the real world again? And why was one like Alphaman attacking you guys?" Everyone shared a look and then nodded. Izzy then said, "There's a lot happening, Harry. We should move somewhere else to speak about all this more discreetly." Harry nodded. While Tai looked around and sighed at the destruction left behind by the Digimon, Harry noticed this Tai. Tai turned to look at Harry and gave him a worried smile. Harry, look at all of this destruction, is it okay for us to do this? Are we making things worse? Just what I am supposed to do. Everyone looked down except Matt, who growled and glared at Tai. This again. Tai, were the only ones who can do something about all of this, stop being st. But Harry called out to Matt, cutting him off mid-sentence. Matt stopped talking and looked down in frustration, but he knew better than to argue when Harry calls him out in that tone of voice. Harry sighed and then looked up at the sky. You're growing up, Tai. You used to be a reckless little shit with a heart of gold. Tai sweat dropped at the way Harry describes him while everyone else laughed at his expense. Harry just smiled and then went on, but now you're more aware of your actions and the action of others, the consequences of those actions and the suffering they might bring. It's fine that you feel like this, it's part of growing up, but you're not stupid, Tai. If you don't rise up to help, then who will? Would you really be okay with letting your friends risk their lives alone? Without you? Would you really not do anything, when you know your actions might save someone? I know it's hard, and honestly, I wished this burden didn't land on anyone's shoulders. But it landed on yours. It's your responsibility and something that has to be done, otherwise, if you don't rise up to fight, only more destruction and death will happen. Tai looked down and nodded. He was glad he was able to speak with Harry about his doubts and felt better with the way he explained things. Harry then smiled, and besides, I'm here now, I won't let you guys suffer the burden alone, let me worry about the damages and even the dead. I'll take care of everything, you guys just do as you have always done, your best with that, said Harry. Suddenly snapped his finger, and in a flash of red light, everything that was damaged and destroyed was restored to perfect condition. This left the DG Destined and their Digimon partners gasping in shock, well except Eri and Nejire, they were too busy laughing at the expressions on everyone's faces. Chapter 190. After Harry fixed all the damage caused by Alphaman and the DG Destined's Digimon partners, the DG Destined, Harry, Eri, Nejire and their Digimon quickly left the area and went to Izzy's office to be able to more comfortably talk. Things were certainly far easier for everyone now. Harry had cast a spell over the Digimon so no one could see them or hear them besides the group. This made the Digimon very happy too, because they could now all run around and play while everyone walked through the city. Throughout the walk, everyone was excitedly speaking with Harry and telling him about everything that's been going on with them since he left, how Matt has a new band called Knife of Day. The name made Harry chuckle, making Matt blush in embarrassment. Sora informed Harry that she was still playing tennis and is focusing a lot on her flower arrangement under her mother's tutelage. It made Harry very happy to see her have grown up so diligent and hardworking. Izzy excitedly told Harry how he was helping an American friend's law firm with some programming and that he has been working on a few interesting programs. Harry grinned and told Izzy that he will be checking his work to see it and that he himself had a bunch of stuff to show him. That made Izzy even more excited. Mimi told Harry with a big smile on her face that she had moved back to Odaiba and transferred to the same school as the rest of the DG Destined. She also told him how she was interested in fashion designing and that was what she was trying to reach as a career goal. Harry smiled at his friend and gave her a head pat. He then told her about Shana and how she was also studying fashion design in his world and that if she wanted he could help her once she graduates from high school. That made Mimi very happy and she accepted right away. Carrie was the next one to inform Harry about herself, especially with how she was going to Odaiba Middle School now and that she had gotten really into taking pictures. Of course, she still wants to be a kindergarten teacher. Carrie and Harry have a very special relationship, one that was born from their connections to light and darkness. Carrie learned from Harry that not all darkness was evil and that not all light was benevolent. She learned to step in the line in between, in the twilight, which made her very strong against both elements. Not only is she practically immune to their corruption and manipulations, but she's also able to harness a bit of twilight. That made her bond with Harry deeper, and the dragon god is certainly fond of Carrie. Even when she was small, she would follow him everywhere and ask questions continuously. Tai might be Kari's hero, but Harry is her best friend and it shows with how she hasn't let go of Harry's hand. Something that had Mimi and Sora glaring at her. TK just chuckled at the whole thing and just spoke about how his life has been going, though Carrie threw him under the bus and informed Harry about how much of a womanizer TK had become. Which made TK wince a bit. He certainly didn't want Harry to know about that little tidbit, but Harry just chuckled and gave TK a slap on his back. Harry then warned him to be careful with a woman's heart, lest he ends up burned. Advice that TK took to heart. Tai grinned and then told him about how good he's been doing in soccer. He also told him that he isn't sure what he wants to be in the future or do and that he's struggling to see himself pursuing anything at the moment. Harry told him to try different things, travel a bit and meet new people, maybe then he'll get inspired to pursue a career, and if that isn't the case, he can always move to his world. Harry was sure he could find something there that he would like to do. That offer to Tai made everyone very interested. As far as they knew, Harry was the only one who can jump worlds, so they were rather curious about how Tai could make it to Harry's world. Next is Mako, who is a very shy and awkward young girl. When Harry spoke to her and asked her about herself, she immediately blushed and sneezed in embarrassment, which just made Harry chuckle and patiently wait for Mako to calm down and speak at her pace. This made Mako relax quite a bit, and then she told him how she received her DG Vice in 1999 when she met Mikumen. The date made Harry's eyes widen in surprise, since that was the same year the DG Destined were dragged into the digital world. After that, Mako told him a little bit about herself and felt comfortable enough to speak about her life. She even told Harry how she had transferred to the same school the DG Destined attend. Harry listened quietly and let Mako go at her pace, which made her very happy and content. The whole thing made Nejire laugh a bit and mentioned how Harry looked like an older brother herding his excited siblings. Harry was just happy to see her daddy smile so happily as she flew beside everyone on her broom. She had made the DG Destined nervous when she started doing that, but Harry told them that she just cast a spell on herself to make everything she does unimportant. So no one batted an eye at a child flying on a broom in the middle of a busy street. Still, everyone eventually made it to Izzy's office and took a seat to talk more at ease. Once inside Izzy's office, everyone took a seat. Here the DG Destined told Harry about what's been happening lately in this world. Harry listened intently to the situation. 3 Kawegamen attacked, and a government organization helped you guys gather together? I thought the digital world was closed to the real world. How did it get open again, and how can multiple Digimon make it through like that? Izzy shook his head and frowned. We don't know, the only thing we know is that wild Digimon are punching through to this side, but the worst thing is, that something seems odd about them. Harry raised an eyebrow and seemed more concerned now. He quickly asked Izzy about it. Odd how? Tai was the one who spoke up and answered the question. They were very aggressive, feral even. Digimon are smart and some can speak. You can somewhat reason with some of them, but those 3 Kawegamen were too wild even for how they usually are. Carrie nodded. They were stronger too. We had some difficulties defeating them, and portals kept opening all over Japan, which made things more difficult. Harry hummed and looked down as he thought about all of this. He then closed his eyes and began to sense out all of Japan to see if he could figure something out about what was happening. He quickly opened his eyes and turned to look at Mikumen. Hey? You're infected with something. Mikumen and Mako both tensed up in surprise and shock. Mako began to worry, of course, but Harry smiled and stood up. Don't worry, I can fix it. Mako gulped and nodded. Harry then raised his open hand towards Mikumen, and suddenly, a stream of crimson-red data flowed out of Mikumen, who closed her eyes in fear. But the virus was soon drawn out of her completely and coalesced into an orb in Harry's hand. The virus suddenly began to vibrate and lash out, but Harry sealed it inside a shell of his energy and held it inside with ease. Everyone, however, was utterly shocked at the thing. Matt, however, was the one who voiced out everyone's thoughts. What the hell is that? Harry frowned as he stared at the virus acting out in the palm of his hand. I don't know, but this thing is alive and very aggressive. I think this thing is what's affecting the wild Digimon. Everyone stared in disbelief at the virus. Harry then snapped his fingers and the virus was completely destroyed. The dragon god sighed and then sat down again. Something else is going on here. Someone has to be manipulating things behind the scenes. This can't be a coincidence, all of this happening all at once and at the same time? No, there's definitely something going on here. Daruman, who was playing with her Digimon friends, suddenly jumped on Harry's lap and said, is anyone else infected? Harry shook his head. No, I made sure to scan everyone twice when I sensed the virus in Mikumen. They're all clean for now. Daruman nodded. She then looked over to Mako and Mikumen. But now I know why Alphaman was going after you guys. Mako shook a bit at the reminder of Alphaman, but she understood what Daruman was implying. He was coming after Mikumen because the virus was obviously very dangerous, but why attack? Couldn't he helped us instead? He shouldn't have to destroy Mikumen. Daruman sadly frowned. I'm afraid that Alphaman isn't someone who would compromise the fate of the digital world for one Digimon. He's not someone who has a will of his own either. Tai suddenly raised a question. What do you mean? Isn't Alphaman your mega-level form too? You aren't like the one who attacked us. You've always been motherly and kind to us. Daruman smiled at Tai. Well, I'm different from that Alphaman. I was hatched by Harry and we spent a lot of time together, you know? I'm more humane, you can say. The Alphaman that you face was more than likely created as an Alphaman. He probably never had any interactions with humans before today as well. He's nothing more than a weapon. Izzy frowned and then piped in a weapon. For who? Harry sighed. For the master of the digital world and all of its versions, Yggdrasil, otherwise known as King Drasil. Yggdrasil is the master computer that controls the digital world. Due to this position of power, it is always presented as the god of the digital world in one way or form. It oversees the digital world's survival and, in some cases, its destruction. He also created the Royal Holy Digimon Knights. Omniman and Alphaman are royal knights. The fact that Alphaman made an appearance in the real world is a sign that he's aware of the virus and that it's a big enough of a threat to warrant his involvement. The DG Destined's eyes widen in shock. Sora nervously spoke, but, how come we never heard of Yggdrasil? Why didn't it help us when we fought the Dark Masters? Apocalypse? They were a threat. Harry sighed and rubbed his brow because Yggdrasil is a Digimon supremacist and sees humans as nothing more than a mistake that should be destroyed. He cares nothing about humans and the real world, his only concern is his survival and that of the digital world. Matt grew angry. What? But how can a thing like that be the god of the digital world? How can it just watch as the real world is destroyed? Without it, there would be no digital world. Harry shook his head. The digital world is connected to multiple realities, Matt. It won't just disappear if a version of the real world is destroyed. It really doesn't need this real world per se. Mimi looked down. But, that's just horrible. How can it not care? Isn't it supposed to protect the digital world? We're a part of it too. Harry nodded. That's right, but Yggdrasil doesn't understand that. It thinks humans are nothing more than a leech or a virus, so it doesn't care. But that's why the DG Destined exists. It's why you guys have Digimon partners. You guys are what protects both the real world and the digital world. Who better than children with hope and light in their hearts? The DG Destined stared at Harry in surprise, and suddenly Ty grinned. I see, so we were chosen because the one in charge can't be bothered to do its jobs. Fine then. We'll do a better job than it could ever do. We'll protect the real world and the digital world together. Everyone smiled at Ty. That spark that has been missing lately was back, and it seems like the leader of the DG Destined was back now, all thanks to the caretaker of the DG Destined, Harry Potter. Mako suddenly sneezed but shook her head and asked a question. Is Mikuman okay now? Is she safe? Harry nodded and gave Mako a smile. She's fine now, you don't have to worry about her, the virus is all gone from her. Mako let out a sigh of relief. Izzy then sighed and leaned back on his desk chair. That's one issue solved, but what about everything else? According to Harry, someone has to be behind all of these events. The issue is that we have no idea who could it be. Everyone nodded and looked down, lost in thought. After a bit, TK then turned his head towards Harry. Any ideas, Harry? Harry nodded. A few, but first, where's Joe? Carrie smiled and responded to Harry's question. He's been having a lot of tests lately, so he's been studying non-stop. Harry nodded. Oh? That's right, Joe wants to be a doctor. He must be in the middle of trying to get into a good university or medical school. He must be buried underneath tests and books. I'll go see him soon and check on him. How about Davis, Yuli, Cody, and Ken? TK smiled and answered the question. They're on a trip. Harry nodded. All right, we should try to contact them and inform them of what's going on. Everyone nodded and decided to try to get in contact with the rest of the DG Destined when they get back home. Harry then turned his head towards Izzy. Check if you can find out anything about this organization that popped out of nowhere. Izzy nodded. Sora frowned a bit, realizing something. Do you suspect them of something? Harry shook his head but had a very serious look on his face. Now, not at the moment, but their appearance is odd and out of place. Either they know more than they let on or they're involved in all of this. Either way, we shouldn't trust them until we know more. We don't know anything about them yet, but it seems like they know everything about us, and that raises a big red flag. So let's not trust them yet. I also want to speak with one of them, and see what they really know. Ty nodded and decided to inform Harry of something he had noticed. One of them is posing as my calligraphy teacher. His name is Daigo Nishijima. He's a cool and mellow teacher though. Harry frowned. One infiltrated the school? More than likely to keep an eye on you guys. Alright, I'll be coming to talk to him soon enough. For now, let's try to get as much information as we can. The DG Destins nodded in agreement. Mimi then decided to finally ask about the main reason everyone gathered here. Now, Harry, why did you leave as you did? Harry sighed. Eri, who had been in a pile of Digimon playing with them, noticed that sad look on her father's face. She knew that leaving this world the way he did had hurt him, and she could see why. The DG Destined are family. Harry literally raised them in the digital world. He had become a father, sibling, best friend, and trusted ally to the DG Destined, and Harry knew that he in fact loved every second of it. This is why he had to leave the way he did, and Eri knew that it hurt her daddy to do so, and she can easily see it on his face, so Ari stood up and walked up to her daddy. The little Potter jumped onto her father's shoulder and hugged his head tightly. This surprises the DG destined a bit, their attention was on Harry after all, so Ari's sudden show of affection came out of nowhere for them. Though, seeing the love and care Ari had for Harry, made everyone smile. Carrie, being the kind and caring girl she is, smiled at Ari and then softly spoke to her. Your name is Ari, right? Nodded. I see that one of your Digimon partners is a Gataman, just like mine, pretty cool hey? Ari turned her head towards Carrie and gave her a nod with a very happy and bright smile on her face. Yes. Gataman and Black Gataman are awesome. We fight, sleep, bathe, and play together all the time. Carrie giggled in amusement, while everyone smiled at Ari as well. After all, they themselves did the same thing back when they were younger. Ari then happily spoke. I know all about you guys. Daddy told me about you when I first got my Digig. Daddy really missed all of you, he really did. Carrie smiled and nodded. We missed him too, a lot, we were really worried about him too, silly I know, but he suddenly disappeared without telling anyone. Ari nodded, she then turned her head towards her father and gave him a smile. Harry smiled back at Ari and then nodded. I left like that, because if any of you guys would have asked me to stay in this world I would have stayed. I wouldn't have hesitated to abandon my travels and stayed in this world, but I couldn't do that. No matter how much I wanted to stay with you guys, I had to continue my journey. I still had things to resolve in my home world, things I needed to do, plus I made a promise to return home as well. I couldn't afford to stop, no matter how much I wanted to. The DG destined looked down. As much as they wanted to deny that they would have asked Harry to stay, they knew full well, they wouldn't be able to let go, not when Harry had become a big part of their lives. Harry sighed and rubbed the back of his head. After we defeated a Pokélimon and we found out that there were more DG destined all over the world, I decided it was time to leave. I know I could trust you guys and the new generation of DG destined to protect both worlds. So I left. I went on with my journey until I finally returned home and fulfilled everything I set out to do. Now I can freely travel between worlds. I have gotten so much stronger, gained so many abilities and powers, and I can finally rest easy knowing I can protect everyone I care of now. Everyone silently stared at Harry, but it was Izzy who first spoke up. I see, we all knew you had to leave someday, we all knew that you had goals and things to do, we didn't know exactly what it is you set out to accomplish nor did you ever explained. But we all had the suspicion that something bad had happened in your world, that things had happened that had you running around different worlds seeking power. We knew that you had to leave but it was never easy to accept. Sora nodded. Yet, we all knew deep down you couldn't stay. We're not mad at you, Harry, at the situation? Sure, but not at you. Mimi teared up. We were just stubborn, we knew that you left, that you had things to do, but we still clung to you. Matt sighed and rubbed the back of his head. It was tough having to say goodbye without actually saying goodbye to you. We were hurt for a while, but we also moved on. Tai nodded. We decided to try hard to live our lives, so when you returned you would do so with a smile. TK grinned and then said, but not before we gave you a piece of our mind, that is, and now that we did, there's only one thing to say. TK turned his head towards Carrie, who smiled and nodded. She then turned her head towards Harry and brightly smiled. Welcome home, Harry. Harry widened his eyes. For a second his eyes shined a bit, but then he blinked, closed his eyes, and nodded to Carrie. It's good to be back home, guys. Everyone smiled, even Mako, who was lost and not quite understood what was going on, but she still smiled seeing all her new friends happy. A few moments later, after everyone calmed down, Harry then officially introduced Ari and Nejire while explaining who they are and where they came from. The DG destined were very surprised about the world they have come from and how they were born with a superpower, or quirk as Nejire told them. Izzy, Matt, Tai, and TK geeked out about a whole world full of superheroes and supervillains. The girls ignored the boys and their silliness and instead fussed over Ari. Nejire, of course, took this chance to bombard everyone with questions about them and their Digimon partners, which lead to all the Digimon introducing themselves, especially because there were new friends that might not know about them. Eventually, everything calmed down and everyone sat down and relaxed, until Tai decided to ask a question. Now that I think about it, Harry, you never told us about what you had to do in your world, why you had to get so powerful. Sora nodded. You were already very powerful, to begin with. I mean you could fight against Digimon on your own. Izzy crossed his arms and gave Sora a nod of agreement. I figured you didn't want to burden us with whatever happened, we were really young when we met after all. Mimi frowned and looked down. We kinda thought it must have been pretty bad, we knew you were older than us and had experienced a lot but you never told us everything, we only have a vague idea that you had a long and hard life. Harry nodded and sighed. Well, you were just kids when we met, you soon had the weight of the fate of the digital world and the real world on your shoulders. I didn't want to add my problems to the mix, especially because the nature of what happened in my world is pretty dark. Everyone frowned, they knew it had to be bad, but just how bad was it? Carrie narrowed her eyes and then said, well, we're not kids anymore Harry, you can tell us now. Harry looked over to Carrie and saw that she was very serious. He took a look at everyone and they all look very serious as well, even Mako looked like she wanted to know despite having just met Harry. Harry looked down and then chuckled, I supposed you've all grown quite a bit, hey? Alright, I guess it's time to explain what happened in my world. Everyone gave Harry all their attention. This was something the DG Destined had wanted to know for a long time now, and it was finally time to find out about Harry's life. Harry looked up and began to speak. It feels like a very long time since the day I got my abilities and was saved by Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal is a goddess of death and the queen of the underworld, in case you were wondering. The DG Destined's eyes widened but didn't say anything. Harry just smiled and continued on. I had a very bad childhood, guys. Physical and mental abuse was the norm for me, for 10 years. When Ereshkigal came to me, I was severely injured, I couldn't move and was starving. In fact, I thought I was going to die. But then Ereshkigal came to me, saved me, and gave me the means to become stronger. She told me about who my parents are, that they were magical and so was I, that it was the reason I was beaten, starved, and mentally abused daily, what made me special, made me hated by the only blood family I had. Ereshkigal then told me how my parents died, just how special I am, and how people wanted to manipulate my life. Because of that, Ereshkigal couldn't take it anymore and came to save me. Gave me the means to fight my fate, sent me on my journey through different worlds with the promise to come back to her so I can set myself free. The group was flabbergasted at what Harry just told them. What a horrible life, and it all happened when he was really young too. Harry looked up at the ceiling and paused for a few seconds. But he eventually went on. This world is actually my fifth one. First one was medieval, with swords and magic. There I learned and grew both my magical and sword-wielding abilities. Then was a world of spirits, ghosts, and Shinigami. In this world, I found out that I had a piece of a soul stuck in mine. That soul piece belonged to the murderer of my father and mother. When I gained a dark power in that world, I consumed that soul piece and gained the memories of my parents' murderer and even all of his magical knowledge. But I also found out that my parents were manipulated by someone called Dumbledore. How they were betrayed and used, so I vowed revenge, not only on their murderer, Voldemort, but also on the man who used and manipulated my parents, a senile old man called Dumbledore. Things were now personal, so I sought more power. I didn't want to just defeat and kill them, I wanted to destroy everything they created, everything they worked hard to build, and I wanted to make them suffer. The next world was a world of ninjas. There I gained a will of fire, and I became a shinobi, one who endures. I saw a lot of death and war in that world, but I learned a lot as well. After that, came more and more worlds, where I would learn more and more about how dark and evil people can really be. Of course, I saw good as well, but most of the time, I spent most of my trips in other worlds fighting. The DG Destined stared at Harry in shock. Harry gave them a small sad smile and went on, I'm not a hero, guys, nor a saint, no, I'm not even human, I'm a monster who does whatever is necessary to protect those he cares for. If that means destroying, killing, anything really, I will do so in a heartbeat and without hesitation. My hands are drenched in blood and I regret nothing about it. The DG Destined didn't know what to say in response to what Harry just said, except Mimi, who glared at Harry. You're not evil, Harry. You can say all of that about yourself. But we know that you're a good and kind person inside. You took care of us, taught us, guided us, and protected us for years. We saw you fight tooth and nail to protect the digital world and the real world. You might not think of yourself as a hero, but we do, and I know for a fact that I'm not the only one who thinks so. Harry widened his eyes in surprise, but smiled at Mimi. Everyone says so, or at least everyone in Neo Kyoto tells me that all the time. Honestly, it's kind of annoying for a dragon to be considered a hero, you know? We're greedy, we like to hoard, we like to fight, we're not the most patient, and we even kidnap princesses. We're usually the bad guys, Mimi. Nejire giggled. Not like your girlfriends would let you kidnap a princess though. Harry's eye twitched in annoyance and gave Nejire a dirty look. Harry then piped in, even Morgan and Hope kidnapped Princess Peach, so you're lacking, daddy. Ugh. Harry flinched back as if Harry's words had stabbed him in the chest with extreme violence. He even trembled a bit as he spoke. Hope and Morgan kidnapped a princess before me. Harry smiled at her father and nodded. Harry looked like he was in a lot of pain now. That's just not fair. The DG Destined laughed a bit as they saw Harry take a massive amount of emotional damage. Really, that's actually the only way to hurt him nowadays. No matter how powerful you are, nothing can protect you from emotional damage, especially if it's coming from Hope and Morgan, not that they know that they damaged Harry in the first place. After Harry recovered from the damage his soul and heart received, he then began to tell his friends about the worlds he visited, what he did when he returned to his world, about Neo Kyoto and his massive family as well. Not only that, the dragon god even told his friends about the things he can do now. Izzy was interested in the new and advanced technology Harry mentioned. Harry of course promised to take him to Neo Kyoto's R&D guild and his home's underground lab. Izzy almost fainted in excitement about everything he could possibly learn and get his hands on. Harry was actually pretty excited to introduce Izzy to Tony and Urahara, since who knows the sort of things these three could create if they put their oversized brains together. It had Harry feeling pretty curious. Ty and Matt were curious about the monsters and battles Harry had. The dragon god told them of some of the most amazing battles he had, things like the Fourth Shinobi War, the Winter War, and even the Tournament of Power. All those stories made Matt and Ty awe. Battles that changed the landscape, could destroy continents and even planets. It was all so very fantastical to them, and Carrie was more curious about Harry's family. She was utterly shocked with how many girlfriends Harry had and a bit jealous too, not that she would say so, and of how many children Harry has. She was particularly happy and proud of him when he explained how he adopted all the demigods, Eri and Sherry. How all of them had a horrible childhood and neglecting parents. Carrie knew Harry has a soft spot for children, and the DG Destined were proof of that. But wow, so many children. Harry definitely has a big family, and the thought of it made Carrie happy. TK wanted to know about all the people he met, and all the friends he made, and asked about having a harem as well. That last one made Harry chuckle and answer him with, as if I have any control over that. The girls decided that on their own. This left TK mighty impressed, though Harry also explained that harems were normal in the supernatural world, so the girls were far more comfortable with the subject than they usually are. Sora asked about Neo Kyoto, how the city kept its roots in Japanese culture and still advanced with technology way above anything possible at the time, so Harry explained how everything worked in Neo Kyoto. From the natural dungeon to the guilds and everyone living in the city, how each and every person in Neo Kyoto was open-minded and willing to work hard for the city, their faction, and their leaders, while also being true to their roots. Mimi wanted to know everything about all the places Harry had seen. The dragon god showed her pictures and explained some things about some of the most magical and exotic places he's seen on his journey. He even showed her pictures of the Citadel and Vermeer along with other planets he's been to lately. Mimi was over the moon at everything she saw and expressed her desire to visit some of those places someday. Harry of course promised to take her around sometime later, which got Mimi to smugly smile at Sora and Carrie, who both clicked their tongues in annoyance at her. For some reason Harry got a shiver go down his spine. The guys just sent their prayers to their friend and wished him luck. Even Mako got into it and asked Harry questions, though she did sneeze a lot in embarrassment. Harry was patient with her and let her speak on her own terms. Mako, however, asked about his adventures with the DG Destined, which made Harry maliciously grin and proceeded to tell Mako about every embarrassing moment in the DG Destined adventures. Everyone immediately jumped on Harry and wrestled against him to stop him from spilling their embarrassing moments. Though they didn't succeed, Harry never stopped no matter what they tried. Mako just laughed at the whole thing, which just added to the DG Destined embarrassment. That's how the rest of the day went, with Harry telling his friends about the adventures he had, Neo Kyoto, and his big and chaotic family. Chapter 191. It became late in the day by the time Harry and the DG Destined finally finished their conversation, so everyone had to call it a day and go home, though the DG Destined didn't want to leave Harry out of their sight. The fear of him suddenly disappearing on them again, remained in them, so they all talked amongst each other and decided for Ty and Carrie to take him, Nejire, and Eri to their home to stay over. Harry tried to decline, saying that he could make something to stay over in this world, but the DG Destined denied it, and thus Harry was to stay with the Kamayas. Though Harry did open dark corridors back to everyone's houses so they would get home quickly, except for Mako and Mikuman, he didn't know where they lived after, so instead Ty, Harry, Eri, Carrie, and Nejire walked Mako and Mikuman home. It took them just a few train stops, but they quickly arrived at Mako's neighborhood and dropped her at home. After saying goodbye to the new DG Destined and her Digimon partner, the group then went to the Kamaya's home. On the way there, Carrie held onto Eri's hand and cheerfully told her about more of the DG Destined's adventures in the digital world, which had Eri feeling rather excited and curious. Ty, Nejire, and Harry were just speaking a bit about Nejire's world, which had Ty very excited to learn from. The Digimon were enjoying running around everywhere and having fun, well except Daruman, who just quietly kept an eye on Agumon, Lopman, the two Gatomons, and Black Gatomon. Thanks to Harry's wards and spells, the Digimon could run around freely and do what they wanted without worry of being seen by humans, but someone still had to babysit them and make sure they didn't get into trouble. Daruman silently took that job, as always. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the Kamaya's home. The group walked inside and were greeted by Yuako Kamaya, Tai, and Kari's mother. She was cooking something which made her son and daughter sweat with worry. But, when she greeted everyone, she suddenly gasped and dropped what she was holding when she caught sight of Harry. Harry gave Yuako a sad little smile in response and silently hoped he wouldn't get hit again. "Hello Miss Kamaya, it's been a while hey." Yuako immediately ran towards Harry and hugged him tightly. "Where have you been, young man? I and the other kids' parents have been looking everywhere. You're in a lot of trouble." Harry chuckled and smiled, while hugging Yuako back. All of his friends' parents knew of him and treat him like family, especially because their kids told them that it was Harry who took care of them and protected them at all times. So when he had gone missing, all of the parents panicked as well and began to look for him any way they could. Harry knew that he was going to be scolded by them whenever they see him again, but he didn't mind that at all. Yuako sniffed and cleaned her eyes with her sleeves. She didn't want to cry right now, but she did however grabbed both of Harry's cheeks and pulled them hard, causing the dragon god to flinch in surprise. "Don't ever do that again." Harry nodded and Yuako held his cheeks for a good 5 seconds before letting go of him. She then gave him a big smile and said, "You better promise." And Harry immediately nodded at high speed. He knew better than to not do what a mother tells you to do. Mothers are just scary when they're mad and he didn't want to deal with that. "I promise." Yuako nodded and then blinked when she finally noticed the little girl wearing a witch's hat giggling at Harry. Seems like she found the whole thing amusing. Yuako smiled and then decided to speak with the adorable little witch. "Oh? And who are you, sweetie?" Eri stopped laughing at her father and then turned around towards Yuako. She then proceeded to give her a big bright smile and introduce herself. "Hello. I'm Harry Potter, the Witch of Destruction and the Dragon God of Magic." Yuako stared at Eri in silence for a few seconds, before squealing and hugging Eri tightly, which got her giggling and hugging Yuako back. "She's so adorable, I'm going to keep her." Carrie wholeheartedly agreed with her mother, while Tai laughed. "That's Harry's daughter, Mom, I don't think you can take her from him." Yuako turned to stare at Harry so fast, it actually scared everyone a bit, but then Yuako grinned. "Wait. Harry is like my son, then that means Eri is my granddaughter. Even better." Tai's sweat dropped at the whole thing his mother just came up with, while Harry chuckled. Carrie blinked and then widely smiled. "Wait, then Eri is my niece. Yay! I thought I was never going to get a niece or nephew. Not when my big brother is so dense." Tai looked like someone slapped him in the face. It got worse when his own mother nodded in agreement with his sister, all with a worried look on her face. "I always thought I would have to wait for Carrie to get married before I could get a grandkid, thank goodness for Harry." Tai dropped to his knees and looked down in defeat. "I'm not that bad with girls, am I?" Agumon, being the best friend he is, patted Tai on his back in support. Carrie and Yuako smiled at Tai, while Harry chuckled. "Ah, the sister-mother tag team attack, brutal as ever." Tai groaned in defeat. Suddenly Nejire giggled, finding the whole thing amusing, which caught Yuako's attention. She smiled at Nejire and then said, "Oh my! Aren't you a beautiful girl? I don't think my daughter has any friends like you. You're definitely not a friend of my son either. No way he would be smooth enough speak with a girl as pretty as you." Tai groaned again, but was ignored. "Then, that would make you a friend of Harry, correct?" Nejire nodded and gave Yuako a big wide smile. "Yup. Harry is my super duper friend. My name is Nejire Hato and it's very nice to meet you, Miss Kamaya." Yuako smiled and nodded to Nejire. "It's nice to meet you too, dear. Now come on in and make yourself at home, you too, Harry." "Welcome home." Harry nodded. Back when he first was in this world, Tai and Carrie had sneaked him into their home to give him a place to stay. They snuck him food and such until Yuako found him one day. She was surprised to have found a young boy in her home, but since she found him in Carrie and Tai's room, she figured he was one of his friends. Harry had been embarrassed at being caught by Yuako but explained everything to her. Yuako then practically adopted him, something her husband Susumu Kamaya agreed with right away. Both didn't want Harry to stay on the streets since he didn't have anywhere else to go. After all, at the time they didn't know what he could do, and about all of his abilities. So they treated him like a regular boy and like part of the family, something that endeared the Kamayas to Harry. If he was honest, he wouldn't have wanted to bother them again, but Carrie and Tai were stubborn and here he was. Though the big happy smile on his face that appeared when Yuako welcomed him home, didn't leave his face until he went to sleep. After that little meet and greet, Yuako took everyone to the kitchen and made them dinner. Tai and Carrie looked at the food in worry, while Harry and Ari ate the strange food with gusto. They were dragons after all, they can eat anything they want. Nejire didn't even hesitate and eat the food as well, she even said she likes it because the taste was very unique. Yuako was very happy to hear and see these three eat the food she made. Meanwhile, Carrie and Tai looked confused and worried, they didn't even know what their mother used to make this dinner with. And Harry, Ari, and Nejire were eating it like it was nothing. After dinner, everyone went to Tai's room to speak a bit and hang out before lights out. Everyone sat on the floor, well except Ari, she sat on Kari's lap, but as everyone relaxed, Tai raised a question. Harry, don't you have to go back to your world? Carrie tensed up, but Ari patted her hand and looked up at her with a smile on her face. This helped Carrie calm down a bit, but she still felt a bit worried about Harry having to leave again. Harry nodded to Tai's question. I have to protect my home and my family is there as well. Both Tai and Carrie looked down sadly, they knew this was a visit, that Harry didn't come here to stay, they understood though, after all, he has a lot of responsibilities now and his family is waiting for him. It was still a very sad thought though. Harry smiled as he saw both Carrie and Tai looked sad, so he quickly explained something very important to them. There's no need to look sad guys, I'm going to open a portal to my home in this world. That way all of you can come and visit whenever you want, and vice versa, I promised you guys, so I'm not leaving for good, so cheer up, we'll never have to say goodbye. Both Carrie and Tai looked up and gave Harry some very big and happy smiles. Carrie then hugged Ari tightly as she began to happily speak. I'll get to meet all of your family then. All your kids too. I can't wait. Tai nodded. I want to see Neo Kyoto. See real yokai, vampires, and aliens. This is going to be great. Nejire called and then smiled. Then you can come to visit my world too, we can hang out and I'll even introduce you to my friend and heroes. Both Tai and Carrie smiled in excitement, this was big and they couldn't wait to tell everyone about it. Harry chuckled and then smiled before telling his friends a few things. But first, we have to resolve whatever is going on here, there's a lot going on in this world and I'm sure something big is on its way. Carrie and Tai nodded, they both of course agreed with Harry on this, something big was going on and they wanted to resolve it as soon as possible. Ari cheered and then said, me and my Digimon are ready to help at any time. Nejire nodded and then said, Lopman and I are ready too. The Digimon who had been jumping on Tai's bed stopped what they were doing and cheered in agreement, which made everyone smile. Daruman, who was sitting on Tai's computer chair and listening to the conversation, nodded. We have to keep an eye open for any Holy Royal Digimon Knight. Alphaman is bad enough, but any of the others making an appearance here would be too dangerous. Each Royal Knight has one or more special abilities that make them very formidable. If more show up, we'll have to be careful about dealing with them then. Everyone nodded. Harry sighed. Hopefully none of them show up, they're a troublesome bunch. Suddenly, Carrie got a text and she quickly checked it out. Oh. Mimi wants all of us to get together and hang out tomorrow. She wants to go to an onsen. Tai raised an eyebrow. An onsen? Why? Carrie smiled and said, she thinks it's a good way to welcome Mako, Ari, and Nejire to the group, plus it will give us a great way to get to know each other better. Harry nodded. Sure, I don't mind, it actually sounds like fun. Nejire clapped. Oh, girl on girl time. This is great. We'll gossip, speak about the boys' butts, about snacks, and all kinds of things. Carrie sweat dropped but nodded. Tai raised an eyebrow at Nejire and then mouthed to Harry, boys' butts, but Harry just chuckled and shrugged. Ari was lost, but she ignored all of that and was just excited to hang out with everyone again. The group stayed together and spoke late into the night, until everyone went to sleep. Nejire and Ari will be sleeping with Carrie in her room, while Harry is staying in Tai's room. With that decided, everyone went to sleep very excited to soon hang out with friends again and spent a relaxing day at the onsen. The next morning, Mako was running around her room in her home. She was feeling a bit nervous and excited since she had received an invitation to hang out with the DG Destined today and she wanted to look good, so she had been rummaging in her closet to find something to wear. But she was having a hard time picking something. Mikuman suddenly popped her head out of a pile of clothes and spoke. Mako, it's time. Hey? You're not ready. Mako smiled at her Digimon partner and said, just a second. Or a million. Mako was staring at two sets of clothes trying to pick one. Which one? Mako then turned her head towards Mikuman and decided to ask her for her opinion. What do you think, May? Which one looks good? Mikuman tilted her head and shrugged. I don't know. I wear the same thing every day. Mako sweat dropped at Mikuman's answer and then groaned in frustration, looks like she not getting any help soon. Tai and Harry were on the balcony of the Kamaya's home and looked down as the city was already fixing the damage caused by the 3 wild Kawegaman. Harry couldn't really restore it since it was already in the process of being repaired. But next time there won't be anything to fix with him around. Tai had a concerned frown on his face, but Harry clapped his back and gave him a smile. Tai grinned at Harry and then gave him a nod. Carrie opened the door to the balcony and called out to Harry and Tai, "Come on guys, time for breakfast." Both Harry and Tai nodded to Carrie and then walked inside with her, though as soon as they got inside they saw Agumon, the Gatomons, Black Gatoman and Lopman devouring breakfast. Carrie smiled and even giggled, "Better hurry, otherwise the Digimon are going to eat all the food including the table." Daruman walked into the kitchen with Eri and Nejire. Daruman frowned when she saw the Digimon pigging out and stomped her foot into the ground. This made all the Digimon stand up straight and paused their eating. Daruman glared at them and then said, "Eat right and leave food for everyone." The Digimon nodded at high speed. Everyone knew that it was better to listen to the motherly Daruman, lest you get punished severely if you do not. Carrie just laughed at how Daruman is always getting the Digimon to behave. Eri giggled, walked over to the table, and grabbed a sandwich to eat. Nejire soon joined her. Suddenly, someone rang the doorbell and Tai jumped up. He then took off running to open the door. "Oh no." Harry chuckled knowing who just arrived and then went to grab a sandwich with Carrie joining the group. Meanwhile, Tai opened the door and Mimi deadpanned at him. "What? Are you ever on time, and where are Harry and the others?" Tai nervously chuckled. "Ah, sorry Mimi, we'll get ready really quick." Mimi sighed and walked inside the Kamaya's home. In her arms was Palman, who smiled as she saw Tai run back to the kitchen. Eri came running to greet Mimi and Mimi immediately smiled upon seeing the little witch Eri. Eri smiled and hugged Mimi's legs. "Mimi, Tai told me to distract you, so here I am." Mimi grinned when she heard Tai groan and Harry laugh at him. Mimi bent down and hugged Eri with one arm, while still hugging Palman. "You're such a sweetheart Eri, but don't listen to a dummy head like Tai, okay?" Eri smiled and nodded. Agumon and Gatomon walked over to Palman and Mimi to greet them. Palman sighed when she saw that Agumon had been eating still. "You're still eating?" Agumon tilted his head and said, "You're supposed to stop." Gatomon giggled and then said, "Good morning." Mimi smiled at Gatomon. Carrie suddenly yelled at everyone from the kitchen, "Sorry. We stayed up really late last night while speaking with Harry, Eri, and Nejire. We'll be ready in a jiffy." Mimi walked over to the kitchen and smiled when she saw Harry sitting on the table and eating a sandwich. The dragon god waved at her good morning. Nejire then waved at her as well, while drinking some milk. Both Eri and Palman were in Mimi's arms now, so she just smiled at both of her friends. Carrie then took out a tote bag, and Mimi was curious about why Carrie was holding that tote bag, and decided to ask her about it. "Whoa, what's with the luggage, Carrie?" Carrie smiled and said, "It's just towels and stuff." Mimi smiled and then said, No silly, the onsen already has towels and stuff." Carrie smiled and nodded. That was good, that meant she didn't have to carry anything. Everyone then quickly ate breakfast so they could leave soon. Meanwhile, driving through a street were 2 adults, a female and male. These 2 are members of the organization that has been keeping an eye on the DG Destined and helping them, whenever a wild Digimon appeared in the real world. However, the organization was completely unaware that Harry Potter was back in this world, otherwise it would have been in a panic. The organization is well aware of Harry and is very wary of him. Especially because, no matter what they tried to do, they couldn't find any information about him, and that left them quite perturbed. But at this moment these 2 didn't even have that in their minds. The young adult male by the name of Daigo Nishijima smiled and then said, "It's been years since we've been to an onsen. Remember when we went and you didn't want to get out? I only stayed there for a bit, but you were in there almost all day. By the time you got out, you looked like a raisin." Daigo chuckled, which caused Maki Himekawa to glare at him while she drove. Daigo flinched from her glare and then nervously chuckled, "Sorry, I know today is all business. What's more fun than not having fun, right?" Daigo sighed and Maki soon stopped at a red light. She then gave Daigo a folder and said, "Here's the latest intel. By studying the infected Digimon's fly patterns in the areas those digital distortions appeared, the analysts were able to devise a theory." Daigo opened the folder and began to read. That the infected Digimon are going after a certain person. Maki drove off as soon as the light turned green but still answered Daigo's question, "That's what they think? I think we already know who are they going after." Daigo frowned and nodded, "Right, gotcha. They're after one of the kids or one of their Digimon partners. What about how everything was fixed after their battle against Alphaman?" Maki frowned and lightly shook her head. "They still haven't figured anything out in that regard, but everyone in the organization seems nervous, almost like they're dreading looking deeper into this." That made Daigo rather nervous. the people of the organization were reluctant to look into something like that. It didn't make sense, and that made him think that something else was going on here. Some time later, Mako was finally able to pick some clothes to wear and quickly left her home with Mikuman to go to the meeting point. They got there quickly, but it was getting pretty late for them. Her Digimon partner quickly spoke up as they got closer. Come on, Mako. Hustle. Mako ran even quicker, while Mikuman cheered for her while being held in Mako's arms. Eventually, Mako made it and met some of the DG destined under a bridge. Though seeing she was a bit late, she quickly gave everyone a little bow. I'm sorry. We're really late. TK, Sora, Izzy, and Matt just smiled at her. Sora then said, no, you're not, you're right on time. Tintaman, Pataman, Bioman, and Gabuman raised a hand in greeting, while TK smiled and said good morning. Izzy nodded as well and also greeted Mako. Good to see you, Mako. Matt just gave her a nod. Mako smiled and felt a bit flustered, but she was really happy that she wasn't late, so she ended up speaking a bit too fast. Oh, yes. Good morning. And thank you for inviting us along. Mikuman nodded too. Yeah, thanks. Everyone just continued to smile. Sora suddenly giggled. Don't forget to breathe, okay? TK chuckled as well. You can't be late. This is all for you, Harry, Nejire, and Eri. We're all celebrating the new additions to our group and the return of Harry. Mako happily smiled at being included like this, right, though she looked a bit embarrassed. Suddenly they heard someone yell, I told you. But you didn't hurry eating breakfast. I'm just glad Harry can teleport and stuff. Everyone turned to see Mimi, Tai, Carrie, Harry, Eri, and Nejire walking over, though it seems like Tai was in trouble right now. I'm sorry, Mimi. But I can't wolf down food like Harry. He's a dragon. Harry just chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Eri grinned and Nejire giggled. Carrie waved at everyone when she saw them staring at her. Good morning, everyone. Everyone raised a hand or limb to greet them, though TK chuckled and said, I knew, I should have called you to wake you. Carrie sighed. Well, we stayed up late with Harry, Eri, and Nejire. Time just sort of flew by and we woke up late. Because of that, and because my big brother and Aguman took their time eating breakfast, we got here late. Aguman looked up and began to look around. Breakfast? Where? Eri giggled and shook her head. You already ate, Aguman. Aguman just laughed but didn't seem to really understand the issue. Harry smiled at his friends. Morning, guys. Sorry for the wait, but you know how it goes with Digimon and food. The DG destined nodded. They all knew how hard it is to get a Digimon to stop eating and such. Still, they were all very glad to see everyone, and deep down they were relieved that Harry was still here. Tai walked over to Matt and gave him a nod. Matt grinned and seemed to be happy that Tai was no longer in the slump he had been in since this situation began. Carrie looked around and then decided to ask, are we all just waiting on Joe? Gamaman suddenly jumped out of the water and shook himself dry, before speaking. If we are, then we'll be waiting forever. Tai sighed and asked, so Joe can't make it? Gamaman shook his head. No, his test is coming up. Everyone seemed disappointed, but Mimi was more frustrated than anything. All work and no onsen, makes Joe a dull boy. Harry chuckled and then said, just wait until you have to take your own tests, let's see you talk then. Everyone glared at Harry but he just smugly grinned at them. None of them appreciated being reminded of their near future. Mako just nervously giggled, not knowing what to say in this situation. Sora finally stopped glaring at Harry and then sighed. Oh well, we better get a move on. Everyone nodded. Izzy then took out his laptop and said, okay you guys, hop in. Tintaman flew up and said, mind if I fly in? Mimi suddenly spoke up before the Digimon could jump into Izzy's laptop. Can't we just carry them? I think they should get a fun day at the onsen too. Besides, Harry can make sure no one can see them with his magic. Palman nodded. That sounds like fun. Izzy smiled and nodded while closing his laptop. Well, I guess that would be fine too. Sora nodded. It sounds safe enough too. Bioman raised her wing and cheerfully said, I want to go and take a soak. Kari's Gataman nodded. Me too. Aries Gataman nodded as well, while Black Gataman grinned. Well, it's always fun taking a bath with Eri, so this sounds even better. Lopman raised both hands. I deserve some relaxation. Dealing with Nejire is very stressful. Everyone turned to look at Nejire, but she just smiled at everyone and didn't say anything to defend herself, which made everyone's sweat drop. TK shook his head and said, I think we should do it, we really don't have anything to worry about anyways. Pataman jumped onto TK's shoulder and brightly smiled. All right. Matt just shrugged. Well, I think they deserve some fun too, especially after the fight yesterday. Gabuman just smiled at Matt and gave him a thumbs up. Tai then turned his head towards Harry and asked, so do you mind doing it, Harry. Harry just nodded at Tai and then said, I don't mind. Besides, the Digimon do deserve to have some fun, we can't always keep them inside a bag or make them pretend they're dolls or something. Everyone agreed with Harry. Mimi happily smiled at everyone. Great, then it's settled. Izzy nodded. All right then, let go everyone. Mimi loudly cheered. All right. Onsen. Here we go. Eri loudly cheered as well, while everyone smiled and fist pumped to cheer with Mimi. The Digimon, who were now allowed to go, were excited and happy to be able to have some fun. Daruman sighed and shook her head. Looks like I'm on babysitting duty. Harry chuckled when he heard his Digimon partner. You love it. Daruman didn't respond to Harry and just huffed, but she didn't deny it either, which made Harry smile at his partner. Soon after, Harry quickly cast the spells on the Digimon so no one could hear or see them. Afterwards, everyone then took off to their destination. Along the way everyone was talking amongst each other about mundane stuff. Suddenly Mimi grinned at Harry and then said, I've been planning a day in the onsen ever since I moved back to Japan. It takes a lot of hard work to relax. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. Really? I just take a nap everywhere in my dragon form. It's pretty relaxing actually, and not that hard to do. Everyone tried not to laugh, imagining Harry just sleeping anywhere in his dragon form. For some reason the thought of him just dropping for a nap anywhere seemed funny to think about. Soon everyone continued to walk over to the onsen, still speaking with each other about mundane fun things. Mako suddenly spoke up to ask a question. If you don't mind me asking, Mimi, where did you live before? Mimi smiled and quickly answered Mako's question. Why would I mind? My family lived in the States for a while. Ask me anything, Mimi. Mako seemed a bit surprised at the sudden nickname she was given. Hey. Mimi smiled and nodded. Ask away. Mako looked perplexed but still asked a question. Well, why Mimi? Mimi giggled and answered right away. It's short for Mako. Everyone's sweat dropped now. Harry huffed and shook his head. No, it isn't. Sora nervously laughed and then said, it's almost twice as long. TK chuckled, finding the whole thing funny. Reminds me of a cute little sheep. Mako jumped a bit in surprise. Ah. What? Sheep? Carrie suddenly pinched TK on the ribs, which made him flinch in pain. The scary thing about this, and the reason the guys stepped away from her when they saw her do that, was that Carrie had a very scary smile on her face now. Carrie then over sweetly said, watch out. TK digivolved into Flirtman. The guys, even Harry, sent a small prayer to TK, who just smiled back despite the pain he was feeling right now. Oh, stop it, you're making a scene in front of Harry. Carrie opened her eyes wide and turned her head towards Harry, who nervously laughed. Suddenly, Sora and Mimi's eyes shined maliciously. Mimi grabbed Harry's arm and said, wow. What an aggressive girl Carrie has become, ha Harry. Sora grabbed his other arm and nodded. Poor TK, she's so mean, ha Harry. Carrie glared at Sora and Mimi, who smugly stared at her. Everyone could see some sparks clashing where their eyes met. Harry just tensed up and didn't say anything. There was no way he was going to step right onto that landmine. However, his salvation came in the form of his daughter Eri, who clapped and cheerfully said, I like it. Mimi sounds like a nice and cute nickname. Everyone turned around towards Eri, who took out her wand and waved it towards Mako. Suddenly, a cute sheep hat appeared on her head, making Mako jump a bit. Eri just smiled and said, bah. Here and there, everyone immediately decided that yes, Mako's nickname is forever going to be Mimi. Harry was inwardly thanking his daughter's cuteness for distracting Sora, Mimi, and Carrie, who squealed and went to hug Eri. Some minutes later, everyone arrived at the onsen and were looking at all the types and colors available for yukatas that one could pick. Mako was awed at all of the options, though, so many to choose from. Mimi smiled and nodded. Yup. Just pick your favorite color. Mako nodded. Okay. Nejire pointed a light blue one. That one for me. Eri picked a crimson red one. That one. While the girls were having fun picking a color and yukata to wear, the guys were all just picking whatever, well except Izzy, who was not sure what to pick. I don't know. I like fish, but that one is kinda wild. Suddenly, Mimi butted in and picked one for him. That one right there. Izzy just gaped at her but didn't argue, he knew better after all. TK, who was watching all of this, laughed in amusement. Sora suddenly leaned in towards Mako, who was picking a sash for her yukata, and asked her, which one did you pick? Mako got a bit flustered and surprised, but answered the question nonetheless. Oh. I got number 4. Sora nodded and then pointed at a sash. What about that one? That way it will match. Mako nodded and then gave Sora an thankful smile. Thank you very much. With everyone having picked what they were going to wear in the onsen, the DG destined, Harry, Nejire, and Eri walked over to the changing rooms to get ready to spend a good time together. At the same time, Joe was studying for his exams. At the same moment the DG destined were getting changed, only to suddenly get a text. He quickly grabbed his phone and read it. It was from Sora, letting him know that they had made it to the onsen safely and that Gamaman was having a lot of fun. She even sent him a picture with a smiling Gamaman wearing sunglasses. It made Joe chuckle and smile seeing his friend having fun. Sora put away her phone and smiled. She inwardly wondered how Joe would react to the fact that Harry was back. No one had told him anything yet, because he's been stressing a lot with his test, and knowing him, he would drop everything he was doing to come to see Harry. So they kept it secret from him for now. Besides, Harry told them that he would be going to see Joe soon, so they would leave the reunion to him. Mako suddenly called out to Sora, snapping her out of her thoughts. Do we just change clothes? Sora noticed that Mako seemed a bit nervous, so she tried to put her at ease with a smile. She then nodded and said, "Yup, then put on your yukata." Mako nervously nodded and went to change with the girls. Eri and Nejire were with them, so the girls were keeping an eye on them, Eri because she was young, and Nejire because Harry told them that she could easily get into trouble. Carrie just finished changing when Mimi suddenly yelled, "Carrie! Reach for the sky!" Carrie smiled and shook her head, "No thank you." Mimi pouted, "Ah, you're no fun, Carrie." Palman raised her limbs and called out to Mimi, "I'll do it, Mimi." Mimi smiled and wrapped Palman's waist with a sash and then pulled it off Palman, causing her to spin like a top. Mikuman's eyes shined in interest as she called to her partner Mako. "I want to spin like that." Palman stopped spinning and wobbled a bit before Mimi caught her. "Palman, you're supposed to say we," but Palman just groaned while still being dizzy. Bioman then came running and cheerfully said, "I want to spin next." Eri giggled and decided to join in on the fun. She wrapped Bioman's waist with a sash and then pulled. Bioman spun around like a top while cheerfully saying we. Eri and Kari's Gataman, Black Gataman, and Lopman were sitting in top of the lockers in the changing room and looking down, when Eri and the other Digimon jumped on top of the lockers and grabbed them so they could have some fun too. Daruman sighed and shook her head, but if you looked closely, you could see a small smile of amusement. Seems like the motherly Daruman was happy her friends were having fun. Chapter 192. Once the girls were done changing, they all stepped outside to the onsen's lobby. Mimi excitedly looked around with a big wide smile on her face as she admired the decor of the place. "Whoa! Is this awesome or what? Here's a hint. It's definitely awesome." The girls and their Digimon partners were looking around in awe. Palman, curious about what they were actually seeing, decided to ask about it. "What's all of this?" Mimi just smiled down at Palman and said, "It's awesome." The inside of the onsen was modeled after a traditional Japanese Kyoto street, though it was made with nighttime in mind. It was dark inside the onsen building, but there were traditional paper lamps all over the place. Not only giving some mellow yellow lighting inside the onsen but also giving it a beautiful and serene atmosphere. It's what had everyone's attention and why the girls were particularly in awe at the beauty of it all. Mako smiled and looked around. "Ah! It's so beautiful." Mikuman nodded and smiled. "I know. It smells delicious too." Mako looked confused since she didn't understand what Mikuman meant, but she soon smelled the food as well and looked around only to get excited at all the food around. "Oh! Ramen, yakisoba, takoyaki." Eri drooled a little bit at the mention of all the kinds of foods. "You can buy and eat in here. I want to eat some of that." Nejire nodded. "Me too, luckily for us, Harry is paying." Both Eri and Nejire began to laugh in glee, while the girls felt sorry for Harry. They don't know how much Nejire can eat, but Eri is a dragon and they know they can eat a lot. Harry did so as well when he was with them during their adventures in the digital world. Mikuman looked at the food as well and nodded. "So many choices." Mako looked very excited now. "This is awesome." Suddenly, there were some flashes of light, which surprised Mako. She looked at Carrie in surprise, who was holding her camera towards Mako. Carrie just smiled and said, "Now, there's proof that you know how to relax." Poor Mako blushed crimson red at her picture being taken when she was so excited. "This is so embarrassing. I'm sorry." But Mimi hugged Mako by the shoulder and gave the camera a victory sign. Carrie giggled and took a picture of a very happy Mimi and a confused and embarrassed Mako. Meanwhile, with the guys. "Holy shit, Harry! You're jacked!" Tai immediately called out to Harry when he had taken his clothes off to change into his yukata. Harry grinned and flexed. "Hell yeah, I'm jacked. I train every day, bro." Tai sweat dropped, cause Harry was doing some very professional flexing poses, though he had to admit, he looked bad as hell with all of that muscle, though he was now feeling a bit weak now. Matt frowned and then looked at his body. "Well, shit, now I feel inadequate." TK chuckled. "You always were big, bro. Harry is just in a whole other league." Matt sighed and then scoffed whatever. Izzy hummed as he watched Harry pulled some posses. It must be because he's not human, his dragon physiology must allow his body to improve to such a high degree. TK looked over to Izzy and looked at him in curiosity. What do you mean? Izzy began to explain. Well, those lean muscles are packed with power, you can literally see it, yet, Harry is fast and limber as possible, no human can amass that much compact muscle and move as well as he can. It makes no sense really, hence, it must be his supernatural nature, it's the only explanation. TK nodded. Well, that does make me feel a bit better about myself. Izzy nodded. Me too TK, me too. Suddenly a voice called out to the kids. Why is it so noisy here? Daigo walked over to the group and noticed Tai right away. Oh? Hey Tai? What's up? Tai stopped staring at Harry and turned his head towards Daigo. What? You're here too? Mr. Nishijima. Some time later. Everyone soon went into the footbaths to let the Digimon try an onsen in their size. Gabumon was sitting beside Matt enjoying the hot water on his feet. Boy, this feels nice, right Matt? Matt smiled at his friend and nodded. Meanwhile, all the Digimon were swimming and enjoying the hot water, while Gamamon was teaching Mikumin how to swim while holding her body up in the water. That's it, you just have to kick. Gatamon raised a claw and said, and paddle and breath and the whole not sinking thing is pretty important too, just look at Eri and her Digimon partners. Everyone turned to the side and saw Eri, her Gatamon, and Black Gatamon floating above the water and just relaxing while they floated there. In fact, they looked like they were napping or something. Black Gatamon turned her head towards Mikumin and grinned at her. It's pretty easy once you figure it out, just give it a try. Mikumin nodded and smiled. Got it. I'll give it a try. Mikumin stopped kicking and then took a big breath, she held it in and then laid down on the water. She immediately began to float adrift towards Eri, her Gatamon, and Black Gatamon. She bumped into Black Gatamon's foot and then began to slowly spin, which made Black Gatamon slowly spin as well. They both giggled in amusement, while the rest of the Digimon awed and cheered for her. Soon enough Mikumin floated towards Mako and she quickly raised a paw towards her. Mako, look. I'm floating. Mako smiled at Mikumin and said, good job. Suddenly, a voice called out to Mako, you do know that's for feet soaking, right? Mako jumped in surprise a bit and looked behind her. Oh sorry, but she soon saw that it was Maki who had spoken to her and was now waving at her. Mako relaxed and smiled at her. Maki smiled back and spoke up to greet Mako when she saw her walking over to her. Hey. Mako arrived in front of Maki and excitedly began to greet her. Maki. You came. Maki nodded and then said, looks like you and Mikumin are doing well. Mako nodded and cheerfully smiled. We are. Eri suddenly sat up and looked around, causing her Digimon partners to sit up as well. Gatamon tilted her head and decided to ask Eri what was happening. What's wrong, Eri? Eri frowned and stopped looking around to look at her Digimon partners. I sensed a bit of darkness here, but it suddenly disappeared. Black Gatamon raised an eyebrow at what Eri said. Darkness. Meanwhile, TK suddenly noticed Mako speaking with someone he recognized. Hey. Curious about who Mako was talking to and wanting to speak with this person, he decided to walk over to her. He quickly arrived beside Mako and gazed at Maki. Hey there. Mako turned around towards TK in surprise. Hey. But TK turned his body fully to face Maki and gave her a little bow. Thank you for your help the other day. Carrie, who had been taking pictures of the Digimon having fun in the footbaths, noticed that TK had walked over to Maki and Mako. Carrie immediately recognized Maki as one of the government agents that helped them get together, when the wild Kawagamon were ramping all over Japan. But she kept quiet as TK turned to look at Mako to ask her a question. Is this your big sister? Mako looked confused. Hey? Sister. Mimi and Sora noticed how TK, Carrie, and Mako had gathered around someone and went to check up on them. Sora looked confused as to why everyone was gathered like this. What's up? Mimi suddenly noticed Maki and recognized her. Hey, is that lady that picked me up at the airport when I got back to Japan? Maki looked a bit overwhelmed at being surrounded by the DG destined and being recognized, but suddenly everyone heard a voice. Hey Tai. There's Maki. Maki flinched recognizing the voice and she immediately turned her head towards it to glare and growl at Daigo who was coming over. Daigo flinched and sighed when he noticed that he pissed Maki off now. Tai raised an eyebrow. Do you know her? But before Daigo could say anything, Mimi suddenly began to excitedly ask questions. Oh. Are the two of you on a date? Is she your girlfriend? Daigo and Tai walked over to everyone. Daigo sighed and then grinned at Mimi. Well, actually. That response made Mimi squeal in excitement. However, Maki was less than pleased at Daigo for blabbering about their personal life and slapped Daigo on his back, hard. Daigo screamed in pain while Maki growled at him. Don't overshare. Mimi grinned and laughed. No. Tell me more. Overshare. However, Harry suddenly walked out from the changing room, with Daruman walking by his side and frostily said, yes, I would like you both to share something with me as well. Both Maki and Daigo flinched at the tone of voice that was suddenly directed at them. Both of them turned around to face who had spoken to them and frowned as they saw a stranger with an unknown Digimon by his side. Daigo had noticed Harry when he talked to the guys of the DG Destined, but ignored him in favor of speaking and hanging out with Tai. Besides, he didn't recognize him, so he thought he was just a regular friend of the guys or something. That was absolutely wrong though, because not only was this guy intense, but he also had an unknown Digimon with him, one he had never seen or heard of. Maki wasn't any better either. Something about the unknown Digimon and the guy who just spoke with them just screamed dangerous to a high degree. She didn't know why, but she hadn't felt in this much danger since her time as a DG Destined. Harry stared at the two unknown adults. The way they approached the DG Destined and the way they seemed to know about the Digimon, told him that these were agents from that government organization the DG Destined told him about. Daigo seemed okay, but there was a seed of darkness in Maki's heart that made Harry cautious of her, and that made him project a cold and powerful demeanor toward her. Which was obviously affecting her, with how much she was sweating now and looking nervous. Daruman suddenly spoke. Perhaps we should gather and speak somewhere else, this place could get too crowded. Harry nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a good idea, I have a lot to ask and speak to you two about. Come, let's find somewhere to sit and talk. The DG Destined didn't even waste any time in doing what Harry asked, though they quickly went to get their Digimon partners first. Nejire suddenly came over with Eri in her arms and their Digimon following behind her. Nejire turned her head towards Maki and Daigo, before turning her head towards Harry. What's wrong? Harry smiled at his friend and explained, we're having a talk somewhere more quiet, do me a favor and don't let them escape if they try to, okay? I have to speak with them. Nejire nodded and turned her head towards Maki and Daigo. She then gave them a big sweet smile, one that promised blood if they even consider running away. Both Maki and Daigo gulped and began to nervously sweat. Both of them did not want to find out what this Nejire girl would do to them, not when that sweet smile of hers promised horrible things. Everyone moved to one of the food restaurants inside the onsen building. Harry gave a lot of money to get food for everyone and the Digimon. Sora grinned and immediately went to get food. Mako and Mikuman, wanting to help her, quickly ran towards her and joined her. Once both Sora and Mako arrived, they ordered their food and stood there waiting. Sora, wanting to start a conversation with Mako, decided to ask her a question. So you knew Maki beforehand? Mako nodded. Yeah, she's been really nice to me, she's been helping me out ever since I first moved out here. I think she really worries about me sometimes since I'm one of the DG Destined. Sora smiled at Mako. Really? You mean government agents really do have feelings? That's hard to believe. Mako and Sora shared a laugh, unaware of the conversation going on between Harry, Maki, and Daigo at this very moment. The trio were sitting at a table while sitting on a tatami floor on top of some cushions. Harry was on one side, while Maki and Daigo were in front of him, and the rest of the DG Destined were sitting nearby, so they could also hear the conversation. Harry sighed and then turned to look at Daigo. I was hoping to come to speak to you at Tai's school, but since you're here, I might as well talk to you now. This whole government organization thing seems very suspicious and convenient to me, and I quite frankly don't trust you one bit. Daigo frowned. So this guy knew he was posing as a teacher in Tai's school. Seems like the DG Destined trust him enough to give him so much information too, and that was very bad news for them. Maki suddenly huffed in annoyance. I don't know who you are, but the word government organization should be enough to tell you that you are not free to know anything about what we do. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh? So, the DG Destined of the past works for Japan, and yet, you deemed it necessary to not explain the whole situation to the next generation of DG Destined. Both Daigo and Maki flinched in surprise at being outed as DG Destined so unexpectedly. Maki in fact stood up and slammed her hand on the table while growling in anger. How do you know that? Harry just rested his face on his hand and chuckled. I know a lot of things, Miss Maki, but if you really want to know, there's digital energy within your own life force. I've only seen that in a few people. It is a mark of a DG Destined that has been partnered with a Digimon. You both have this, so it's not hard to guess as to who you are. Plus we did hear that there were DG Destined before Tai and the others became one. Maki and Daigo just stared in disbelief at Harry. They didn't really understand much of what he said, just that he had been able to somehow sense they were ex-DG Destined sounded bad and very concerning. Harry suddenly took out his smartphone and put it on the table. Izzy's eyes shined in interest and stared at the smartphone intently. Harry tapped the screen on his smartphone and a hard light hologram of an orb of data appeared above the smartphone. Harry smiled and then spoke to the orb. Friday, scan these two, give me all of their info and biological readings. The orb made a few odd sounds and then excitedly spoke up. Right away, boss. Izzy gaped at what he just saw and heard. Was that an AI? Harry chuckled and nodded. Yup, her name is Friday, she was gifted to me as an assistant by a friend of mine, and yes, you can check her out later. Izzy looked very much excited and super happy, while Ty and the others just nervously laughed at his outburst. Suddenly, Friday created a big hard light screen and it began to show all of the information she could find about Maki and Daigo. Eri, who was sitting on Mimi's lap, snapped her fingers and raised a ward around everyone, so no one could hear or see what they were doing or talking about, not like the DG destined, their Digimon, Maki, and Daigo noticed, not when they were intently staring at the hard light screen showing information about the two government agents in front of Harry. Maki and Daigo were now very nervous, while the DG destined stared in awe at the ease Harry pulled information about them. Harry read the information and began to speak. Let's see, the National Data Processing Bureau, Information and Strategy section was it. A government organization created to monitor, prevent, research, and help in the case of wild Digimon emerging into the real world. Apparently, this group has discovered a type of digital distortion, the same type Izzy told me about, and had been dealing with the Digimon who had been using these distortions to come over to the real world. However, as time progressed, the Digimon grew more and more powerful, so they could no longer handle the Digimon crossing over, and thus, they decided to seek the DG destined. Pretty pathetic for a group of adults relying on kids, but it's not the first time I've seen it happen. The group also discovered that the Digimon have become infected by an outside force of some kind, causing them to go berserk and attack everything in sight as well, though they still haven't found a way to cure infected Digimon or know what it is. Mimi widely smiled and was about to announce that Harry already cured Mikumin, but Nejire put her finger on her mouth and shook her head. Mimi looked confused. After all, wouldn't it be better that the organization knew that there was a way to cure the Digimon? But Mimi then noticed Harry's small frown as he stared at Daigo and Maki. She then realized that Harry didn't trust them, not yet at least, so Mimi nodded to Nejire as she decided to wait and see what Harry decides to do. Daigo and Maki were very nervous now. The information Harry just pulled up was mostly kept in secret. Sure, Daigo informed of some of this to Tai, but not with this much detail. Harry hummed as he stared at both Daigo and Maki until he began to speak again. It seems this organization began ever since the Myotismon incident years ago. That bastard did cause a lot of trouble, especially when he digivolved. This organization has been researching the digital world ever since, even coming into contact with the DG Destin's old mentor and friend, Jenna. Which, not going to lie, it's very confusing to me. Jenna is not one to work with anyone besides DG Destined, so why would he share any information about them with you guys? Now, even other countries are getting curious about Digimon and the digital world. That's not good, because if they get involved, then I would have to get involved, and trust me, no one wants that. I'm definitely not letting your organization nor anyone else mess with the digital world. They obviously don't know what they're dealing with anyways. Maki and Daigo were now really sweating. Maki suddenly and nervously asked a question. Just who are you? Harry smirked. Someone you don't want to piss off, Maki Himekawa. So what exactly do you think you're doing? Why are you always around my friends, and more importantly, what else are you hiding? Maki and Daigo stared at Harry. Both didn't know what to say or even how to react to everything they just heard and found out. Suddenly Friday began to speak. Boss. Maki Himekawa seems to carry some lingering effect of a digital infection. I looked through all archives and found the name of what caused such an infection. Homeostasis. Maki flinched at the name of the being that caused her to lose her Digimon partner. Harry frowned and shared a look with Carrie, who looked worried and annoyed. That thing again, it sure likes to interfere a lot for being who is just a host computer who rules over the digital world on a server of the network. I really should delete that thing. It just keeps making decisions for others, justifying them as the right thing to do. Either way, with that thing involved, then it means that whatever is going on in the digital world is pretty serious. Maki didn't know what to say or do, so she just silently looked down towards the table in front of her and sat down. Daigo, however, frowned and decided to ask Harry a question. How do you know about that thing? It only spoke to us once and through Maki. Harry closed his eyes and didn't say anything. It wasn't his story to tell after all. Carrie, however, decided to speak about her experience with homeostasis. That thing possessed me once and told us how the Dark Master tried to steal the DG Vices, DG Eggs, and Crests. Jenna was able to escape with the DG Vices and DG Eggs though, or at least with most of them. It's how our story began. Daigo nodded, then decided to speak to Harry. We just want to help the DG Destined, we know how it is after all, so trust me, we just want to help them with the current crisis. Harry opened his eyes and stared at Daigo, he then nodded all right, but I'll be keeping an eye on you both, and Maki. Maki looked up towards Harry and flinched back when he saw him glare at her. Harry then spoke to her coldly, that little seed of darkness festering inside of you, tells me you have some very bad plans going on. Stop, or I will tear you apart, piece by piece. I don't know what happened to you nor do I care, but if you threaten my friends or the digital world, I'll make you pay tenfold. Maki trembled, while Daigo just stared at Maki with concern. Harry then moved his gaze towards his friends and gave them a look, one that told everyone that he will be speaking with everyone later. Soon, Mako and Sora brought the food they ordered, though they did ask the guys to help them bring it all over. The guys immediately stood up and went to get the food. Soon, everyone began to eat, though Daigo and Maki were very nervous. They wanted to ask Harry questions, but he was obviously ignoring them right now, so they just began to eat, though Maki soon finished and moved from the table she was eating on, to one where some other adults were sitting. They were obviously members of the National Data Processing Bureau, Information and Strategy Section, though when Maki began to ask them questions about the conversation she and Daigo just had with Harry, they told her they couldn't see or hear anything. Not even their listening devices picked up any noise or sound, which only served to make Maki even more tense and nervous. Eri giggled having heard the conversation as she quietly took down the words she had raised when her daddy had finished speaking. Meanwhile, Daigo calmed down and began to eat. Izzy, however, decided to ask a question to Daigo. So the Digimon have been saved in the open, because you two have been tailing us? Daigo frowned and shook his head. No, we helped, but this is the only area we're guarding. Our unit is elite but small. Izzy nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. Even though Digimon appears in a lot of the general population, it is still not enough to warrant an increase in personnel. Tai frowned and then said, wait, you patrol every day? Nejire suddenly piped in. I don't think they patrol, rather they monitor the area they're in charge of. They don't have the numbers to patrol such a wide area anyways. Tai nodded in understanding. Daigo agreed with a nod and then said, don't worry, things have been calm and we intend to make sure it stays that way. Harry huffed in annoyance. And yet, the DG destined have to clean up the mess still. Some adults you guys are. Daigo's sweat dropped and just continued to eat. He really didn't have any retort to that. Mako, who was eating behind Harry, smiled and then handed Mikuman a rice ball. Say ah. Mikuman opened her mouth and said eh. Mikuman grabbed hold of the rice ball and began to eat it. Mako smiled and asked Mikuman a question. Is it tasty? Mikuman smiled and shook her head. No, it's yummy. The girls giggled, finding Mikuman's answer adorable. Eri, who was within a hand's reach, gave her a head pat, though she could only do so for about a second because her Gataman and Black Gataman jumped in her lap and began to demand head pats as well. Mimi, who had Eri on her lap, giggled at being surrounded by cuteness. She then asked Mako a question. Is she a rookie, like Palman? Mako smiled and answered Mimi's question right away. No, she's a champion level Digimon. Mimi ought a bit for real. Carrie smiled and then said, Gataman is champion level Digimon too. Eri raised her hand and then said, Black Gataman is a champion, evil Digimon as well. The girls smiled at Eri. Mimi, being curious about Mikuman's DG evolution, began to ask about it. So, does she have wings when she digivolves too? Mako shook her head and said, I don't know, she hasn't actually digivolved yet. Mimi seemed excited now. Really? That's okay. Hey, you know, after we eat we should go play some kind of a game or something, like those shuriken. Harry's sweat dropped a bit. Inside the onsen building, there were a lot of carnival-like games for everyone to play around with, though he wondered why they would add something like a shuriken bullseye to the games. That was just dangerous. However, Mimi suddenly remembered something. She gasped and turned around. She immediately grabbed and hugged Harry by the neck and pulled him back towards her. Harry's eyes bulged as he watched his food fly everywhere, while the guy's sweat dropped at the way Mimi pulled him towards her. Sora and Carrie glared at Mimi when she had Harry's back flushed against her body. Harry, you know everything about Digimon. Can you tell us about Mikuman's DG evolutions? Harry deadpan at Mimi, but she just gave him a big smile. Eri giggled at her daddy's predicament and gave him a head pat. The poor man-handled Dragon God just sighed before taking out his smartphone again. Izzy's eyes widened in excitement, while Harry began to speak. Well, personally, I don't know what Mikuman digivolves into. In fact, I've never seen a Digimon of her kind before. But we can find out. Just let me scan her real quick. Harry clicked on his Digivice app, and then opened the Digimon scanning feature. Izzy awed at this since he was now looking at everything Harry was doing. Harry soon scanned Mikumen and then glanced at all of her species data. He quickly brought out a hard light screen so everyone could also see, though he began to read out loud as well. Let's see, her in-training form is Myraman and rookie form is Kuman. Her in-training form looks like an Araman and her rookie form looks like a Salaman, just with the same yellow color palette Mikumen has. Not a lot is known about those two first forms though. Mikumen is a free-type Digimon and is characterized by its large ears and tail. Despite being hard to imagine, based on its fluffy coat of fur and adorable appearance, it actually possesses extremely sharp claws underneath its paws. Other than hiding its shy face, the two feelers growing from Mikumen's neck are also excellent to use as a scarf during cold times. Mikumen wrapped her feelers around her neck and looked surprised that she can actually wear them as a scarf. Looks like she didn't know that about herself. This made everyone smile at her, Mako especially, since she found the whole thing adorable. Harry chuckled and then began to read on. Her ultimate form is Chapter 193. Harry was about to read about Mikumen's Digivolution information when he suddenly stopped and raised an eyebrow. He quickly raised a finger and clicked on his smartphone, making it create a hard light copy of what he was reading so everyone could also see as well. The DG Destined, Eri, Nejire, and Daigo stared at the two hard light copies of Mikumen's next Digivolution in surprise. Harry hummed for a second before speaking. It seems Mikumen has two Digivolution lines, a light and dark one, though the dark one might not really count as a Digivolution per se. Carrie nodded, sort of like Salaman. Harry nodded. Eri smiled and pointed at her Gataman and Black Gataman. Like my Digimon too, right daddy? Harry nodded to his daughter and then smiled. That's right. Now let's see the physical differences. There's not many or too visible like with Black Gataman and Gataman. Mikrakman resembles a grown Mikumen and has a feminine humanoid appearance. Its limbs, ears, and scarf-like appendages have grown, and its tail now has a braid and a dark stinger at its end. Its fur is a golden yellow color, while the mane now covers its back and torso, and its front paws now resemble human hands with 4 fingers each and short black claws. It has red claws retracted in its gauntlets and it also has black armor on its shoulders, thighs, hands, and feet. Its armor has white lights, and it also has white lights on its forearms, thighs, and on the cross-shaped cut under its eyes. Her dark Digivolution is Mikrakman Vicious Mode. The only difference from her light Digivolution is that she has cursed claws that extend from the armor on its paws and they are made out of red Digizoid, which further adds to their already great cutting ability brought out by its tough body, and allowing it to slice up even slabs of metal as if they were paper. Mikumen tilted her head as she looked up to her possible Digivolutions with a curious expression on her face. While Mako seemed worried, Harry noticed and decided to help calm Mako down. You don't have to worry, Mako. A Digidestined Digimon is bonded tightly to you. As long as you keep being yourself, Mikumen will never digivolve to Mikrakman Vicious Mode. Mako looked down. How can you be so sure, Harry? What if I make a mistake? What if I somehow end up making Mikumen digivolve into that? Harry smiled at Mako. There's nothing wrong with dark-oriented Digimon, Mako. They're still your friend, and as a Digidestined, it is your job to keep them both safe and calm. It isn't easy, trust me, I know, but if Mikumen ever digivolves into Mikrakman Vicious Mode, I'll help you. After all, I have tons of Digimon and some are very dark and downright evil if they want to be. Daigo, Maki, and the rest of the organization agents flinched and then jumped at what Harry just said. Maki suddenly slammed her hands on the table in front of her and stood up in a panic. What do you mean you have tons of Digimon? A Digidestined can only have one. Harry just smirked at Maki, while the Digidestined looked at her in confusion, until Sora suddenly spoke up. Harry isn't a Digidestined, Miss Maki. Maki turned her head towards Sora so fast she scared everyone quite a bit. What do you mean he isn't a Digidestined? He has a Digimon partner. That little purple dinosaur, right? Daruman frowned at Maki and then huffed at her in annoyance. I have a name, child, it's Daruman, use it. Maki turned her head towards Daruman and was about to speak, until she stared directly into Daruman's eyes. Maki immediately flinched and paled at the look she was getting from Daruman. However, Harry began to speak, taking her attention away from Daruman. Best you use your manners around her, she's not very patient nor kind with strangers, Miss Maki. Maki gulped and nodded. Harry shook his head and sighed before explaining, I'm not a Digidestined, I'm a Digimon tamer. Maki didn't know what to say and just stared at Harry, so Daigo decided to ask a question. What's the difference? Harry smiled and explained, Digidestined have one bonded partner for life. Their raising and caring for that Digimon is made simple by their Digivice, which allows them to skip a whole lot of steps to digivolve their partners. A Digimon tamer catches, trains, and raises a Digimon from scratch. We don't have a Digivice, so the only way for our Digimon to digivolve we have to do a ton of grinding and fulfill certain criteria. Things like a Digimon having to have a certain level or a certain number in one or more of its stats. Sometimes, you even need to have certain objects before you can even reach a certain Digivolution. In other words, the Digi-destined are raising Digimon on easy mode, while a tamer has to do all of it from scratch, though, unlike Digi-destined, we Digimon tamer can have more than one Digimon, we have access to more options as well. Izzy nodded. Harry here has a lot of Digimon, we have seen a few during our time in the digital world, though he was always careful not to use many, having so many foreign Digimon could cause issues it seems, especially in the digital world. Maki nervously asked, what sort of issues? Harry grinned at her and shrugged. Wouldn't you like to know? Daigo, Maki, and the other organization agents began to nervously sweat. This was very bad. Harry ignored them and just turned his head towards Mako, and continued his prior conversation with her. In any case, you don't have to worry, Mako, I will help you in any way, but, honestly, I don't think you should worry, you're a good kind girl. Mako nodded. She then stared at Mikumen's Digivolution hard light copies and then asked, this is Mikumen ultimate level form, right? Harry nodded. That's right. Would you like to know what information we can find? Mako nodded. She wanted to know just in case Mikumen ever digivolve. She wanted to be prepared, and knowing ahead of time will help her a lot. Harry nodded and tapped on his smartphone a few times. Soon enough he began to read out loud, okay, for Mikrakman, we know this. Mikrakman is a Beastman attribute vaccine Digimon. It is the digivolved form of Mikumen. It often acts alone due to the fact that it hates conflict. In addition to its shy temperament, it is usually seen with its body curled up in sunlit areas, napping leisurely. When it senses someone drawing near, it takes cover using its keen movements and observes the situation. Although it will soften up to those who come bringing food, it will continue to lay low if they are an enemy. However, if the enemy refuses to leave its territory, it will engage them by displaying power that is unimaginable from its usual calm demeanor in order to protect its home. Everyone smiled at the information Harry just told them about Mikumen ultimate form. It certainly sounded like her too, which made Mako giggle. Harry smiled and then went on for Mikrakman vicious mode. Looks like it's an unidentified Digimon and its attribute is unknown, though what information we have is this, as the normally gentle Mikrakman's heart is tainted by evil, its entire body transforms into a cracked form. It views the whole world as an enemy by whom it has been wronged, and its desire is to see the world destroyed. Making use of its exceptional leg strength and perception, as well as its phenomenal feral instincts, it hounds the opponent and doesn't let up until they meet their end. The cursed claws that extend from the armor on its paws are made of red Digizoid, further adding to their already great cutting ability, and can weaken enemies with their curses, making them easy prey for Mikrakman vicious mode. Mako grabbed Mikumen and hugged her tightly. That won't ever happen to you, May. I won't let it. Mikumen looked up towards Mako and smiled at her. Okay. Harry smiled seeing how Mako just proved him right then and there. After all, there was no way Mikumen could ever digivolve into Mikrakman vicious mode under normal circumstances, not when Mako is her partner. Though things would have been different if Mikumen had that virus in her still, that thing would have corrupted Mako until she became dark and evil. It wouldn't have taken long for her to digivolve into Mikrakman vicious form after that. Eri suddenly smiled and raised her hand. What about Mikumen's megaform, daddy? Harry smiled and then chuckled when he saw that everyone was staring at him with curiosity, so he tapped on his smartphone and the hard light copies changed into their megaform. Harry then quickly began to read out loud. One of them is Razielman, who is an Ophan Digimon. Razielman was once appointed to the same rank as Ophanemon. It possesses the mysterious power to foresee everything in the world from the kernel, God's domain. It is said that it knows all about events throughout the digital world and has gained a divine amount of knowledge with that power. Everyone awed at the humanoid cat-like megaform of Mikumen. Nejire smiled and then said, she looks beautiful. Everyone nodded in agreement. Razielman really did look like a beautiful holy Digimon. Harry then continued to read. Raguelman is a fallen angel Digimon. Raguelman observes all angel Digimon with eyes of distrust, in order to prevent the fall of other angel Digimon. The moment it detects an angel Digimon that has begun to fall, it will attack and destroy them before they would have fallen completely. However, because it was shunned for its role as an observer, it began to be filled with nihilistic thoughts until its sole line of thought was to reject everything. At that stage, it no longer discerns between friend and foe, turning into a fearsome Digimon that carries out destruction indiscriminately. Mako looked down and sadly frowned. Raguelman sounds like a very sad Digimon. Mikumen is definitely never turning into one. Carrie hummed as she looked at both hard light copies of Mikumen's megaforms. She really is a lot like Gatomon. Are all cat-like Digimon like this? Harry shook his head. Not really, but it does seem like a trend. either way, that's pretty much all I could get for information on the Mikumen Digivolution line. Mako smiled and nodded to Harry. Thank you, Harry, I really appreciate all of this information. Harry smiled and nodded. No problem, Mako. Izzy suddenly asked, just what did you use to get all of this info? Harry shrugged. I just created a Digivice-like app on my smartphone. It took a lot of coding and programming, but with the help of some very intelligent Digimon and humans, we could create this. In fact, that's why Eri and Nejire have Digimon partners. The app allows them to bond with a Digimon that best suited them. They're kinda like a pseudo-DG destined. Izzy gaped, while everyone was awed at Harry, well except the organization agents. They were very much concerned and worried about the fact that Harry can create DG destined at will. Harry chuckled at Izzy and then said, I'll send you a copy of the app later, Izzy, you can look into it later. Though that reminds me, oh, give me a second. Harry snapped his finger and the DG destined were engulfed by a ward that prevented the adults from seeing and hearing anything from them. Harry then began to explain, I prepared a smartphone for all of you guys. You can transfer your Digivice's data into them, that way you will never lose it or risk the Digivices suddenly breaking or dying on you. Once in the smartphone, it will be forever protected. Since the smartphones are enchanted to hell and back, they're indestructible and self-updating. Matt nodded in understanding. That's actually a good idea. Our Digivices are pretty old and unlike the new generation, we didn't get an update. Sora nodded and smiled as she turned to look at Bioman. This way we'll always be together with our Digimon friends, right? If so, I agree. Tai nodded. Yeah, I never want to have to say goodbye to a human. Carrie smiled and gave Harry a nod of agreement. Thank you for always doing things to help us, Harry, you're the best. TK hugged Pataman and nodded. Yeah, this is great. Mimi smiled and stared at Harry's smartphone. Plus, having a modern phone sound very convenient and it looks good too. Mako took out her Digivice and smiled as she stared at it. It's kinda sad to have to stop using the Digivice, but it's for the best. I rather my bond with Mikumen is protected forever. Izzy smiled and seemed excited. Knowing you probably added all kinds of functions and things that will help us. Harry nodded. Of course I did. You can digitize your Digimon into your smartphone and keep them inside the digital plane, kinda like Izzy's digital playground in his laptop. The smartphones are also multiverse connected, which means you can call other smartphones, even if they are in other worlds or dimensions. Plus, you don't have to pay for service, they're connected to my family's private satellite, free unlimited everything for you guys. Oh. And it all has a Digimon scanning function, it's what I use to get Mikumen's data and information. Everyone was even more excited now. Everything Harry just said sounded amazing and very useful. Harry then continued on, I'll give them to you later, once we don't have these guys around. For now, let's just have some fun, okay? Everyone nodded and Harry then destroyed the ward around them. He grinned when he saw the organization agents looking pretty pissed, especially Maki. The only one who didn't seem angry was Daigo, who was still eating. The DG destined, Harry, Nejire, and Eri then continue to eat and enjoy their food. Soon enough they will be able to go play and have some fun, but food comes first. Some time later, Mimi and everyone were in front of the shuriken bullseye game Mimi mentioned before. Mimi immediately paid for a turn and quickly threw a shuriken, hitting a bullseye. Ha! Still got it. Carrie giggled. Looks like you still remember what Harry taught us. Mimi grinned, while Mako awed. Harry taught you how to throw shuriken. That's so cool, it's like you guys are ninjas or something. Harry's sweat dropped at the reminder. Can we not mention I taught you guys Byokaijutsu? The scolding I got from your parents was something else. Everyone shared a laugh. Harry had taught the DG destined how to use small weapons like shuriken, kunao, and such, just in case they ever needed to protect themselves, and it saved their hides a few times too. But when their parent found out, they definitely weren't happy. Harry was scolded by everyone for hours. Poor Harry, he went to sleep without dinner that night and quite defeated. Everyone spent some time playing around. Eri had a lot of fun winning tons of prizes and making the poor stand owners cry as she beat every game and won the most expensive and better prizes. She gave them no mercy. The girls were awed at how talented Eri seemed to be. Harry looked like a very proud dad at that, which made everyone laugh at him a bit. Eventually, Mako got thirsty, so she went to go get something to drink. Nejire decided to go with her along with Lopman. Both soon found a couple of vending machines selling cold milk. Mako stared at all the options and gaped. Whoa, there are so many flavors. Chocolate, strawberry, coffee. Nejire nodded as she took a look as well. Banana, mango, even some odd ones too. Ew, broccoli. Who would drink that one? Mako's sweat dropped as she took a look at that flavor. Just why? It's like every vending machine in Japan, always has that one odd flavor in its selection, Mikuman hummed and then said, why not just milk flavored? Lopman's sweat dropped at Mikuman because then it would just be plain milk. Mikuman smiled at Lopman, but her ears suddenly twitched. Oh! Drums! Mikuman took off running toward where the drumming sound was coming from. Lopman followed her, while Mako and Nejire tried to choose a flavor of milk to buy. Mikuman arrived at the wood tower filled with paper lamps. She was awed as she looked up at the tower. Look! How pretty! Lopman walked up to her side and nodded. It sure is. Mako turned around to look for Mako but noticed she wasn't there. Where's Mako? Lopman smiled and then said, she's with Nejire, still trying to pick a milk to get. Mikuman giggled and shook her head. Silly Mako. Lopman smiled and then nodded. Suddenly Mako arrived with Nejire and smiled at the Digimon. Who's silly? Mikuman immediately ran over to Mako who bent down to hug her, while Mikuman smiled and said, you're silly Mako. Mako just giggled, while Nejire walked over to Lopman and handed her a strawberry-flavored milk. Lopman smiled. Thanks Nejire. Nejire nodded and then bent down to give Lopman a head pat, which had her blushing while Nejire just giggled. You're welcome Lopman. TK suddenly walked over and noticed Mako and Nejire talking with their Digimon partners. Hey? Oh, there you guys are, all good. Both Nejire and Mako nodded as they stood up with their Digimon in their arms. Mako then said, yeah, we're having a lot of fun. This is the first time Mikuman and I have ever gone to an onsen, it's all so exciting. Nejire hummed and she looked up. I've been to a few in my world, though most of those have been modified to allow all sorts of people with quirks to be able to use them. This is the most normal onsen I've been to. TK smiled and said, oh right, I guess we should have asked you all, what you wanted to see, sorry. Mako shook her head. No, I should have apologized, it's all because of me that you had to make this trip. Nejire looked over to Mako as she spoke to her. I thought this was to celebrate me, Eri and you joining the team, plus because Harry is back, no. TK nodded. That's right, we all just wanted to spend some time with all of you, get to know you girls better, and be with Harry a bit, it's been a while since we hung out with him after all. Mako nodded in understanding. Ah, I see, you guys must have really missed him. Hey. TK nodded. Yeah, we really did. Harry is a big part of who we are today, not only that, he also became family and helped us a lot, honestly. I don't know what would have happened to us without him there. Nejire smiled. That sounds like Harry all right, he's always helping and making friends, he's really the best. TK smiled and nodded, while Mako said, I hope I can become his friend too, he really seems like a very cool and kind guy. Nejire and TK smiled at Mako, she might not know it yet, but Harry probably already considers her a friend, after all, he's already treating her like one. A little while after, the girls in the DG Destined soon decided to jump into the onsen, though Mako stayed behind because she couldn't find her glasses case, so she went to look for them with Mikuman. Sora sent Bioman with them to help and keep them company. Mako was looking inside her bag for her case when Mikuman suddenly jumped into the towel bin to help Mako look. She soon became distracted by how fluffy the towels are and began to enjoy herself inside the towel bin. Bioman saw this and quickly jumped in to have some fun as well. However, a cleaning lady suddenly walked over and pulled the towel bin and began to push it out of the locker room. In a bit of panic, both Mikuman and Bioman froze. Luckily for them though, they were still covered by Harry's spells so the cleaning lady didn't see them at all. Meanwhile, Mako finally found her glasses case and smiled. She then turned around to where Bioman and Mikuman were a few seconds ago and said, I found it, sorry to make you guys wait, hey. Meanwhile, the girls who were in the baths, were beginning to get worried. Carrie suddenly spoke to the others. Because of this, you know, Mako hasn't come back yet, you think she got lost? But before Sora, Mimi, or Palman could say anything, Mako came into the baths running Bioman and Mikuman, they're missing. Meanwhile, Tai, Izzy, TK, and Harry were enjoying the bath on the man's side. Daigo, having calmed down and wanting to relax, joined them. He soon stretched and sighed in relief. Tai scoffed at him when he saw him act like that old geezer. Daigo grinned at Tai and said, hey, I'm not that old, am I? Tai sighed. Met. Daigo just chuckled and shook his head. Tai suddenly got an idea and decided to go ahead and ask Daigo for more information. Listen, can you tell us about these infected Digimon? What's the deal? Daigo frowned a bit and turned his head towards Harry, but he just saw him sit there in the water with his eyes closed, so he frowned and said, honestly, I don't know much. Tai raised an eyebrow at that answer. What? I thought that you were connected. Daigo shook his head. Sorry, but I'm just middle management. Tai nodded and sighed. TK suddenly chuckled and said, so you're like Miss Maki's gopher or something. Daigo scoffed and then glared at TK. Watch it, wise guy. Harry suddenly opened an eye, when he felt the girls suddenly get out of the bath and begin to walk around. Nejire and Eri were still going around and winning as many prizes as they could get from the poor game stands. So, it made him wonder what the girls were doing now. Harry turned his head towards Daruman, who was sitting beside him in the water. Daruman, can you check on the girls? They're moving around for some odd reason. Daruman nodded and jumped out of the water. Everyone turned to look at her and sweat dropped when they saw that she was wearing a towel around her body. Daruman might be in her rookie form, but she was still a lady and she wasn't about to take a bath without a towel on. Meanwhile, the girls were looking everywhere for Mikuman and Bioman. They even got Eri and Nejire to look around with them and let the poor game owners recover a bit from their losses. This, of course, meant that Eri's Gataman and Black Gataman, along with Lopman, were also now looking for Bioman and Mikuman as well. But they couldn't find them. Mimi even opened the man's locker room, scaring the daylights out of the men inside, while Mako was having a panic attack and trying to pull her away from the door. However, Bioman and Mikuman were in the basement of the onsen where they washed the towels, and as soon as the cleaning lady left, they both jumped out of the towel bin they rode in. Mikuman was a bit scared because Mako wasn't around, but Bioman grabbed her paw with her wing and began to guide her around to look for their friends. Eventually, they found an opening on the wall for people to throw their used towels in. So both Bioman and Mikuman jumped through it hoping they would find their friends or at least get out of the cleaning room. They did get out of the cleaning room though, but they also ended up in the man's changing room, which was pretty full, so they froze up again not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the girls were getting worried, Mako especially, because she has never been apart from Mikuman for this long. Poor Mei. Sora, hoping to help Mako calm down, said Bioman is with her, she'll be fine. Eri pulled on Mako's yukata. Mako looked down at Eri and the little Potter gave her a smile. Don't worry big sis Mako. We'll find Mikuman soon. Mako smiled at Eri and then bent down to give her a hug, which Eri returned right away. Suddenly, Daruman walked over to the girls. What are you guys doing? The girls turned around and began to explain to Daruman what was going on at the same time, which made Daruman sweat drop. All right, now, can someone try to explain all of that again? This time without all of you speaking at the same time? Cause I didn't understand any of that. The girls blushed in embarrassment, mainly because it was Daruman, the motherly Digimon, who just told them to speak in an orderly fashion. Nejire didn't care much about that though, and quickly explained the situation to Daruman. Daruman nodded and then raised her snout into the air and sniffed him. They're in the man's changing room, they just got there too. Everyone gaped at how fast Daruman found Bioman and Mikuman, especially because they have been looking everywhere for them. While this was going on, the guys had decided to go to the steam room and relax in there a bit. There they all sat in silence. Harry suddenly closed his eyes and sighed when he sensed the girls moving to the entrance to the man's changing room. What are you girls doing now? The girls were in front of the entrance to the changing room and peeked inside. Mimi suddenly said, the man's changing room, the Forbidden Realm, I wonder if they have snacks in there. Anyways, follow me, ladies. But Daruman suddenly jumped and bit down on the nape of Mimi's yukata and pulled her back outside. Mimi looked surprised. Hey! Daruman, what are you doing? Daruman let go of Mimi outside the man's changing room and then proceeded to scold her. You're a young lady, you're not going in there. Now we have to think of another way to go get Bioman and Mikuman out of there. Mimi pouted at Daruman, but she just gave her an unimpressed look in return, until Carrie suddenly spoke. Daruman. Daruman turned around to face Carrie and raised an eyebrow at her. What is it, Carrie? I'm busy scolding Mimi. Carrie nervously began to sweat as she pointed at the man's changing room air. Eri and Nejire just jumped in there. Daruman stared in silence at Carrie for a second and then turned to stare at the man's changing room. Damn it! Eri and Nejire were looking around everywhere in the man's changing room, which caused a lot of panic among the poor guys, especially because Nejire stripped them naked and then threw them to the side while looking for Bioman and Mikuman. Poor guys, they were left traumatized by this. Eri was just having fun watching the guys scream really loud and hide, and suddenly the girls stormed their way inside the man's changing room with Daruman leading the way. Go, go, go. Find Eri first and get her out here before Harry finds out we let her go into the man's changing room. The girls ran inside and completely missed Eri and Nejire and ran into the man's shower room connected to the man's changing room, looking in a panic for Eri, Bioman, and Mikuman. The poor girls were trying really hard not to see anything from the men in the showers as they rushed inside. Daigo, who was walking into the shower room to clean himself, saw the girls and nervously began to sweat. Sora suddenly saw Bioman and Mikuman walking around and looking for the exit, so she quickly called out to her Digimon partner Bioman. Mako heard Sora and turned around to see where she was looking. Mimi saw both Digimon and quickly ran to join Sora and Mako while calling out to Carrie who was behind her with Daruman looking for Eri. Hearing the commotion outside, Harry, Tai, Matt, and Izzy walked out of the steam room to see what was going on, only to freeze when they saw Sora and Mako running towards Mikuman and Bioman. They both hugged their Digimon partners as Harry walked over with the guys and looked down at them. What are you guys doing? Both Mako and Sora jumped in surprise and gaped at Harry. Carrie and Mimi soon arrived by their side and gaped as well. Harry just deadpanned at the girls as they all blushed. Well? What are you girls doing in here? Carrie, Sora, and Mimi couldn't speak because they were too busy looking at Harry's body. Mako stood up and while hugging Mikuman in her arms, Don't worry. With all this steam, I can't see anything. Harry raised an eyebrow and saw how fogged up Mako's glasses are, though she lifted them up and took a peek at Harry, which made his eyebrow twitch. All right, any more ogling and I'm going to have to start charging. Get out. The girls jumped and quickly ran out of the man's shower room. Outside they found Daruman scolding Nejire and Eri, but both girls were just smiling at the small purple and motherly dinosaur-looking Digimon. Mako looked down and blushed. Dan. Mimi was also blushing but nodded. Yeah, I'm very thankful too. Who knew Harry was that jacked? Kari's face was crimson red. I forgot to take a picture. Sora blushed and shook her head. I think it's good that you didn't. I would have asked for too many copies and in many sizes, posters too. After that, the DG destined, Harry, Nejire, Eri, and their Digimon partners finally had the chance to really relax and try soaking in all kinds of baths. Until it was time to go home, everyone met up at the entrance of the onsen and said their goodbye to Maki and Daigo, though both of them weren't looking forward to the report they have to write today. With the kids now gone, Daigo sighed and asked Maki a question. So, what do you think, Maki? Do you think the kids are happy or unhappy? Maki sighed and shook her head. I can't really tell. Daigo turned his head towards Maki. Well, I just hope they're okay. I'm sure that's what you want too, isn't it? Right. Daigo was really worried about what Harry had said about Maki, so he wanted to make sure she was not still thinking about that plan of hers. Maki however turned around and said feelings will only get in the way of our mission. Daigo frowned at that answer. Don't say that, you heard what that guy said to you, he wasn't playing around you know? He looked completely serious when he gave you that warning. Maki frowned and looked down. That guy is just babying them, they should just grow up. Maki walked away, while Daigo just frowned as he looked at her walk away. Maki, please, don't do anything stupid. Meanwhile, everyone jumped on the bus and headed back home after a day of adventure and fun. Suddenly, TK decided to ask a question. Mako, are you from Shimane? Mako hummed for a bit and then said kinda, I'm from around there though, but why? TK smiled and nodded. Thought so, you see I have a grandma that says Dan too. Mimi got curious. How is it like there? Izzy hummed. I think I read somewhere that there's a lot of sand dunes there. Tai nodded. And no computers too. Matt sighed and glared at Tai. How many years ago was that? Just drop it you ass. Tai laughed, while Harry grinned at Matt. You said that, but that day we really cut it in close. Matt sighed and shook his head. Mako looked confused though. What's wrong? Mimi giggled and said, they're just like an old married couple. Both Tai and Matt turned to glare at Mimi and said the same thing at the same time. Hey, that's not funny. Harry bonked both of them while everyone shared a laugh and then said, if you wake my daughter, you'll regret it. But Matt and Tai flinched. They both know that Harry was vindictive as all hell and they both definitely didn't want to be pranked, so they both turned to look at Eri. They both sighed in relief when they saw her sleeping in a Digimon pile along with Nejire. Seems like all of them were tuckered out from all the fun they had. While Matt and Tai sighed in relief, Carrie then began to take pictures of everyone, especially of Eri sleeping inside a Digimon pile. Mako smiled and then said, I hope we all stay friends like this forever. Everyone smiled at Mako. They all hoped for the same thing, though Harry was more than determined to make it happen, at all costs. Chapter 194. After the day of fun was over and everyone had gone home, Gamaman was dropped off back at Joe's house. Once he was in his room, Gamaman wasted no time in telling Joe how the day at the onsen went. However, Joe was not paying too much attention to his Digimon partner, since he was still studying. Gamaman of course noticed this. Hey, Joe, are you even listening? Joe just quietly grunted while still studying. Suddenly, the door to Joe's room opened and his mother stepped inside with some food and tea for Joe. She smiled at Gamaman and then said, please, keep it down, you know he has to study. Gamaman nodded, but he couldn't help but look towards Joe with a worried expression on his face, but Joe didn't even notice and just continued to study. Meanwhile, in the digital world, a champion-level Digimon known as Ogremon was going on a rampage in the Village of Beginnings and destroying everything around him. Another champion-level Digimon known as Lemon was chasing after Ogremon and attempting to stop him from causing too much damage. However, because Ogremon was infected with the virus, he had grown more powerful, and that made it difficult for Lemon to stop Ogremon, much less slow him down. At the same time, Mako was taking a bath before going to bed with Mikuman. The little champion-level cat-like Digimon was very happy right now and couldn't stop talking about the fun day in the onsen everyone had today. Wasn't just awesome, it was the awesomest. Mako smiled at Mikuman and nodded in agreement. Yeah, it really was. I got to learn a lot about everyone and had a lot of fun too. At the same time as well, Maki and Daigo were outside in a car close to Mako's home keeping an eye on things. They had made sure all the DG destined had made it home safely and Mako was the last one to check. Maki called the organization to let them know of the situation. Affirmative, the subjects are all home, right, and about what we reported of the young man who knows too much, but, alright, over and out. Maki sighed and looked down. Daigo looked over at her and decided to ask, well, what did they say about Harry and everything we reported? Maki frowned and then glared down at the floor of the car. They said not to approach nor provoke him anyway, to leave him alone and just keep watch. I don't know why, but for some reason, I couldn't help but think they were afraid of Harry or something. Daigo sighed and leaned back on his seat. I see. Do you think the organization knows anything about Harry? Maki nodded. I think so. Whatever they know is enough to put everyone in charge of the organization on high alert. Just who is that guy? Daigo didn't have an answer, so instead he said, well, I guess we should go home for now. We won't be getting any answers today anyways. Maki sighed but nodded. I guess so. But before she could turn on the car, they suddenly got a message. Maki and Daigo frowned, not expecting something like this so late at night. Maki immediately reached over to the radio and clicked on it to raise the volume. Attention, we just received reports of an enormous electrical surge over at Point Tango. 90% chance of an incursion. All operatives report immediately. I repeat, dash. Daigo immediately took out his laptop and began to scan the area. He frowned as he watched the affected area by the electrical surge. Let's check it out. Maki nodded and started the car. A moment later she immediately drove it off towards the affected location, to investigate. By the time they got there, the JSDF had already been mobilized as they waited for whatever Digimon would emerge into the real world. Suddenly, a digital portal opened in the sky and Maki pointed at it. There it is. Just as we thought. Ogremon suddenly dropped from the portal and landed right in front of the JSDF, Maki and Daigo sending a dust cloud everywhere. Daigo frowned and said, call the DG destined. Maki, however, shook her head. Not yet, we'll keep them as backup. Look at the size of it. Maki turned her head toward the JSDF soldiers and said, this is the perfect time to test out our new weapon. She then moved her gaze towards the general nearby. We confirmed the electrical activity is Digimon related and request immediate assistance from the JSDF. The general immediately saluted to Maki and responded, understood ma'am. Your request has been granted, don't you worry, we'll take care of this thing. The general then turned around to face his soldiers and began to yell out orders. Troops, take aim at that digital monster. Ogremon stood up and growled as he glared at the JSDF. The general then roared fire. The JSDF soldiers immediately opened fire at Ogremon using their new weapons. The night lit up with gunfire and bullets surging with electrical energy. Ogremon was barraged by the JSDF's new weapons, and roared in pain and rage. Daigo nodded and then said, yeah, bullseye. The JSDF ran out of ammo and the general immediately yelled, reload and prepare for round 2. The JSDF soldiers quickly tried to reload, but Ogremon roared and suddenly jumped toward them. He moved so fast that the soldiers didn't have time to finish reloading their weapons and jumped out of the way as fast as possible. Ogremon landed on the ground and hit it with his club. The force with which he hit the ground with sent out a shockwave that sent some of the soldiers flying away from Ogremon. Daigo was able to grab Maki and jumped away with her, avoiding getting sent flying. Ogremon roared in rage and began to pummel the ground around him. Daigo and Maki looked up and Daigo couldn't help but comment on what he was seeing. That's one angry Digimon. Maki nodded with a frown on her face. Suddenly, Ogremon stopped raging and turned to face Maki and Daigo. The enraged Digimon roared at them and was about to pounce, causing Daigo and Maki to flinch. Luckily for them, Lemon suddenly landed behind Ogremon and grabbed him in a bear hold. Ogremon thrashed in Lemon's grasp trying to pry him off, but Lemon suddenly jumped high into the air, while holding onto Ogremon, right back into the portal. Maki and Daigo watched all of this happen in shock as the digital portal closed after Lemon and Ogremon went through it. Kamaya household, balcony. Harry was looking towards where the portal had opened with a frown on his face. He had sensed the portal opened and a Digimon arriving in the real world through it, but it quickly disappeared back into another portal soon after. Daruman walked over to Harry and then jumped onto his shoulders. I wonder what happened. Harry sighed. A Digimon broke through a portal to the real world. Seems like the JSDF, Maki, and Daigo were already there waiting for it though. Daruman frowned. So, they have the means to detect a portal opening on this side. Harry nodded. Seems so. My guess is that they must be scanning for electrical surges. There was a sudden burst of electricity when the portal opened and closed. Daruman nodded. I see. What are you going to do? Harry looked up at the sky. I'm going with Tai to his school tomorrow. Ask Daigo what happened, see if I can figure out what happened and why I sensed the Digimon that crossed over, take damage. Daruman hummed for a second and then gave Harry a nod. I'll come with you, we might as well take everyone's smartphones to them tomorrow as well. Yeah, sounds good. The next morning, Harry woke up early and left with Tai and Carrie to go to their school. Eri stayed with Miss Kayama because she wanted to spoil her and Nejire stayed sleeping. No matter what anyone tried she did not wake up, so Lopman stayed with her to make sure she wouldn't cause any trouble when she finally woke up. Harry used magic so no one would wonder what he was doing in school or notice Daruman. Both even went to class and no one even batted an eye at them. Eventually, lunch period arrived and Harry went with Tai, Sora, and Izzy to Daigo's classroom to speak with him. They arrived quickly and Tai immediately greeted Daigo, when he saw him inside his classroom putting things away. Hey Mr. Nishijima. Daigo was putting some things for his classes away and cleaning up a bit but stopped when he heard Tai's voice and greeted the group. Oh hey, morning everyone. Everyone nodded to Daigo. Izzy then decided to comment something. So, I heard you were running late again. Sora tilted her head and seemed curious about Daigo's tendency for coming late to his class, though she realized why soon enough must be pretty tough. Having two jobs. Everyone began to take a seat at the desks in the classroom, while Daigo nervously laughed. Well, easier than your job. Daigo then reached over to a paper bag and handed it to Tai. Want some? Sora and Izzy shook their head and said no thanks. Tai however opened the bag and began to eat the donuts inside. Sora sighed at Tai. Where are your manners? Why can't you be like RY? Sora trailed off from what she was going to say when she saw Harry already eating a donut as well. Tai grinned at her, while Harry just shrugged and handed Sora the bag to get one as well. Sora blushed but quietly grabbed a donut and began to eat it. Izzy chuckled and then said, Wheel, donuts aside, Harry told us about an electrical disturbance that happened last night. Do you know anything about it? Daigo smiled and said, oh yeah, no worries, we took care of it. Harry scoffed. More like you got your ass handed to you and let the Digimon get away. Daigo's sweat dropped, but couldn't really say anything to defend himself. Izzy then decided to speak next. Take care of an infected Digimon? So you're saying that your group could handle it? Cause Harry seems to say otherwise. Harry nodded. Oh, they were able to actually damage it, not much but they did it. Daigo stared at Harry wondering how the hell he knew all of this. He was sure the area was cleared before the JSDF even got here, so how could Harry have known about what happened last night? Izzy frowned and then asked, how did you even find the Digimon? How did you know where the portal was going to open? Daigo raised a hand at Izzy. Easy, relax. Izzy sighed and nodded, relaxing a bit from his questions, allowing Daigo to further explain. By crunching the data we have, such as the coordinates of the Digimon's appearances, we can predict where they'll appear next. We plan to boost the security on those areas. Izzy frowned. I see, so you practically don't need us anymore, hey? Daigo nodded. That's right. Sora, Tai, and Izzy stared at Daigo with frowns on their faces. Harry just listened as he ate his donut. Daigo then went on, but one thing my gut tells me, even without data, is that they will come back, so be careful out there, watch out for each other. Sora, Izzy, and Tai stared at Daigo trying to figure out why he would tell them to watch out for others like that. Harry swallowed his donut and then stooped up. In other words, the infected Digimon are coming after the DG destined. Your organization knows this already, that's why you're still here, even though you claim you don't need them anymore. You know that the infected Digimon are going to show up where they are eventually, they're pretty much bait. Daigo frowned but didn't say anything, making Harry scoff. You don't have to worry about the DG destined, I'm here and I will not let anyone hurt my friends, even your so-called organization. With that said, Harry waved at his friends with his head, letting them know it was time to leave. Sora, Tai, and Izzy nodded and immediately stood up and left the classroom. Harry followed them but stopped in front of the door and moved his head to the side to gaze at Daigo. Thank you for trying to warn them, and for the donut, you watch yourself. I don't know yet how deep all of this goes, but your organization is stepping over things they don't understand. Watch your back, Daigo. You should know how unpredictable everything that has to do with Digimon and the digital world is. With his piece said, Harry stepped out of Daigo's classroom and closed his door, while catching up to his friends. As everyone walked back to class, Harry decided to ask a question. Has anyone been able to contact the second generation? Izzy and Sora frowned and shook their heads. Sora then said, I've been trying to contact Yuli, but she isn't answering her phone. Izzy nodded, I tried calling Cody, but nothing yet. Harry frowned. Ty and Carrie have been calling Ken and Davis too. I'm starting to get worried now. Ty nodded. Yet. Davis would have at least called Carrie back by now. Harry sighed and shook his head. If we don't get in contact with them soon, then I'll look for them myself. Sora, Ty, and Izzy nodded. The DG Destined had become worried for the second generation since no one has been able to contact them now, and with Daigo's warning, they were starting to really get concerned for their safety. Sora and Ty went back to their class to tell Matt about what they found out. Meanwhile, Harry went with Izzy to his class to let Mimi know as well. Along the way they found Mimi and Mako speaking with each other outside the classroom door. Both Harry and Izzy greeted them as they walked over. Mimi immediately and cheerfully decided to tell Harry about how she and Mako joined the school festival committee, and how she decided to run the cafe her class decided to do for the school festival. Something about doing a cheerleader-themed cafe. She seemed so happy and excited that Harry couldn't help but chuckled and even agreed to help as well, so Mimi dragged him and Mako to go looking for cheerleader uniforms for reference. Mimi and Mako seemed to be having a lot of fun, though Mako was impressed with how good Mimi is coordinating clothes types and fashion. Mimi, you're incredible. Mimi smiled and handed to Harry a set of clothes to hold, while he sweat dropped. The poor dragon god had his hands full with clothes, he even had some on his head. Mimi smiled at Mako and then said, Why's that? Mako smiled and then explained, well, because you just transferred and you just stood up and volunteered, you speak your mind, I could never do that. Harry smiled and nodded. Well, Mimi has always been a strong-willed girl, she's not afraid to speak her mind either, there's a reason why her crest is sincerity, we all love her for it though. Mimi blushed a bit but then smiled at Mako and tried to encourage her. Of course you could, anyone can. Mako smiled and shook her head. No, I just wouldn't feel comfortable. Mimi tilted her head at Mako and seemed a bit confused. Why? Harry always told us to be honest with what we need and want, that if we don't speak up in some way or form, we would never get help, much less understanding from others. Mako looked down, not knowing what to say to everything Mimi just told her. Well, Mimi sighed and then said, no point in bottling it all up or worrying about what others will think, no one will understand where you're coming from if you don't speak up. How are you going to get what you want if you don't ask for it? There's nothing wrong with being a little selfish sometimes, you know. Mako stared at Mimi, while she went back to checking clothes out. Mako then turned her head towards Harry, who gave her a smile. You be you, Mako, but, do remember to be a bit selfish and reach out for what you want. Otherwise, your dream and hopes might slip through your fingers. You don't have to agree or even listen to Mimi, but do keep her words in mind, I'm sure that someday, they'll come in handy. Mako was a bit awed by Harry. She can see why the DG Destined trusted and cared a lot about him, he just seems like a big brother whenever he speaks like this. Mako was about to say something to Harry, but Mimi suddenly shoved a very short skirt to her face. Look, Mako. You should try this on. Mako stared at the skirt and frowned a bit. Is that a handkerchief? Mimi deadpanned at Mako for that question, while Harry chuckled. No. It's a skirt. You should try it, Mimi. Mako gasped a bit and then shook her head while blushing. What? No way. I could never wear something like that. Mimi smiled and then said, but, that's the best part. Wearing something you wouldn't normally wear is fun. Suddenly, Palman, Mikuman, and Aruman walked towards the group. Palman immediately cheered when she saw Mimi. Ah! They there are. I told you we could find them. Everyone turned towards the Digimon, though Harry laughed a bit when he saw them wearing full-on costumes. Palman was dressed like a geisha, Mikuman as a ninja and Aruman like a samurai, katana and all. Mikuman smiled and jumped into Mako's arms, while she giggled a bit. What are you wearing, May? Mimi smiled and then cheerfully answered Mako's question. Costumes for lunch. Daruman sighed. I hate you, Mimi. I hate you so much. Mimi just grinned at Daruman, while Harry tapped on the samurai armor his Digimon partner is wearing. I'm surprised they even had a samurai costume that fits you. Daruman just deadpanned at Harry. Leave it to him to care about the unimportant details and not the fact that she was forced to dress up like this. Some time later, everyone went to eat some fast food. Harry paid for the clothes Mimi picked and even bought some for Mako, though she was embarrassed about that for a bit. While everyone was having lunch, Palman noticed that Mimi seemed to be drawing something. So she decided to ask her about it. "What are you doing, Mimi?" Mimi smiled and then answered the question, "Drawing cheerleader uniform designs." Though Mimi was pretty bad at drawing, so Mako thought she was drawing worms or something. It made Mimi sigh in defeat knowing she sucks. Harry and Daruman laughed a bit at Mimi's predicament, which earned them a glare from Mimi. She always had an eye for fashion, but her actual artistic skills were pretty bad. Mako smiled and then said, "So, you want to make uniforms similar to what they showed at the meeting, right?" Mimi nodded, while she glared at her drawing in disappointment. Mako then took the notebook Mimi was using and began to draw something. Something like this. Mako quickly showed a very well-drawn cheerleader uniform design. Mimi immediately and excitedly smiled and said, "That's perfect. You're a genius. Not one of those boring mad geniuses, but a fashion genius." Harry looked at the drawing and then nodded. "It's pretty good. You have a talent for drawing, Mako." Mako blushed at the praise. Mimi suddenly jumped forward and hugged Mako, making her squeak in surprise. Mikuman, not wanting to be left behind, hugged her too. Which only made her even more embarrassed since everyone around them was now staring at them in curiosity. Mako turned to look at Harry and pleasingly gave him a look that asked him to save her. But Harry just smiled too. "Oh? You want a hug from me too, Mako?" "Sure." Mako began to nervously stutter and blushed. She even sneezed a bit, which made Harry chuckle a bit. However, their fun was interrupted when a newscast helicopter suddenly flew overhead of their location. A few seconds later, everyone's smartphone began to vibrate. Harry, Mimi, and Mako quickly checked their smartphone. Harry had given all the DG destined a Neo Kyoto-made smartphone for their personal use, along with his homebrew Digivice and Digimon taming app, all already installed into the smartphones. So everyone quickly transferred all of their contacts and other data into the new smartphones and began to use them right away. The DG Destined's Digivices had their data extracted and added to the app, so they immediately stopped functioning after that. The DG Destined were a bit sad to see their Digivice like that, but they all put them away and decided to keep them safe somewhere as a keepsake of their adventures. Now that all of them had a smartphone, they could easily keep in contact at all times and even keep their Digimon inside their smartphone as well. Mimi frowned and she read the text messages everyone received. "It's an infected Digimon. Izzy wants us all together." Mako nodded. "So what now?" Harry put his smartphone away and then said, "It's close by. Let go and check it out before the infected Digimon can cause any harm." Mako and Mimi nodded in agreement, and sent their Digimon into their smartphone, while Harry did the same for Daruman. The trio then took off running towards the location the infected Digimon is located. Meanwhile, the rest of the DG Destined were already heading towards where the infected Digimon is. Even Nejire and Eri were heading that way via flying. Though Joe got the message as well, he chose to ignore it and keep going to his prep classes. In the sky, the news helicopter was flying and keeping an eye on the area, while news reporters began to gather and report about the big unidentified creatures that have been reported to have appeared, along with a distortion in the sky. The police and the JSDF were trying to keep anyone from getting close, but it was getting a bit difficult with how many people were gathering to see what was going on. Harry, Mimi, and Mako arrived and tried to get closer, but the people got in their way. Harry suddenly felt something and looked up to see a massive digital distortion suddenly flare up, causing the portal to open up in the sky. Harry clicked his tongue in annoyance, feeling a Digimon making its way into the real world via the portal now. Seeing no other choice, he grabbed both Mako and Mimi by the waist and took off flying above the people while casting a spell so no one could see him do so. Mako squeaked in surprise and blushed while looking up at Harry's face. Mimi just smiled and cheered at being flown over. It had been a while since Harry had given her a ride in the sky and she had missed it a lot. She was sure Sora and Carrie were going to be very jealous of her when she tells them about this. Harry quickly arrived at the location, just in time to see a Digimon drop from the portal and land on the ground. The dragon god soon landed after and let Mako and Mimi down on the ground on their feet. Mimi frowned when she saw the infected Digimon, recognizing it Ogremon. Ogremon heard Mimi call his name and immediately turned to face the group. He glared and then roared in rage, causing Mimi to frown and worry. "Oh no! He's been infected!" Ogremon roared again and then launched himself at the group. Harry, however, got in his way and blocked Ogremon's club attack with his bared hand. Both Mimi and Mako screamed from the air blast unleashed from the impact. But they soon recovered and summoned Palman and Mikuman from their smartphones. Daruman released herself and glared at Ogremon, who began to violently pull on his club, while Harry held it in his hand. Harry narrowed his eyes as he stared at Ogremon. His eyes glowed as he used his Rinnegan to scan the virus-infected Digimon and see what the virus was doing to him. Harry got the information he needed and then threw Ogremon to the side. The virus Digimon roared as he was sent crashing onto the ground and sent rolling. Mimi and Mako walked up to Harry's side with Palman and Mikuman in front of them. Mimi then spoke, "Harry? What do we do?" "It's Ogremon." Harry nodded. "For now have to stop him, the virus is increasing his power at a very fast pace, he's already reaching an ultimate level of power, we can't let him get away and cause too much chaos either." Mimi nodded. She didn't like it, since Ogremon is a friend, but they couldn't allow him to go on a rampage in the real world. Suddenly, Mimi got a phone call, and her smartphone suddenly created a hard light hologram and Izzy appeared in real time on Mimi's side. Mimi immediately explained to Izzy what was happening. "Izzy, it's Ogremon. He's infected." Izzy nodded. "I know, I've been watching from a news helicopter's video feed, is Harry with you right now?" Mimi nodded and then moved the hard light hologram to face Harry. Izzy immediately spoke up, "Harry, there are helicopters recording everything, can you take care of that?" Harry nodded and snapped his fingers. A wave of mana was unleashed and all recording equipment was turned off, even cell phones and anything capable of filming were forcefully turned off in the area around the portal and Ogremon. Izzy was the only one still able to see what was going on thanks to the smartphone scanning the area and showing him a real-time hard light hologram of what was happening. "Can you guys handle this? Everyone else is on their way but backup might take a while." Harry nodded. "We can handle it, Izzy, you keep an eye on anything else happening." Izzy nodded and then his hard light hologram dissipated. Mimi smiled and then said, "We have to stop Ogremon, he might be infected but he's still our Ogremon. Harry can help him later." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I got it." Mako seemed unsure, which Harry noticed, so he gave her a small smile and then spoke to her. "It's okay, Mako, I won't let anything happen to us, let's do this together." Mako stared into Harry's eyes for a few seconds, she soon smiled and nodded at Harry, willing to help. "Okay." Harry grinned and then turned his attention to Ogremon, who stood up and roared. He looked down at Daruman and then said, "We'll do this like we used to do it back in the day, Daruman. I take care of the DG destined and you on the Digimon, but hold back and make sure you don't accidentally kill Ogremon, I don't know if the virus would do something to his data if he dies." Daruman nodded. "Leave it to me." Ogremon roared in rage while Mimi held her smartphone in her hand and held it up. Her smartphone immediately began to glow green as her own energy was turned into digital energy, filling Palman with power. The little plant rookie Digimon suddenly began to glow green as well. Palman digivolved too. Digimon. Digimon immediately went to attack Ogremon as soon as she finished digivolving and punched him hard right in the face. Ogremon grunted in pain. Mako narrowed her eyes, and then nodded to Mikuman. Mikuman smiled and then jumped into battle as well, attacking Ogremon with her sharp claws. While Ogremon was still reeling from Digimon's punch, Harry kept back and got ready to jump in if needed while keeping an eye on everything and everyone around the area. Meanwhile, Joe got another text letting him know that Carrie was on her way as well. A few seconds later he got another one asking him where he was, which only served to annoy him. He was about to put his phone away and then continue to make his way to his prep classes, when he suddenly got a phone call from Gamaman. Joe frowned but still answered the phone call. "Yes, what is it?" Gamaman sighed in relief when Joe picked up the phone. "Joe. Thank goodness. Izzy just called, everyone is on their way to deal with the infected Digimon, we should." But Joe cut Gamaman off before he could explain further. "Sorry, but I'm busy." Gomam sadly frowned when he heard what Joe just said and was very confused. Joe hung up and sighed. He suddenly got another text, but this one had nothing to do with the DG destined. Instead, it was someone wishing him good luck in the mock test. Joe actually replied to this text and then put his phone away, to continue to make his way to his prep classes. Back with Harry, Mimi, and Mako. Digimon rushed forward towards Ogremon and began to barrage Ogremon with punches. In the sky a news helicopter was flying nearby. The news reporter on board frowned and then yelled at the people riding the helicopter with her, "Has anyone fixed the camera? We're missing all the action down there." A guy who was fiddling with the camera shook his head. "No, the camera is working fine, it's just not recording anything. I honestly don't know what's happening." The news reporter growled in frustration and then looked down towards the battle going on down on the ground. Suddenly, Digimon jumped up and began to spin like a top needle spray. Needles made out of energy began to rain down everywhere. Harry quickly raised a hand towards the helicopter and raised a barrier around it, preventing it from getting hit. "Mimi, Digimon. Watch out." Mimi flinched and nodded. "Sorry." Digimon stopped her attack and landed on the ground. "Oops. Sorry, Harry." But she got distracted and Ogremon immediately tried to attack her with his club. However, Daruman blurred in front of Ogremon and blocked his attack with her tail. She then flexed her tail and pushed Ogremon skidding back. Daruman landed on the ground and huffed in annoyance. Focus. Don't take your eyes off the enemy Digimon. Digimon winced at being scolded by the motherly Daruman and nodded. Okay, sorry Daruman. Ogremon soon recovered and jumped into the air and swung his club down towards Daruman, but she easily sidestepped the attack. Mikuman took advantage of the opening and pounced at Ogremon, attacking him with her claws. But Ogremon blocked her attack with his club. Digimon suddenly punched him away, before he could even try to counterattack Mikuman. While the battle with Ogremon raged on, the rest of the DG Destined finally arrived, but they couldn't continue heading towards where Harry, Mimi, and Mako were fighting Ogremon, because the police had blocked the area off. Tai clicked his tongue in annoyance when he saw this. Great, we'll never make it through here like this. TK nodded. Yeah, they're not going to let us in for sure. Sora frowned and turned her head towards Matt. What are we going to do now? Matt shook his head, not knowing what to do in this situation, while Izzy was staring at the battle on his smartphone. It's alright everyone, Harry, Mimi, and Mako are handling the situation well on their own. Everyone immediately huddled over Izzy and began to watch the battle on his smartphone. Digimon, Mikuman, and Daruman were easily wearing Ogremon down. However, the virus-type Digimon was also getting stronger. Harry had to now keep a barrier around Mako and Mimi with how powerful Ogremon's attacks were becoming. But he also kept an eye on everything in the area, so he immediately noticed another portal opening behind Ogremon, causing Harry to call out to the Digimon. Daruman, Digimon, Mikuman. Jump back. Get away from Ogremon. Not knowing if another infected Digimon was making their way into the real world, Harry ordered the Digimon to get away, which they immediately did. However, Lemon suddenly came out of the portal and grabbed Ogremon from behind, shocking both Mimi and Harry. Mimi shook her head and then said, "Is that Lemon?" Lemon turned to look at Mimi and Harry and gave them a nod before pulling Ogremon back and into the portal. The portal soon closed, leaving the trio by themselves, a bit confused about what just had happened. A few seconds later, Digimon turned back into Palman and tiredly sighed. That was tough. Mikuman nodded. Yet. Daruman frowned as she stared toward where Ogremon and Lemon had disappeared from. What is going on here? Harry was also thinking the same thing. However, he soon sighed and shook his head. Let's go guys, let's meet up with everyone, we need to talk. Eri and Nejire also just arrived. I'm going to have to come up with a way for all of us to gather quickly and fast without any problems. Mimi and Mako nodded, and both went to pick up their Digimon partners and put them inside their smartphones. Harry did the same with Daruman, and together the trio made their way to where Harry sensed his friends are. Chapter 195. Eri and Nejire landed close by to Tai and the others, though they frowned when they saw them standing behind a crowd. No one noticed them dropping from the sky, thanks to Eri's magic, but the DG Destined did, and they all immediately walked over to them. Nejire waved at everyone to greet them and then asked, "What's wrong everyone?" Matt frowned and shook his head. We couldn't reach the area where the infected Digimon appeared, the police and the JSDF blocked the area, plus we couldn't go through this crowd. Nejire sighed and nodded. I see, we'll have to think of a way to deal with situations like these. Eri suddenly spoke up. Daddy, Big Sister Mimi, and Big Sister Mako are coming this way. I can't sense the infected Digimon anymore, so, either it got away or they took it down. Izzy shook his head. It was Ogremon, an old friend of ours, so I know they didn't take him down, more than likely Ogremon got away. Everyone nodded, understanding the situation. Tai sighed and then decided that standing here wasn't going to solve anything. Let's go meet up with Harry, Mimi, and Mako, I'm sure they have things to tell us. Everyone agreed and together they walked over to where Eri told them to go since she can sense Harry and the girls with him. Some minutes later, everyone met up and decided to speak in a kiosk nearby. Everyone took a seat and Harry told them about the battle with Ogremon and how Lemon was the one who had appeared and took Ogremon back to the digital world through another portal. Everyone frowned and looked worried for both Ogremon and Lemon, while Mako sighed and looked down. That was scary, and we almost hit that helicopter too. Sora smiled and shook her head. It's all right Mako, it isn't your fault. TK nodded. Yeah, that helicopter just got too close to the fight. Luckily, Harry was there, so it's not your fault. Harry nodded. Yeah, if they're stupid enough to see two big monsters fighting and think, "Ooh, let's get closer," then it's their fault they almost got shot down. Still, we have to be more careful guys, and pay attention to our surroundings. I don't really want to deal with people finding out I can bring the dead back to life, or heal grievous wounds, they would annoy me non-stop. Mimi nodded. Yeah, sorry Harry, I should have been more careful. Izzy sighed. Yeah, people already have a bad opinion about Digimon, things like this would just make things more difficult for their image. we have to be careful guys. Everyone nodded. Mimi looked down and frowned. I'm tired of people saying Digimon are bad, aren't you guys? Everyone nodded in agreement. Harry sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, people will only fear what they don't understand. It doesn't help that it's too dangerous for us to give information about the digital world or Digimon. So, everyone will continue to assume the worst. The only thing we can do now, is minimize the damage and show them, that all Digimon aren't bad, but that's why we have to be careful. Izzy looked up and sighed. At least, Harry took care of the damage that occurred in the battle with Alphaman. The news would have had a field day if all that damage would have been left alone. Everyone sighed and then smiled at Harry, glad that he was there to help. The dragon god just smiled back at his friends and shrugged. Suddenly Matt decided to ask a question. What happened with Joe? Izzy frowned and shrugged. I sent him a text, but... Sora looked down and sadly frowned. He didn't answer me either. Matt huffed in frustration. With everything that's going on lately, how can he think studying is more important? Tai shook his head at Matt. Come on man. But Matt just sighed. Look, Joe was always cautious but he always knew what mattered. He knew that sometimes, you had to do things you don't want to because they are important, but now. But Matt was cut off when Harry slapped the back of his head, causing Matt to grunt in pain and glare at Harry, but the dragon god gave him an unimpressed gaze and began to speak. I'm glad you take all of this seriously, Matt. That's a good way to go about it, sure, but everyone here has a life besides being a DG destined. You're not always going to be doing this after all, so building a future is something you should take very seriously. As you said, Joe knows what's at stake, have some faith in him and get off his ass, he'll come and talk to us in time. Tai crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. I'm sure he knew he needed to come, he just couldn't, I'm sure he had his reasons. Matt rubbed the back of his head and sighed. Yet. I bet. Later that day, Joe was back in his room with Gamaman. However, he was glaring at his mock test results, which weren't good at all. Gamaman sighed and then decided to speak. Joe, listen, I really think we should have gone, everyone else did. Joe sighed and shook his head. I know what would have happened if we went, someone would be angry with me for not being more involved, then someone else would defend me and no matter what I said, I wouldn't be able to stop another pointless argument. Harry could do that, not me. Joe looked down and frowned in frustration, while Gamaman stared at his partner with concern. The next day, the news reporter that was inside the helicopter during the battle against Ogremon, was being interviewed and ranted about how the helicopter was attacked. However, there was no damage on the helicopter and no footage, so no one really gave her ranting any attention. The DG destined were glad for this and were able to relax quite a bit since the Digimon weren't being spoken of badly. Joe's parents were watching the news this morning though, they weren't too concerned about the Digimon. Joe's father shook his head. Well, that could have been messy. Joe's mother nodded. Yeah, it's a good thing that nothing bad came out of it. Joe's father looked over to his wife and asked about his son. How's Joe anyway? He seems stressed lately. Joe's mom looked down a bit. He's been studying non-stop. Joe's dad sighed and closed his eyes. I want him to do well but, man. Joe had been listening to his parents' conversation and looked down feeling bad for making them worry. He quietly walked back to his room a few seconds later. That evening, Matt, Sora, Mako, Harry and Eri got together inside Izzy's office. Eri was playing with the Digimon, while everyone else was sitting around and drinking some tea. Tintaman brought a cup of tea to Mako and put it on the table in front of her. Mako smiled at Tintaman. Thank you. Tintaman nodded. You are very welcome. It's the least I can do and the most I will do. Mako giggled. Suddenly, Tai arrived with someone he had found on his way back home, someone everyone recognized. Matt looked very surprised at the new arrival Lemon. Sora smiled and couldn't help but show her surprise. No way. Harry smiled and walked over to Lemon, he then raised his fist towards his old friend and Lemon immediately fist bumps with the dragon god. It's been a while Lemon. Lemon nodded. Yes, you've grown a lot, Harry, your eyes look old and tired, you must have gone through a lot after you left. Harry smiled and nodded. You don't even know half of it, but we can talk about it later. I'm sure you came here to let us know about something important, right? Lemon nodded. Soon after, Lemon was seated on a couch in Izzy's office while everyone else sat around him. Eri chose to sit on Sora's lap, which made her very happy, evident by how she was smiling. Lemon then began to explain something weird is happening in the digital world, so I've come here to talk to you about it. We first noticed when Ogremon started acting oddly, we don't understand what's causing these mutations, but he's not the only one. Izzy frowned and looked down. Precisely, we've been calling them infected Digimon. Do you think that the digital world's mutation and the electrical distortions that connect our world are related? Lemon nodded. I do believe there is a connection. I was trying to keep a close eye on Ogremon, but I was just too late. Harry sighed, and then Ogremon made it to the real world via a portal created by those electrical distortions. Lyman nodded. The DG Destined frowned, understanding how Ogremon had suddenly arrived in the real world. Tai suddenly asked a question, then how come you're not infected? But Lyman shook his head. I'm not really sure, although I remember when Ogremon became sick, it was like something inside him short-circuited or something and he went haywire. Izzy nodded and then said Harry was telling me about something he noticed when he scanned Ogremon yesterday, so I have a question for you, Lyman. Which appeared first in the digital world? Was it the electrical distortions or was it the infected Digimon? Lyman frowned but answered the question right away. The infected Digimon came first. Izzy nodded and then began to work on his office's computer. Then that means my assumption was wrong. I thought the distortions came first. Maybe something like bad data is corrupting the Digimon, or else some kind of program containing a virus, or another creature of some kind. It may be that the distortions are a side effect of the infection. Izzy turned his head towards Harry to ask him a few questions. So, what exactly did you see in Ogremon again? Harry sighed. I don't know who did this, and I'm pretty sure someone is behind this, but the virus overwrites the digital data of Digimon from binary language to ternary, which is causing a massive error in both the digital world and Digimon. I'm sure the very same overwrite is affecting electronic devices in the real world. I bet that's what's causing the electrical distortions. Sora tilted her head in confusion. Binary? Ternary? What's that? Izzy was about to explain, but surprisingly, it was Eri who beat him to the punch. Oh, I remember Morgan telling me about that once. Binary language is composed of ones and zeros. Ternary uses ones, zeros, and twos, but you can't use that in programming cause it causes a lot of errors. Izzy's sweat dropped. Well, yes, that's right, Eri, thank you. Morgan must be a very intelligent girl if she taught you about that. Eri nodded and gave Izzy a big happy smile. Yup. Morgan is super smart. She can do all kinds of neat things on her computer and program all sorts of things. Harry chuckled. Well, Morgan is a Stark. She was always meant to be a genius, and she's younger than Carrie. Well, if you don't count time dilations though. Everyone smiled at Harry and Eri. Sora even gave her a head pat. You're so smart for remembering all of that, Eri. I practically forgot most of it already. Eri giggled and enjoyed the affection, while Izzy leaned back on his chair. It all makes sense now. I agree with you, Harry. Someone must be behind all of this. This virus is not natural, it was made. Everyone frowned and was now tense. The digital world is under attack, and that confirmation made everyone worry about the situation as a whole, since it's both the digital world and the real world that are been affected. Harry then turned his head towards Mikumen, and to think Mikumen was the source of the infection, the ternary overwrite, the strand of the virus I pulled out from her was too volatile and aggressive, far more than the one inside of Ogremon. Mako gasped and looked worried, but Harry smiled at Mako. Don't worry, the virus is gone from her, but since she was the source, that means that all we have to do is capture the infected Digimon and cure them. Without Mikumen being the source anymore, we don't have to worry about her infecting others, so if we cure everyone else we can then stop the electrical distortions and the infection, though we have to find and catch the culprit too, otherwise he might start all of this all over again. Mako sighed in relief and then smiled at Mikumen, who seemed happy. The other Digimon were also happy that they didn't have to worry about the infection with Harry around. Izzy smiled. Well, now that we know what we're dealing with, I think Harry and I can create a program to protect you guys from the ternary overwrite. Harry nodded. We can download it to our smartphones, and since our Digimon are connected to them via their digital data, they'll be protected even when outside the smartphones. The DG Destined and Digimon smiled, happy that there will be a way to protect the Digimon. Tai suddenly hummed for a second and then said, if the infected Digimon came first, Sora knew that Tai must have figured something out, so she decided to ask, did something ring a bell? Suddenly, Lyman, Eri, and Harry tensed up, and all three ran towards the window and opened it. The three stepped outside and then looked around. Lyman and Eri didn't see anything or anyone. However, Harry walked over to the veranda and looked down. He saw a small Digimon looking up towards Izzy's office from the street below. Harry narrowed his eyes and watched the small Digimon jump away and disappear in the darkness of the night. Great, another fucking Digimon, holy night. Everyone stared in confusion towards Harry but knew that he just saw something serious. The dragon god sighed and shook his head. He then went back inside with Lemon and Eri and decided to warn everyone about the Digimon he just saw outside. The next day, Harry went with everyone back to their school, to talk and explain everything that was talked about with Lemon to everyone else who wasn't there. Harry even went to class, not that anyone could see or hear him, but he did have a lot of fun making his friends laugh and messing with them in the middle of classes. During lunch, everyone got together. Harry and Izzy then explained what they figured out about the virus, the electrical distortions, and what Lemon spoke with them about. All the new information surprised and shocked the DG destined, and everyone was rightfully worried about the digital world and the Digimon. Luckily, Harry also explained the plan and how with the source of the virus gone, all they needed to do is capture the infected Digimon and cure them. With that plan in mind, everyone then went back to their classes after lunch. Harry was about to leave, but Mimi dragged him back to class, and at the end of the day, he ended up going with Mako to help her with the cheerleader uniforms she designed for the festival. So, after school Harry was helping make the uniforms, while Mako helped with some details until she dropped something and bent down to pick it up, only to slam her head against the table when she tried to stand up again. Harry winced and grimaced when he saw the entire table shake from the impact. Mako. Are you okay? Mako groaned from under the table in pain, but before she could say anything, somebody suddenly opened the door to the room they were using to make the uniforms. Sora stepped inside in a hurry and asked, "Hey? Is everyone okay?" That sounded painful. Mako lifted her head from under the table and rubbed it. Ouch. Sora saw her and immediately ran to her side. "Be careful, there's a ton of sharp objects around here." Mako blushed and nodded. "I know, I have some experience sewing in this room." Mako then raised her hands and showed her fingers to Sora, which were covered by needles guards. Sora laughed a bit at what she was shown, or trying to at least. Harry chuckled and piped in, "She's actually pretty good with sewing, just a bit clumsy." Mako blushed at the compliment and then at the teasing from Harry. "Ah. Harry is so much better at sewing though, and so fast too. I've never seen someone sew so fast before." Sora smiled and then gave Mako a nod. "Yeah, I know, Harry used to repair our clothes back in the day. He was really good and fast back then. I'm sure he's even better now. I can't even count how many times he patched up our clothes." Harry smiled and continued sewing. Mako just awed at Harry, while Sora looked around. "Where is Mimi?" Mako quickly answered Sora's questions. "Oh. She's going to a meeting with the festival committee or something like that. She'll come by later." Sometime later, Mimi was texting with Nejire, who was flying around with Eri since Harry was busy helping her and Mako. She had been relaxing for a bit after the meeting. Inwardly she just wanted it to end so she could go hang out with Harry and Mako, who were working on the cheerleader uniforms, but she was also pretty tired so she was resting a bit. Suddenly, 3 female students walked up to the front of her desk. One of them called out to Mimi, "Mimi, we need to talk." Mimi stopped texting and looked up in surprise. "Hey." One of the girls took out one of the drawings of the cheerleader design she had passed to the festival committee so they can see it about this uniform. One of the other girls quickly said, "There's no way we're going to wear something like this." The third girl nodded and said, "Not while we're in school." Mimi looked surprised at what the girls were saying. "What?" One of the girls glared at Mimi and then complained, "You didn't even ask, you just decided on your own, so we're not going to put up with it." The girl holding the drawing scowled and then said, "You narcissist." Mimi raised an eyebrow at that narcissist. The other girl then said, "Don't know that one? It's someone very self-centered and annoying." Mimi stared at the girls in silence for a few seconds, until she suddenly giggled and then stood upright. "Narcissist, it's nice that you have such a big vocabulary. If you don't want to wear the uniform, you don't have to. I'm not forcing you after all, you can do what you want. I'm going to wear mine because it's going to look nice." With that said, Mimi turned around and left the 3 female students behind, to stew in anger. She really couldn't care about what they were complaining about or what they thought about her. She didn't know them after all and they didn't know her, so she didn't need to listen to their insults and attitude. She had far more fun things to do than to stay there and listen to their complaints. Back with Harry, Sora, and Mako. Harry and Sora were teaching Mako how to sew by hand and with a sewing machine. Mako was very much awed and seemed so very interested in everything she was being taught. Sora finished sewing a blouse for the cheerleader uniform and showed it to Mako. "Here we are." Sora then handed the blouse to Mako, who grabbed it with an excited smile on her face. "Ah! It's perfect." Sora smiled and then said, "And if you want to use any other scraps, there's a ton more in the back." Harry hummed as he was sewing a skirt by hand. "If you need something more specific, or a type of fabric, let me know, I'm sure I can get it right away, or I might even have some in my inventory." Mako nodded and happily smiled. "Thank you so much." Sora and Harry nodded with a smile on their faces. Suddenly, Mimi stepped into the room. Mako and Sora smiled at her, and Sora quickly asked her a question. "Hey, how did the meeting go?" Meanwhile, Mako walked over to Mimi to show her the blouse. "Just look." Sora and Harry did a great job putting this one together. I might even wear it. Mimi smiled and nodded. Well, I will wear one as well, though we might be the only ones wearing one at the festival. Mako and Sora looked confused, while Harry stopped sewing and looked up at Mimi. What happened? Mimi sighed and shook her head. A few girls complained, so they might convince the committee to change the uniforms. Mako and Sora looked confused, while Harry huffed and shook his head. Teenagers, always adding drama over the silliest things. Sora stood up. But you even asked us to work on them. Mako looked worried. What's wrong with the uniforms? Mimi shrugged and then smiled at Mako. There's nothing wrong with the uniforms, Mimi. Some people just don't want to wear them, but I will, because it's something we're working together for. Mako looked down, but nodded okay. Sora looked worried, but Mimi just grinned at her. It's fine, we'll figure something out. Sora and Mako looked up at Mimi and saw her grin, so they smiled back and nodded. They were a bit sad that some didn't like the uniforms, but they were still quite happy with them, so they'll keep working with them. Harry just smiled and continued to work. Mimi seemed determined to get these uniforms ready, so he'll make sure to continue to help. Harry, Mako, Mimi, and Sora stay in school late working on the cheerleader uniforms until it was time to go home. Harry decided to go look for Nejire and Aries so they could go to the Kamaya's home and rest, while Sora, Mimi, and Mako went home by themselves. Along the way, the girls went their own way. Mimi was walking down a bridge when she noticed someone familiar standing by the river and staring towards the water. Hey? Joe? What is he doing? Curious, Mimi decided to go and talk to him. Joe quickly noticed Mimi when she stood beside him, but he was surprised to see her there. Mimi smiled at him and then asked, "You playing hooky or something?" Joe didn't answer and just turned his gaze back to the river. Mimi gazed at him from her side and then continued on. "Can you really afford to do that? With your test coming up?" Joe sighed and looked up at the sky. "What about you? I thought I saw a text about you being busy planning the school festival." Mimi nodded. "Well, I have some help, so I can relax a bit." Joe nodded and then both he and Mimi looked up at the sky and silently watched the clouds move away. Up at the bridge to their side, Carrie was walking back home and she noticed both Mimi and Joe down by the river bank. "Hey? It's Mimi, and she's with Joe." Curious about what was going on, Carrie quickly ran down towards the river bank. Meanwhile, Mimi decided to ask Joe a question. "Do you think I'm a narcissist?" Joe looked surprised at the question Mimi just dropped on him. "What? Oh Mimi smiled. Couldn't even say no. Hey. Joe sighed and shook his head. "Sorry." Mimi just continued to smile but accepted the apology. "It's okay, I guess I have always thought I was a bit self-centered, deep down. I guess being called a narcissist today made it obvious to me. It's just, when I get excited about something I just jump in with my gut instincts. I assume that's what everyone else wants too, but sometimes I don't see that it might actually affect the people around me. I used to get so tired and sick of the way I am, but Harry showed me that it was okay to be selfish." Joe sighed and then tiredly smiled. "You might be self-centered, but at least you're doing something." Mimi turned her head towards Joe in confusion. "Hey." Joe looked down and shook his head. "I feel so disgusted with myself because I'm such a coward." Mimi stared at Joe in surprise and shock about the way he just called himself. She had never seen or heard him like this and she was beginning to get worried about her friend Joe. Joe huffed and looked towards the water in the river and just watched the river in silence for a few seconds before speaking again. "Why do we always have to take care of things? Because we're the DG destined? Why do we have to drop everything?" Mimi sadly smiled at Joe and softly said, "That again? Really? After all we've been through?" Joe sighed and went on. "Okay, I thought it was over, but it keeps coming back like a bad dream. How much longer are we supposed to be the DG destined?" Mimi sighed and stared at Joe as he looked down. Suddenly it began to rain, filling the area with the sound of rain hitting the ground and the water of the river. Joe shook his head in frustration and then kept talking. "This is a big turning point in my life. I want to grow up and contribute to society, figure out how I'm supposed to fit it in all of it, without having to always worry about being one of the DG destined. I don't want to be selfish, but I want my life to actually be mine. That's why I've been hitting the books so hard." Mimi suddenly smiled and asked a question. "Is that why you're playing hooky?" Joe sadly smiled, shook his head and then tiredly sighed. "Yeah, okay, you got me there." Joe turned around and began to slowly walk away. Mimi sadly frowned seeing him so down and tired. "Joe, hold on." Joe stopped for a second and then said, "Being self-centered is way better than being a coward." After saying his piece, Joe began to slowly walk away. Mimi sadly watched him walk away, not knowing what to say or do to help him right now. while Carrie, who heard the entire conversation, looked down, not knowing what to do or say in this situation either. Joe was battling with his sense of duty and what he wants, and it was obviously affecting him hard. Joe just continued to walk through the rain, feeling angry and frustrated with himself. He suddenly stooped in the middle of the sidewalk and growled, using growing up as an excuse. It's just pathetic. Unbeknownst to Carrie, Mimi, and Joe, Harry was flying above them with Nejire and Eri. He had heard the entire conversation and was now looking towards Joe as he walked away. Nejire had heard everything as well, thanks to a spell Eri had cast to project sound at long distances. Nejire looked over to Harry and tilted her head towards him with a curious look on her face. You're not going to speak with Joe? Harry shook his head as rain fell down around him. There's no need, Joe. Despite being flimsy at times, he has always done the right thing. He, like everyone in the group, is aware of the situation. So he already knows what to do. He just needs to push through and find his way. Honestly, he's growing up, just like everyone else. I have faith he'll find the answers he needs soon enough. Nejire smiled. I see, you sure act like a big brother to them. Harry chuckled. Someone had to take care of them. Joe might complain a lot, but being a DG destined isn't easy. It's a whole ass job, a dangerous one, and everyone expects them to do it without complaining or hesitation. The fate of two worlds was placed on their shoulders at a very young age. It was bound to become too much of a burden to some at some point, in some way or the other. Everyone will find their way when the time comes, I know it. Nejire smiled, while Eri looked down towards Joe and fist pumped. You can do it, big bro Joe. So don't cry and believe in yourself. Harry smiled at his daughter and then chuckled. Joe might not know it yet, but he has the support of an adorable little girl, one cheering for him. Eri is sure to bring good fortune to Joe. Harry knows so. We'll be waiting for you, Joe, so take your time and figure things out as long as you need. With that last thing said, Harry nodded to Eri and Nejire. The trio then took off, flying through the air towards the Kamaya's home. Eri and Harry were wondering what would they do when they get back to Ty's and Kari's home. Perhaps have some dinner or something, while Nejire just wanted to sleep. A lot is going on and the DG destined are going through some stuff, but as always, Harry believes in them and has faith that they'll come up with the answers they need. After all, he had seen it happen a lot of times before. Throughout their entire adventure in the digital world and later, in the real world, Harry watched each and every one of the DG destined grow and become stronger. All he did is help and take care of them when they needed it, the rest was all them. So he knew that soon enough, all the DG destined will get together and solve this new problem together, and he will be ready when that time came, and the bastard that was the cause of all of this will pay for causing this much trouble for his friends. That's a vow Harry made, and nothing will stop him from doing so. For now though, he'll just enjoy spending some more time with his friends and helping them as much as possible. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.